After a long moment, my arm was restored. My skin was paler than normal, but healthy. I smiled, and turned to Cess Allen. Come on, let's go fly to Liuyan. I need to get some news from town. I stepped out of the portal rune, my magicka drained from the transit. I walked briskly, toward the gates of the city. Due to legal reasons, the Mages Guild teleportation system wouldn't reach inside the Imperial City. It made sense, of course nobody wanted enemy forces teleporting into the capital city. But it was a little time-consuming. My tail lashed side to side, drawing no little amount of attention as I power walked through the city. Maybe it was something in my eyes. Maybe it was the fact I had Argonian legs and a tail, lashing side from side as it was. Perhaps it was the blue diamond on my brow. But somehow, I knew it wasn't that simple. I was reminded of that moment in Mournhold. That frozen moment in time where they all felt the power of 3 gods and bowed to it. They were acting like that to me. Like they could feel it. Even without Wraithguard on one hand, without Shadowrend on the other, people kept their distance. I made my way to the Arcane University, and saw many other mages in attendance. Dozens, if not hundreds, standing in the largest lecture hall in all of Cyrodiil. I stepped forward, people making space for me, as I tried to see some of the wizards sitting in attendance in the front, speaking with the Archmage. All of them were master wizards like myself. The highest of the high, eligible for becoming Archmage themselves. Ah, Manatsoni. The Archmage Beleric says, shaking my hand. He was an older, Nordic man with no notable achievements other than becoming Archmage. I'm pleased to see you could return in time from your adventures afar for my announcement. However, as far as your nomination to Archmage, I wouldn't be able to do the guild right, I responded. Let alone with my loyalties to House Telvanni, I'm gone too often. If anyone had nominated me, I'm afraid I'd have to reject it. Of course, he says. You are one of our brighter minds, and your fingers were in many useful projects, not to mention the High Chancellor and Emperor speak highly of you, but I'm not suitable, I understand. I said. No need to mince words with me, Archmage. I'm not the political sort anyway. He chuckles, nodding, and then lets me get to my seat with the other wizards. I take a seat next to a familiar, broad-shouldered form, face in his book, and I tapped him on the shoulder. Mary. Martin says, eyes widening. Where have you been? I left a note, I responded with a smirk. I went to Sarthal. Yeah, and they said the Eternal Champion herself fought a witch over some kind of artifact there. He says. Then you were gone, and the Sijiks took the artifact. Well, they don't have it anymore, I drawled. So, think your chances are good. At that, Martin suddenly gave me a confident, certain grin. There's a plan, he says, and nods. Look, it's starting. Thank you for coming, Archmage Beleric announces, his voice projected by magic. It has been many years since I have announced my retirement, and so the guild has spent much time deliberating and debating on the virtues of this or that master wizard. Who would lead us in times of trouble? Who would guide the guild onto the correct path not just for today, but for mages in days beyond? The Archmage clears his throat. There are 2 major factions within us: those who promote Hannibal Traven as Archmage. He is a studious, strong-hearted young man with a view of what is right and wrong. A traditionalist one who wants to promote the virtues that Venus Gale Ryan instated in us. On the other side, many viewed Martin of Kvatch as another worthy Archmage. Just as studious, just as intelligent, piecing together a study group for the mutual benefit of his friends when he was just an associate, and taking up jobs that needed to be done though none wanted to do them. Then, he clears his throat. However, division is not the goal of the Mages Guild. I spoke with each of these leading Archmagisters, and they've both chosen and agreed that to pick either of them as Archmage would only further divide us. They have both withdrawn from the selection, and I admire them for it. I paused. I hadn't been expecting this. And so, nominated by both Hannibal Traven and Martin of Kvatch, I announce Raminis Polis shall take my place as Archmage. I glanced at Martin and his grin was radiant as he began to applaud. And, I decided to rewrite large portions of the chapter, so this is the fully rewritten version. I'd decided to take the story somewhere else, for now, rather than leaping into the next big crisis. Raminis Polis is a pretty good choice, you know, I said. The 2 of us were sitting outside, relaxing in the morning sunlight, as the Imperial City glimmered happily. I gestured, and the woman brought me some honeydew in a fine glass chalice. The Battlehorn parlor was relatively new, owned by, of all people, the Imperial Arena's champion, some grey prince. Pretty much everybody knows of him, Martin responded. He smiled. Pretty much every new member of the Mages Guild got their orientation from him. He's a good moderating voice, and doesn't fall too far into any particular faction. Keeps the guild together, I said, and he nodded. That's what I thought, Martin responded. Well, after Hannibal spoke to me about him. I'd met Raminis, but he never stuck out much to me. I was surprised that you two would conspire like that, too. I said. I thought you two disagreed pretty heavily on a lot of things. We did, Martin said. He's passionate. A good man. And if he's a good man, and he's so certain about something, then he might have some reason for believing the way he does. So we spoke. I probably should have reached out earlier. I nodded in response. I knew what Hannibal would do, in a different future in a different path. So. He said. Where have you been? Telvayan didn't open its gates to me, and nobody's seen you since that event with Jay Sashi. Beneath Sarthal, there was an artifact. You say. I spent some time there. I see, he said. Is that what you're wearing? Your circlet. I suppose you could say that, I responded. What's left of it, anyway? It looks a little familiar. What are its properties? Its name. I'm still working with it. Figuring out what it can do, I said. But it's nothing spoken of before in any literature, so you wouldn't be able to find it anywhere. You might be surprised, he said. I shrugged. Yet. He said. And, I made some discoveries, too. There's another reason me and Hannibal agreed on Raminus. Oh. I asked. My father asked it of me. He said, voice low. Oh. Right. I said. You know. He looked at me for a long, quiet moment. Is that why you were teaching us at all? Honestly. I asked. Nah. Before I even knew your name, I had decided to help. He smiled at that and the two of us settled back, relaxing. I've never seen the like, Krasden the staff enchanter said. He looked at the metal, back and forth. The only sign that he was more Mage's Guild than blacksmith was the fact that he studied the writing on what was once the ice shell for much too long. Maybe once or twice. It seems a bit familiar. My hands were clasped, even as I was pulling out a few gems. Varlaw stones, mostly I wasn't too interested in using souls for enchantments. The anima tended to influence the enchantment, so I'd been spending a lot of magicka over the past few days to accrue them. He sighs. Reminds me of a few weeks back. Crazy Elf wanted her sword enchanted, and it was made out of adamantium. I haven't worked with that stuff in years. I told her we wouldn't do that here. How'd she even enter the university? I asked, and the man shrugged. She had a writ from the Emperor, he said, examining the metal closely. I asked her where she'd found the sword, and she said she didn't remember either. I glanced at the mithril again. Then frowned. Adamantium. I said. Is it rare? I don't suppose it was, he said. Until recently. It was in quite high supply until, somewhere around 10-15 years ago. I haven't even seen much since. The warp in the west. I said. He asked, looking up. You haven't seen any adamantine since the warp in the west? Or any mithril? I sighed. The Jills must have decided to remove whatever they could. He chuckles. I suppose Akadosh wanted to make our lives simpler. So, what is this? Mithril. It's light, and heavily enchantable. I said. I need it worked into a staff. What happened to your last one? Assassins, I responded. Tried blocking an axe with it. That'd break it, for sure. He said. No Dwemer metal this time? He sighed when I held up a pouch. Inside, the same stabilizing tines from my first staff. From the one Devate Fyr had given me, the one Yagram had forged. Retrieved from the two staves I'd already broken, kept in storage beneath Telvayan since I'd taken up Shadowrend in lieu of a proper mage's staff. Then, a handful of more metal in a separate pouch. More fixings all Dwemeric brass, attuned to their tones and notes. Dozens of them panels, inscribed with their meanings on each of them. Cess Allen did most of the smithing work, but the design was me. I'd seen the Staff of Chaos with my own eyes. Wraithguard was a strong defense. Shadowrend, a useful tool. Alchemy made me stronger and faster, and shadow magic made me a jack of all trades. But I needed something else. An ace up my sleeve. This would be it. It was complicated. Over-designed, even, and too delicate. And it would probably be just as easily damaged as the one I'd had before, despite being made entirely out of metal. But I wouldn't be blocking attacks with it again. Not unless I had to. What kind of enchantment do you want on it? Another complicated spell mirror. I grinned, and told him. Krasden's sigh of relief was palpable. My new staff sat on the table across us. Martin's eyes flicked over it, and he muttered to himself a bit. What's wrong with a simple stick with a soul gem in the front? He asked with a sigh. What does this one do? I opened my mouth to respond and felt something walking behind me, and turned. An Altmer was standing there. Familiar yellow eyes peered at me. He gave me a pleasant smile. May I sit? His animus. I could feel it, streaming upward ever upward, into infinity into the stars. His soul wasn't natural. Wherever he was, his soul wasn't here, it wasn't with us. It was elsewhere, and we were just looking at an animated body. What are you? I asked. I could ask the same of you, miss, but I am trying to be quite polite here. Go ahead. I said. He sat down, and I offered him some of the pitcher of honeydew. He took it, raised the glass for a moment, and took a sip. I had other business in the Imperial City, but I was surprised to see the two of you here, the elf said. Bloody Mary and the youngest septim. My curiosity could not contain itself. I frowned, glancing up at him. He knows who Martin is. How do you know that? Martin hissed. Heh, the things I hear, young man. He said. You're not with the Sijiks. Martin said, frowning. I looked at the Altmer, at his body, his armor. His staff. The black soul gems on his belt, and his connection to the sky. My mind made the connection. Manny Marco, I said. The king of worms. His eyes glinted as his smile broadened. Martin all but bucked out of his seat, stumbling to get to his feet. No need to ruin such a fine day with a fight, Manny Marco said, yellow eyes flicking to Martin and back to me. Especially since I've come without my thralls. Well, why are you here? Martin asked. I was so curious, he drawled. Why a man such as you would promote the dark arts in the Mages Guild? I wanted to hear your answer in person. I'm not promoting anything, Martin responded. The Mages Guild has a duty. And that duty is to know and to understand magic. To turn over every stone to see what lies beneath. It doesn't matter what the stone is. Then how do you feel about the Order of the Black Worm? Criminals. Martin responded. Manny Marco chuckled, leaning back and taking another sip. Oh. The bodies and souls the Black Worm take are stolen. He said. The soul of a sentient being belongs to themselves. The body of a sentient being belongs to themselves. Even banditry or crimes involving the death penalty do not violate that intrinsic right. Humph. That's it. Manny Marco asked. If you flew in astride a swarm of cliff racers, I would smile and congratulate you on your spell work, Martin said. I knew he wouldn't actually, but he was making a point. A creature has no proper soul, and the bodies of such creatures are regularly dissected and eaten. As such, if a necromancer used exclusively mindless creatures, you would have no qualms with it. It would be distasteful to me personally, Martin said. But I could say the same thing about men who smoke, or those that disrespect women or their elders. Just because I find something distasteful doesn't mean it must be eliminated. The Altmer let out an actual, legitimate snort like he wasn't expecting that response. Satisfied? Martin asked. Manny Marco gestures in response a so-so wiggle of his hand. For now, the necromancer drawled. And Miss Maria Monastoni. You've made quite a name for yourself. Bloody Mary. Winged Witch. Devate FYR's head taker. That last one's new, I respond, and he chuckles. I've heard a different new one, he said. Straight from the Sijiks, in fact. Queen of the Droop. Martin's eyebrows shot up. So, I was a bit high on life at the time, I sighed. Ecstatic at being back in Tamriel. I babble when I get like that. I'm familiar with the feeling, he drawled. Still, do take care of yourself. I do not have many peers, as of yet, and several of the few I had were slain by some reincarnated hero. Then he smiled. The Sijiks are looking for you. Quite determined to believe you're some kind of Daedric lord. Of course they are, I sighed. Why are you so friendly? How do you even know me? His lips quirked. If you don't already know, I'd best not tell you. Let's just say. I owe you something. The hell does that mean? Ah, I'm late, Manny Marco said. Excuse me, I have Raminis to meet with. The Archmage? Martin asked, frowning. What are you meeting with him for? Negotiating peace, of course, he said. My conflict, in the end, was not with the Mages Guild as a whole, but with Gale Ryan. It is only recently that I've come to that realization. Then he stood, almost inhumanly swiftly. He bowed to each of us, and pulled his red robe over his head as he made his way toward the university. What in the divines was that? Martin asked, after a long sigh. Probably the nicest Altmer I've ever met, I responded. Martin just sighed again, refusing to say I was right. Really? I asked, sighing as I looked around. Really? You heard him? The Breton said, his sword extended, his thick gambeson serving as armor. Surrounding us, in a semicircle, were a handful of men and women. Competent but simple weapons, one holding a spell in hand, all of them trying to look imposing. Cess Allen, currently in horse form, pulling our carriage, transmitted a few ideas for these mortals' souls. Just some gold, you two, and you can walk your way. The Nord says. I sighed, and glanced at Martin. Martin rolled his eyes. You want to take care of this, or should I? I asked. Martin raised his staff. The bandits waved their weapons, still threateningly. Wix spawn rel, Martin boomed his staff slamming into the ground. The world shuddered, for a moment, and the bandits were locked in place, bands of magic complex shield spells wreathed around their arms and legs, binding them hands and legs, forcing them to hold still. One of them was still free, and charged. Allen reared back, and slammed both front hooves into his chest, blowing the bandit back. Martin waved his staff again, and a shield slammed down onto the now prone bandit. Hey, I said. I think a burden spell might be more effective. Or paralyze. I'm no good at illusion magic, and burden is direct. This method can be hard to use, but it bypasses any spell resistances or absorptions they might have. Martin said, conversationally. Practicing shield is for the best, anyway. I can't move. One of the bandits hollered. Get your asses over here. They're wizards. From the side of the road the forest 6 or 7 men stood, bows drawn. Without waiting for a response, probably to prevent us from weaving spells, they fired. A shield erected itself between us, Martin's magic roiling through it at about the same time my shadow rose to catch the arrows. Surprisingly, though, there was a silver flash and the arrows simply disappeared. My magica senses didn't catch anything. No magic, other than the ambient hum of an enchanted item or two. 3 of the archers collapsed. The other 3 scrabbled around, looking for their weapons. A familiar cagiet landed atop one of Martin's shield, twin spears twirling above her head, red cloak flowing in the wind. Heya! Kirat called down to the 2 of us. I thought I noticed your Didrik horse. How's things? Kirat. I grinned up at her. Where y'all heading? She asked. From the sky, 2 buzzing bugs, enormous insects, wasp-like, large enough to have riders shot out of the cloud layer, descending. I could feel them wreathed in domination magic, their minds affected. Sitting on the back of one was Vorin Dagoth, his vitiligo-like patches of Chimer Dunmer skin still gleaming. It looked like he still hadn't taken to wearing a shirt. My lord, please do not jump from the parapton, Vorin said, sounding like he'd said it a dozen times before. You could get hurt. Hey! The bandit, the bound one, yelled, and Vorin gestured dismissively. A pulse of magica boils away from him, tendrils of destructive energy making the bandits slam to their knees. A powerful drain spell ripping away their life force and strength enough to knock them out, but not kill them. I was fine, Kirat says. Rule of thumb is, if I can jump that high, I can get back down without getting hurt. Martin, this is Kirat Eriksson, Hordator of Morrowind. I said. And Vorin Dagoth, High Counselor of House Dagoth. Kirat, Vorin, this is Martin of Kvatch. Ooh, that Martin? Kirat asked. The nervous stuttering kid from your guild? He's gotten big. Hey. Martin frowned, and Kirat began to giggle. We're just heading back to Telvand, I said, and Kirat grinned, ears flicking. We were too. Mind if we ride along? More guests, the better, I said. Kirat waved an arm and the 2 giant wasp creatures, the parapton, flickered out of existence. Vorin fell from the sky, twisting to catch himself on one hand and one knee. Unlike Kirat's much more subtle landing, the ground shook a bit as Vorin crashed. Did you just steal living creatures? I ask. I've gotten better, Kirat grins, as satisfied as I've seen her, as she climbs up into the carriage with us, all but throwing herself into my lap. They won't even notice, anyway. It's like a long nap for them. What? Martin asks. What kind of spell was that? That would be my lord's. Narivaran tricks, as she terms it, Vorin says. She knows merely a few spells, and her skill in such is, middling, at best. PFF. Stop lying, Vorin. She may be, a bit worse than middling. I'm pants at magic. Kirat shrugs. Vorin's just obliged to say good things about me. I see, he says. It said something about Martin that he was more unnerved by Kirat than he was Vorin and Manimarco, combined. Telvayan's sitting room was warm and comfortable. I'd ended up putting it together in a pretty typical noble style, inspired by the dining hall in Castle Leowian. Of course, my cooking wasn't as good and neither was Cecilan's, but I'd planned for this, storing some properly made meals in a chest's shadow. The enchantments to allow someone to access a different sea of maybe than their own were a bit finicky, but Kirat was just able to snatch them from it despite that. Of course, I gave them back to the Jarl of Windhelm. Kirat said, wiggling her gauntlet-free hands. The fists of Rondagulf were never mine. Rondagulf never had any descendants, so they belonged to Windhelm's legacy. King Harold ruled from there, so that's where I returned them. You sound like you've been busy, I said. You have 2 spears now? Last I saw, Voron had broken yours. Oh, well, this one is mine. You were right, Vivek did have Muatra. Then this one is her since I killed his avatar for it, but I'll give it back to him when it revives or whatever. Martin blinked. You killed Herson's aspect? He asked. One of three, yet. Big Jerk wouldn't let me fight the other two. Probably because I stole the spear out of his hands, she says. His other aspects don't have weapons, I'm pretty sure, I said. So you would have been out of luck there. Kirat chuckles, leaning back. Coulda taken him. Really? I drawled, and Kirat grinned at me. I don't know. I remember you threatening me with a broken bident, and you barely knew how to hold the thing. I figured it out, Kirat sighed, looking a little embarrassed. And I'm a lot stronger now. Oh yeah. I purred. Wanna prove it? Kirat shot to her feet, landing on the table balancing on the edge, even as it tilted and people's glasses started to tilt. Voron casually grabbed his and Kirat's glasses, completely relaxed, even as Kirat loomed over me. Martin scrambled to grab his own drink, panicking, but I grinned back, arms crossed. Hell yeah! She crowed. The courtyard was quiet, the setting sun casting long shadows across the field. The grass was growing thick and lush, and I was pretty happy with it. But I was sure that we'd be ripping up the terrain soon. Are we prepared? Voron asks, looking between me and Kirat. Kirat had both spears stabbed into the ground on both sides of her. I had Wraithguard and Shadowrend ready, the sharpened talons of both gauntlets ready. I'm ready, I drawled, potion in hand. Ladies, is this a good idea? Martin asks, warily. Of course it is. We're not gonna kill each other. Kirat says. Ready. Then. Voron Dagath said, crouching. He sprung out from between us, calling out begin. Kirat ripped the spears from the ground, shooting toward me. She was a blur faster than ever, her form flickering through reality. Shadowrend glimmered, the blue diamond Chimel Garjig flashed on the back of my hand. I didn't cast any spells, or drink any potions. But I'd had the ability to the chance. And with LYG in my shadow with Garjig on my arm, I drew that chance, that potential into reality. My magicka drained precipitously, as fortification spells of all kinds and strengths, fake potions metabolizing in my veins. It took barely a second before time slowed and Kirat was already halfway to me. Her form was bleeding and warping through space, moving less like an individual body and more like a fluid ooze, sloshing from place to place, zigging and zagging across the courtyard. She thrust Muatra toward me, rolling it in her palm, setting the spear spinning as it shot toward me. I batted it into the air, hard enough to send her rocking back slightly, the spear's point facing skyward. She let go of it, letting it sail away, and grabbed her other spear in both arms, batting at me with the shaft. I skidded back, talons digging furrows in the ground, and kicked toward her, magic on my lips. Firebolt after firebolt shot from my hands, spitting them out as quickly as I could cast them. She caught Muatra again, spinning it at just the right speed and rate to block each of the bolts I fired at her, casually grinning. She struck a pose, spear still spinning, and then suddenly blurred toward me again. Sparks flew as she picked up the pace, jabbing and thrusting both spears. My shield spell was strong, slowing the blows enough that I could stop them completely with my gauntlets. Then, I found a moment and caught both of them, one in each hand. She barely had a moment to react before I jumped and kicked her with both feet. My grip was tighter, and she was sent flailing back. For half a second, she crouched along one of Telvayan's walls, a few feet above Martin's cowering head. I smirked, dropping both of her spears at the ground next to me. A challenge. She just winked and she kicked off the wall, ripping two hoop-handled scimitars from her hips. They instantly burst into flame, as she spun them around her wrists, and they sang. It was a tone of power, of surging presence, of a link between both blades. True flame. Hope's fire. Narivar and Almalexia's swords, rebuilt and reforged to suit Kirat. I somehow didn't expect her to throw one of them. Hope's fire ripped through the air, spinning wildly like a discus of golden flame, leaving behind a boiling stream of chaotic energy. I ducked underneath just in time to notice a thin cable tied to it and threw myself into my own shadow as she tugged on the cable, changing the weapon's direction midair. When I emerged again, Kirat was twirling both scimitars, fingers curled around their hoop-like handles, and Muatra balanced on her shoulder, in her other arm. Then she flicked one of the scimitars at me. I raised my shadow to catch it, subsuming it, but they rippled straight through. Hope's fire couldn't enter my sea of maybe. It knew where it belonged, after all, and that was wherever Kirat wanted it to be. This time, when I blocked the attack with Wraithguard, catching True Flame, it flickered back into her hand, stolen back. Oh, come on, I said. She cackled, and threw Hope's fire at me instead. I caught it in the air with a shield spell, and pulled my staff out of my shadow. Fuck this. The gimbals orbiting my staff's central gem, a spherical Varlaw stone, began to spin in orbit, humming louder and louder. As the tines took the sound, the gimbals were emanating and flensing them into distinct notes. Martin's eyes widened, and he bolted toward the safety of the tower. Voron frowned, raising a shield around himself, and Kirat's eyes gleamed with interest. I raised the staff, and ended the duel. And, as a reminder, remember that SO isn't canon as far as this FIC goes. I may borrow some ideas from it, but their lore masters have shown they don't care about canon as far as TES goes. Remind me not to piss you off, Kirat said, lounging back on the sofa, tail curling and uncurling. Voron stood over her, healing her injuries and wounds with a healing spell. Outside, Cess Allen was divided into multiple scamp-like forms, his multiple bodies repairing as much of the turf as he could, siphoning magica from me to fuel his own restoration spells on the grass and plants. You already knew not to piss me off, I drawled. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. So, what were you coming here for anyway? I asked. I doubt it was to get your cute ass kicked. Right. She suddenly springs to her feet, making Voron lean out of the way. She limps toward me for a moment, then pulls a scroll out of nowhere, and a small velvet box, both sealed with the mark of the Empire. For me. I may have mentioned we were friends, Kirat said. The Emperor wanted me to deliver it to you. Really? I asked, eyebrows raised. I sliced off the seal with my sharpened fingernail, and pulled it open. Somehow, I wasn't expecting it. But again, somehow, I recognized it. Hey! I said. No oath? No swearing in? Kirat shrugged. He said that you already did everything you needed to, Kirat said. Except whatever it was on that letter. Right, I said, with a gesture. I brought out my mantle from my sea of nothing. It was useless as a cloak, really stopping above my elbows, but it was useful whenever I needed to make an official appearance. The mark of the Telvanni stood proudly on the shoulder, alongside my sigil of my position as Master Wizard of the Mages Guild. Then I opened the velvet box to another familiar sight. And without hesitation, I clipped the badge of the blades alongside the rest, making up the last corner of a triangle on my shoulder. You're wearing that openly? Martin asked. Yeah, I said. Like the big imps himself said. I earned it. It's not like anyone's going to ignore her if she hides it, Kirat says. Martin opened his mouth and stammered for a few moments. Please don't call Uriel Septim big imps. It's better than little imps, Kirat chimed in, and Martin just sighed. I glanced at the last few lines of the letter again. Then I tossed it into the fireplace, dumping the ashes into my sea of maybe. Should you accept this charge, you will be a traveler of the blades, known under the call sign Dragon Guard. His Majesty, ruler of the Holy Sirdii Leech Empire of Tamriel, Emperor Uriel Septim VII. They were nice, Martin said. Kirat was, a bit much for me. I suppose Jna made me assume Khajiit were a lot more, sedate. Jna is a calm soul, I responded. But no, Kirat's just like that. What did you think of Voron? Dagath? He asked. He seemed like a penitent man. Like he was trying to make up for something. Fascinating views on magic, though, especially his ideas on non-elemental destruction magic. Weaving weakness effects in with a spell that deals that specific effect, and channeling it. Fueling the spell with itself? Fascinating. Remember, he's from an age where the elements weren't very useful against any of the Chimer's enemies. Nordic tongues resisted both frost and lightning, and probably enchanted or shouted themselves resistant to fire as well. True, he says, as the two of us walk. Eventually, Jna caught up with us, telekinetic animus working the door as he hopped up onto my shoulder. Hello, Jna, I said. How have you been? Quite well, thank you, he says. Not nearly as well as you have. Are you a full diviner yet? Yes. He says. I have a job back in Kvatch as diviner, now. Primarily truth-telling and farseering, but my duties as archivist takes up more of my time. I see. Congratulations, I said. The cat-like Alfiq blinked slowly at me. You still may not pet my ears, he drawled, and I scoffed, rolling my eyes. Is this the place? I asked, and Jna nodded. I opened the door and there were at least 3 dozen wizards inside. Spanning the grades from mere associates to proper conjurers, from teenagers to the elderly, all of them sitting carefully in their chairs, quills and parchments at the ready. A lot more people than I'd expected, considering what was happening. Jna hopped down, over to the stenographer's desk, ready to take down whatever was said. An enchanted quill lifted on its own. Hello, everyone, Martin says. I am Martin Septim, and this is Maria Manatsoni. There's a low murmur at the mention of Martin's name and I realized why they were here. The announcement of Martin's legitimacy wasn't very big, but people had paid attention. Anything anyone could scrounge up about the new possible heir was big news. I'm serving as Maria's assistant at this juncture, since her knowledge on this far outstrips my own, he says. He conjures a piece of chalk from the desk, and starts to draw on the back. Thank you for coming, I said, and cleared my throat. I've come to speak about an advancement to the School of Restoration, one with some integration of alchemical and alteration concepts. I gestured to where Martin had drawn a medical diagram of a hand, bones and all. The art of flesh crafting. You wear the badge of the blades now, I see. Came a low voice from behind me. I do. I said, turning back to glance at the Altmer asshole. You should fucking knock next time. This body was already in the building, after all, Manny Marco responded, pairing his normal polite smile with an eye smile as well. Is that fucking Umbra's? I ask. Put that back. No, none of the bodies you had interred. He responds. I believe it was from a troll. The metaform individuation process is quite convenient. Alright, that's fine then. You say. Still should have knocked, though. You can't simply barge into a girl's bedroom. I have a door for a reason. I apologize. So, why are you pestering me again anyway? I happened to receive the notes of a mage that went to your flesh crafting seminar. He said. I've come to ask for some details. The process is quite unlike what I'm aware of. For that. I scoffed, and rolled my eyes. You could have just come to the seminar yourself and asked. I'm not quite welcome within the Mages Guild, if you recall, he says. I sighed, got up, and then from my shadow ripped a table and another chair. Take a seat, if you'd like, I said. I may as well be a proper host, even if he's at my house, in my bedroom, at midnight. But then again, when else would a godling necromancer show up? I glanced up through my skylight at the stars, where the warrior's IRK should be. Instead, there was the faint darkness of a comet drifting in front of it. Ah! I said. That's why you showed up last month, but not since. You're on a schedule. Manny Marco chuckled, but said nothing. Here's the deal, I said. If I'm going to explain this stuff to you, then I'm going to pick your brain on some stuff. Oh. Soul gems. The black ones, that is. I said. And their relation to the ideal masters. For the first time, Manny Marco's smile flickered and for a moment, he scowled. Do not assume that my masterpieces have any relation to those foul abominations. Those gem vampires. He says, forcing himself to calm down. Sorry, I said, raising a hand. Instead, teach me about that metaform stuff you were talking about. Very well, he said, settling in his chair. His overly long fingers folded between each other, and he smiled at me again. Then, we began to talk. My shadow was a living, breathing thing, an amorphous blob, twitching and conforming. I was doing this on my own. Shadowrend wasn't doing it, and neither was the blue diamond on my brow. I glanced down at Manny Marco's notes alongside my own, and focused. This was mysticism of the highest order. I needed to push myself into the proper mind space. Walk like them, until they must walk like you. He said, pointing at a rune on my paper. That is the basis of my practice. I froze. I'd heard that before. I thought that was one of the walking ways. I asked. The shadow collapsed into the ground as Manny Marco grabbed my shoulder, turning my body to face him. You know of them? He asks. He opens his eyes and Manny Marco's eyes bore into my own. What did you see? What do you remember? Just something I remember reading, I said. Where? Let go of me, asshole. Manny Marco let go of me, stepping away. I apologize, my dear. He said. I had gotten a bit heated. What the fuck is going on? I asked, finally. Why are you like this? Such a thing happens, when a man becomes a god. He says. Even still, however, I have a hunger for something beyond this place. Beyond Nirn and Tamriel. The walking ways, the amaranth is a road on that path. Of the walking ways, you took the third. He smiles. I had forgotten, for a long time. He says. Believe it or not, I thought I was still immortal. That the warp in the west had taken my prize from me, or perhaps the unbearable thought that I was all that remained of the entity that was Manny Marco, that the god of worms had cast me off like a moth bursting free from its chrysalis, and I was the mortal skein left behind. Then what happened? He smiled, and his body crumbled apart, becoming a pile of old, cracked bones and a three-eyed troll skull. I glanced up again, at the stars, to find that the comet, the necromancer's moon, was no longer covering the birth sign, drifting onward, its 8-day journey around Nirn. Fucker, I said, flipping it off. I couldn't hear him laughing at me, but somehow I knew he was. A massive ripple in the air had me springing off of Cecilan's back. An enormous spear shot past me, burying itself in a hill a good 300 feet away. I landed on all fours, fortifying my speed, as I glanced along the road toward Liuyan. Cecilin halted, flickering out of existence for a moment as he changed to his original form. It took me a few moments to spot the shifting, amorphous blob of motion. It was humanoid large, almost too large. Minotaur under a chameleon effect, I said. To the south, bottom of the hill. The blur moved again, and another spear shimmered into existence, blasting toward. Allen raised his oar blade in the way. The spear sent him skidding back, his taloned, webbed feet digging themselves into the sand. The spear shatters, splintering to pieces. Not thrown, he burbles. Bow or crossbow? Not telekinesis. Allen's free arm launched out to catch a splinter. One of his tendrils sniffed the wood, curling around it for a moment. Zilax wood. He responded. What's that mean? I said, as I saw more amorphous blobs beginning to move toward us, my more than keen eyes noticing them as they move. There's more. Native to the Black Marsh, Allen said. They are not minotaurs. I thrust my palm out, and the forms ducked, raising their defenses. I felt the wavering of a shield spell erupt and my magic cut right through. I didn't just cast any spell, but a short duration, weak strength chameleon spell. As the magicka snagged on their forms, the spell matrices interacted. My effect took over, boosting the spell applied to them, and then when mine cut out, so did theirs. Which allowed me to see fucking Godzilla stand up, as bulky as Allen, carrying a bow as long as I was tall, a bushel of javelin-sized arrows on his back. And behind him, his Godzilla friends, standing straight from a huddle like a bunch of linebackers. All wearing mottled leather, green and black, weapons clasped tightly in their hands. Malachite. Ebony. Dwarven. High quality, all of it, but none from a single source. The lead Argonian smirked, the corners of his cheeks pulling up to reveal dozens of sharp, needle-like teeth. Holding back, Allen murmured. Testing us. Being watched. So, don't use all our tricks, I said. He nodded, and then the Enzilial began to charge. They were fast. Strong, but clumsy. The shadow-eating warrior within me could tell by sight. They were getting used to their bodies. New to them. They were running in line, however the one in the lead would protect the others from offensive magic, and he was holding a heavy shield in front of him. Allen stepped in front of me, weapon in hand. I pressed my hand into his back and focused. 4 spells, already buzzing in the back of my mind. I cast one, and in other realities, other possibilities, I'd chosen to cast the others. The blue diamond on my brow gleamed, and I pulled all 4 from the shadows. Fortify. 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 Communion. Time slowed. Allen's eyes opened, and I could see through them just as he could see through mine. 2 pairs of hands, 2 pairs of legs, 2 minds joined at the source. Truly, the connection between a girl and her eldritch abomination was stronger than anything. An ebony axe, a two-hander meant for a beast of a man, wielded with only one arm, came whistling down towards Allen. His first instinct was to block, and I could feel his muscles twitch, but he felt my magic moving instead. I caught it with telekinesis a second before it struck our chest, and then with our other merry hand, another fistful of telekinesis, I batted away the heavy shield. The Argonian's eyes widened, and then he ceased to exist. Allen's responding uppercut was hard enough to crack the stone beneath our feet. His destroyed corpse was blown into the air, head twisting limply, clearing the path for the others. I could fortify Allen's speed and strength, but his oar blade, the conjured weapon, had its limitations, and it would probably break if Allen tried to use it. So instead, we reared back and threw it. Another charging Argonian stumbled, catching it in the chest. He caught his footing, and kept charging, ripping it out of his chest. We snatched the ebony axe out of the air, whipping it at an incoming attack with a Dwemer Warhammer. The Warhammer's shaft dented badly, and the ebony chipped, but they weren't our weapons. Our free Allen hand shot toward the Argonian who had swung it, lifting him by the neck up and over Allen's shoulder enough for our merry hands to fire a scintillating beam of heat into the Argonian's skull. Another javelin arrow blasted toward us, and our Allen hand caught it with its own. We pursed our Maria lips, and whistled. A low, rumbling noise, one that had the ground shuddering, the air howling. It had been over a year since I'd killed Mankar Cameron. I'd had his spells in my Sea of Maybe. His destruction magic to take apart, to analyze. I'd learned the trick behind bending projectiles in midair. Our shadows flared, and from my Sea of Maybe hidden away and stored daily dozens of spheres of magic came blasting out, arcing out and over Allen. It was a rain of fire I controlled. Fire that would never miss, that would never stop. Fire that tore through steel and flesh alike. Holes ripped their way through the surviving Enzilial. There was a moment of silence, and then the last Argonian, the one that had been blown into the sky, finally crumpled to the ground. Then I felt a spell, recognized it by the feel. Chameleon. That archer, from before. Must be the leader. No, we said. We crouched at the same time we jumped. Our hands caught our feet and our communion was broken as Sus Allen threw me like a fastball. The leader of the Enzilial aborted his spell just in time to cover his face from both of my taloned feet. Claws that would have ripped out his eyes instead tore into his oversized hands. He grabbed me or tried to, but I was already kicking off of him, before his fingers snapped shut. You made a mistake, Enzilial, I said and pulled off Martin's trick, wrapping him in bands of shield spells. Heretic, he snarled. The true Hist will find your weakness. All your sorceries and your demons will not save you. We will dig up your roots and burn them. We will. Then he began to howl as I shoved Magicka into his skull. Cool story, bro. Calm. His fists relaxed under the illusion spell, and I released the shield allowing my full focus to go into the next spell while he couldn't resist. What? Dominate. I said, enunciating it clearly. He shuddered, trying to resist the illusion magic I was laying on him. Beware. Sus Allen burbled. He grabbed the Enzilial I was holding and threw him, bodily, away from me. Which is, of course, when the Argonian exploded. His head burst and then I felt magic raging from the road where the other corpses were. One after the other, each of the bodies began bursting into flame, dissolving into nothing. Crumbling away. Well. Shit, I said. I guessed it would be too much to hope they'd just forgotten about me. The dark halls of Kvatch's Mages Guild were illuminated only by mage light, and a beam of sunlight from one of the high windows. Surprisingly, this was the room I'd stayed in, back when I was staying in Kvatch to figure out my shadow magic. It was somewhat funny how coincidences worked. I'd kept some of Mankar's blood hidden behind a brick in the wall next to me. It's inscrutable, really, Phelan says, frowning down at the apprentice lying in the bed. There's a set of empty vials next to the table, the plant has taken over her heart and lungs. It's a delicate balance. Any of my potions that harms the plant reduces her life force directly, and any healing potions or restorative magic just makes the plant stronger. It was a foolish idea to allow anybody to go to that nonsensical sermon of yours, Manitsoni. Came a low, declarative voice. A Breton stepped in and I immediately recognized him, though I'd never met him before. Hannibal Traven. You've given them ideas to experiment with dangerously untested avenues of magic. This is the result of such permissive attitudes. Nonsense. I responded. This has nothing to do with flesh crafting. It was a young Breton woman, tangled orange hair. Teenaged, an apprentice. It sounded like she'd just become an apprentice in time to come to my lecture on flesh crafting, then, turned around and did this. She was lying in the bed, unconscious, with a root-like tuber engulfing her heart. It had sunken into her chest, the vines entangling with her nervous system. There was something strange about this. You're right. Jna says, finally. This is reach magic. Reach magic? Witchcraft. Hannibal stepped forward and froze. This isn't the seed of a briar heart tree, but there's a group of Breton wild mages in western High Rock. This is one of their rituals to create powerful warriors, but it uses a particular plant native to that region. What plant is this? I looked closely. It was hard to tell. The tuber in her chest around her heart throbbed with an inner light, glowing. But I recognized the soft ringing sound the plant was making. The sound was engraved into my skull from so long searching it out, back when I was playing the game. Nirnroot, I said. That worthless plant Cinderian's always going on about. Phelan asks. At everyone's blank look, the dark elf shrugged. He's an alchemist in Skingrad. Does good work, if you ignore his obsession. So how do we extract it from her? Jna asks. Is there anything notable about Nirnroot? Some weakness. If this is related to the Briarheart ritual, then she is already dead. Hannibal says, the look in his eyes shifting. The practice brings the dead to life. It's necromancy, at the heart of it. She breathes, and her heart is pumping. Phelan says. There's no need for me to even be here, Hannibal says. He turns, and storms out. Asshole, Jna says. I shrugged in response. What was she trying to do? I asked. She didn't go into the specifics, Jna says, folding his paws underneath him, loafing in the way only a cat could. Only that she was working on a project she was certain that would allow her to become an evoker. Does she have any notes? I asked, looking around. On her desk there it was. The pot where the plant had apparently been living, and a haphazard pile of diagrams, notes, and wild scrawlings of mages in action. Sitting in the corner is a basic alchemist's alembic, stained a bit, and bottles of poorly labeled Magicka poison. The same thing I'd taught Martin's study group, back in the day. Seemed the practice had stuck with new trainees in Kvatch. After a few minutes of looking over the notes, I frowned. I may have been able to understand the words, but this girl, her notes were the kind a savant would write. Like someone trying to get their memories down on paper without words. There's a picture of a firebolt coming from a staff, but she'd tried drawing the waves of magica coming off of it. An artist's rendition of magic without magic circles. I have no idea how to interpret these. Emilie was not the most academic apprentice in Kvatch, Jna said. Very erratic. This is written in Sindarian's hand. Phelan says, poking at a page. I glanced at the note. It was about Nirnroot, about Sindarian's theories about its magical potential and adaptive ability. We kept looking through, and eventually, another one of Emilie's drawings. A sketch of Reachman forsworn, from my memories, wearing the headdresses and everything, standing in a circle around a rune drawn on the ground, a corpse lying in the center. Those were the runes around her ritual chamber. This was based off of Reach magic. I said. I sighed, glancing between the unconscious apprentice and her notes. Detect life was a simple spell, relatively speaking. But my discussions with Manny Marco had given me a better sight, one more complex, impossibly delicate. It took me a few minutes alone to cast, even with my shadow assisting me. Soul sight opened wide, and what I saw wasn't a girl lying on a bed, unconscious. It was a girl in a fight for her life. Her soul was a storm, a spark of tenacious, furious power, buzzing in her soul. And it was digging into the soul of the Nirnroot, struggling to take control to win. The strand between them had 3 knots. One for body, one for mind, and one for soul. The girl had just taken control of the second. Fortify personality, willpower, and intelligence potions. I said, aloud. Whatever potions Phelan gave her would affect both her and the plant. That was the nature of their connection, as far as I could tell. What? Why? She's in spiritual conflict with the Nirnroot. I said. If she wins, she should wake up and still be, you know, herself. Willpower alone won't do, since that will help the plant just as much. If we can give her more of herself, that should improve her chances. I sighed. Hopefully this would help. I was only close enough to Cyrodiil's teleport network for a different reason, anyway, and I'd have a response soon. The Imperial man looked almost ghoulish. Deep-set, sunken eyes, chapped lips, a lion's mane of blonde hair to his shoulders. He stared carefully at me, green eyes flicking me up and down. He looked a little familiar. He examined the badge carefully, throwing a quick spell at it. Then, with a sigh, he handed it back to me. Even though you're Telvanni? And in the Mages Guild? I've already tied Telvanni to the Empire as best I can. Helping one helps the other. I do wish Uriel would stop doing such things without informing me, he drawled. Did he give you a call sign, or did he leave that to me as well? Dragon Guard. And your task? Classified. He stared at me. If there's an exception for you, he didn't mention it, I shrugged. You remind me of another stubborn bitch I've had to deal with, the Great Knight says, rubbing at his eyes. Fine, perfect. Wonderful. Now. I'll put you in the files. What you actually came here for might have to wait, though, depending on what it is. I was here for information, mostly, I said. And to make reports. Reports? He asks, a little interested. On what? I set down a folder. A Daedric cult known as the Mythic Dawn. I've been hunting them as an independent adventurer for years, and even killed their leader, but the movement could be continuing regardless. He examined the folder, first a simple flap made of thick parchment. Practically pennies worth of potentia, honestly same as the parchment. Then he opened it for a moment. I see. Then I set down a second folder. Anzilial. Argonian faction of separatists. I have a personal connection with a heretic of their leaders, a species known as the History. They're gods. Not quite. But it's in there. He nods, and then I set down another. Thalmor. Aldmiri supremacist movement. Very secretive, but I have some theories on their goals. Another. Short dossier on Morwein's political environment. Lots of meddling already done by yours truly. Another. Known necromancers in the Mages Guild. Technically not illegal, but if Hannibal Traven had become Archmage, it's very likely they would have joined the Worm eventually. Another. Locations for Dark Brotherhood sanctuaries, known vampire lairs, and Daedric shrines in Cyrodiil. Not entirely reliable, as the source of this is pretty esoteric. Finally. Timeline. Of. Notable political events between 417, 3rd Era, to year 50, 4th Era. 4th Era. This was the future as I was able to perceive it, I responded. Everything I'd seen on the wiki, anyway, and dredged up with magic. The 3rd Era ends in 433, after the death of Uriel Septim and the end of the Septim dynasty. The interregnum lasts 17 years, but it isn't the same empire that returns. He blinks. Not reliable at all, because I'm doing my best to stop it, and have already taken steps, but I'm not the best with politics. Having a proper analyst take a look at this information could be useful. What in the nines are you? He asks, finally, looking at the set of folders on his desk. A very busy girl. I responded. The Great Knight, leader of the Blades, stared up at me and sighed. Maybe Uriel did something right for once, he sighed. Sit down. This will take a while. I want these sorted in order of reliability. Anything learned through direct means on the right, your more esoteric means on the left. Accuracy percentages, deviations from the timeline, everything. You're taking this rather well, I said. I once had an agent as a wershark, he said. Terrified of water, but the best agent I'd had for years. Until he revealed he was Sheogorath in disguise playing a joke. I'm used to strange. I blinked. Sheogorath was a blade. For the first time, the Great Knight started to smile. I stabbed him 4 times when I found out. He made me 20 years younger for taking it so well. I sat down, and we got to work. Somewhere in the wilderness of the Zarfarbal Bay, a shadow arose. Eyeless, limbless, false in nature, it took a deep breath. Then another. Then a third. Then, it shuddered, twisted, contorted, and then it walked like me. I took a deep breath, smelling the familiar muck and crush of the bay. The brackish, salty water, the mud and ash. It was home. Home in grayscale, gleaming alien lights around the rims of every shadow, a kind of chromatic aberration around everything solid, but still home. A blue spot in the grey water moved, and I glanced down, seeing the slaughterfish move its shadow the same blue color that the water would have been. The brown spots in the mud must have been mud crabs, then, and the red light on the horizon, the mountain Dagathor, was red with life. I smiled, and took a walk. The tough, stubborn grasses and roots of the land barely moved as I stepped through them, my feet amorphously and stubbornly melting back into ooze as soon as my focus wavered a moment. But I made my way to Tel Fyr, finally, and found the giant structure fully colored rather than the grayscale of land and sea, or the grayscale of the flora. Tel Fyr was in full color, visible runes marking the edges where wards had been placed, strong ones. The sound of something smashing into itself over and over caught my attention, and I moved, partially walked, partially drifted, and partially oozed closer. 2 Dunmer teenagers battered each other with sticks, quickly moving in to stab at each other, practicing sword dueling with enchanted sticks. Between them, caretaker the Mazkin Devate had contracted, the same sort of contract I'd had with Cess. Allen stood by, watching carefully for any injuries. Alf and Jem, ducking and diving toward one another, moving quickly, already skilled novices, their Kaidan training armor beaten and battered. Alf ducked under one of her sister's blows, and responded by thrusting a palm and swell of magicka outward. Jem didn't even flinch. Instead, she raised a leg and kicked at the spell, catching it with her foot. The impact hit her hard enough that a novice would stumble, but instead she twisted with the impact, flipping bodily away. By the time she landed again, she had a ball of flame in her own hand, ready to throw it. Caretaker stepped in, then, and I kept moving towards the entrance. It was hard a struggle, almost, to keep on my feet. Reminded me a little of my first few weeks here, after so long picking plants and fighting mud crabs. Jem noticed me, and waved. I waved back at them, before making my way to the door. I knocked or tried, my fist barely impacting against the door. I ended up releasing a pulse of magicka instead. Eventually, a few minutes later, Devate opened the door. Mary, he said. Or. Well. Not Mary. No, it's me, I said. Trying out a new shadow magic trick. Long-range astral projection. He asks, then frowns. No, even if you did take after the Sijiks, their projections can't interact with the physical world. Or use magicka as you had. I opened my mouth to explain. A transliminal mirror aspect rooted through oblivion, perhaps. No, I'm not sensing any creatia. Or did you double-layer your dream self? Awaken in the dream sleeve and dreaming yourself back to Tamriel? I seem to recall seeing a disturbance there during the blight. Nope, you say, and I think that was Vorin Dagath hopped up on the heart. Ah, that makes sense. He says. I don't have a dream link, so you're not contacting me that way. And you'd have to be extremely detailed for me to think I was awake, anyway. And you're not nearly that detailed. Thanks, I drawled. You've extended your shadow here, perhaps under the possibility that you could have traveled here. Then you, have your own shadow pretending to be you, to cause a sympathetic resonance, a mantling endeavor. Wouldn't that cost you valuable, what did you call it? Potentia. It would, if I haven't discovered a way to convert magicka into potentia and back, I responded. He grinned. Tell me more. Apparently, Manimarco does the same thing. Only he uses his necromancy to raise a corpse, and imprint himself on it to manifest. The worm is still around, then? Devate asks, casually flicking his wrist. The telekinetic assembly continued plunking ash yams into the pot, spicing and slicing them, holding them all individually. Is he always so needlessly enigmatic? I huffed, even as my shadow began to dissolve in its chair for a moment. Every time he's about to actually explain something, he runs away. He says that he owes me for something, but not why. Well, something extremely strange happened, several weeks ago. Devate said. It shook the face of Orbis, in a way only the most thaumaically attuned of us could perceive. Did you have anything to do with that? When exactly? Near the beginning of Frostfall, he said. I triangulated the location to northern Skyrim. Ah. I said. In Sarthal. Yes. He responded. Since then, some unusual things have been happening. You're being particularly nondescript, I said, finally. You usually don't use words such as strange or unusual. He gave me something of a consternated look. Because I don't quite understand what it actually is, he said. What did you find? Well, I paused. Do you know of LYG? LYG does not exist. It has never existed. He says. That is, I'm not saying that it's a myth of some kind. It is a realm, one of the adjacent places that is defined as having never existed. Right. I said. And my variant of shadow magic interacts with possibility and things that might exist, but don't. So something that might have existed was a gateway, created by creatures that never existed, in an attempt to come here? To Tamriel. You went inside. I went inside. Mary. He said, suddenly stern. Did you just tell me that for a short time, you went to a location that specifically is in a state of having never existed? Yes. So for a time, you didn't just not exist, you were never existent for that moment? He said. Oh. I said. Oh shit, did I accidentally break the... You didn't break the dragon. He said. If it were as simple as that, I would have known what it was. He says. It sounds like you did the equivalent of... I'm not sure of the analogy. Fed the dragon skooma, perhaps. Then he sighs. But if you hadn't been able to come back, then you never would have existed. Me and Yagram's experiments would have failed, I would have gone on normally, and that Khajiit probably would have stolen all of my Daedric armor. And climbed up the tower, instead of levitating like a normal person. Then he suddenly frowns. Or perhaps that's why you arrived. He said. Perhaps before you emerged from LYG, you were actually never here. That might have been your first true moment here on Tamriel, and everything was retroactively applied. What? No, I see now. He says. The Jills must have been struggling to readjust for your non-existence and re-existence again, and that reshuffled the results of the warp in the west. Shuffled them how? Made them the same as they always had been. He said. From our mortal perspective, anyway. I frowned, tapping my shadowy fingers against the table. Food for thought. He says. Speaking of, I should get the girls. Dinner is nearly ready. All right, I said. Mind if I join you guys? Can you even eat in that form? He asked. I mean, you can, certainly, but I'm not sure you have the physicality. I made a symbol with my hand, the ritual marking for the mark spell. Ah. Very clever. He said. Sling your shadow somewhere to mark it, then recall whenever you want. If I can trim down the spell schema, I won't even need to mark anything. I said. Just recall myself to a place I could have theoretically marked in an alternate past. Devate scoffs, rolling his eyes. You kids and your thaumaturgical breakthroughs. Speaking of, after dinner, let's go cure Yagram and the rest of the guys still left in the Corpusarium. I said. Devate froze. I'm sorry. He asked. I grinned. Illusion magic to cure the mind. Flesh crafting magic to cure the body. And the spirit? He asked. The divine disease is just that Dagathor may not be an Ur-god anymore, but those badly injured by Corpus still have the blight in them. You have your potion, yes? I asked. He blinked. That was a failure. It only worked on the Nrivaran due to prophecy and God's meddling. We'll have God's meddling with this one too, I grinned. I focused on the blue diamond, Chimel Garjig. The Neverstone of high royalty, the heart of the wheel's one and only Untower. There were plenty of gods that never existed, after all. I said, blue light emanating from my hand. And at least one tower, with at least one stone. I didn't come back from LYG empty-handed. Devada's eyes widened and my shadow evaporated, the power too much for such a meager container, leaving me sitting in my tower in Telvand. Recall, I said, and teleport the way this time in body, rather than mind. I had some ashyam scuttle stew to eat, after all. And to show off, too. And, I didn't have any good names for Lesser Magna GE, so I stole some from some Skyrim mods. Recall, I said and rippled through space, reappearing a few feet away. I focused, my shadow extending out as far as it could anywhere my shadow fell, I could feel a potential location, a place I could have marked. With some more focus, I locked it into my mind, poured magicka in through the nothing stone, receiving just enough potentia to make it real just long enough. Recall, I said again, landing next to Devate Fyr. The Telvanni Grand Magister simply levitated, his arms folded behind his back, swiftly enough that I'd have to jog to keep up with him. Instead, I let my shadow stretch out, as far as it could, and focused again. Recall. Will you please settle down? Devate asked, frowning. Your recall spell is much clumsier than I recall it being. It's like the transliminal equivalent of nails on a chalkboard. I sighed, and allowed Shadowren to reshape itself into a pair of wings. It was strange, but somehow the practice let me control my levitation spell a bit more easily. I cast Levitate instead, fast enough to keep up with Devate. Sorry, I said. I'm only altering all of reality to believe I've marked a location that I hadn't. It's like trying to cast 3 spells at once, focus-wise. It will be much easier if you refine your teleportation magic, he says. Practice it until your reverberations are as subtle as you can get them, and that will make it much easier to travel through narrower spatial breaches, and thus it will require less magicka, and very likely less potentia. Or you could teach me a teleportation spell that doesn't require the mark and recall spells, I said. Like shift gates or something that lets you open standing portals. Is that even a possibility? You're aware of those? Vaguely. I said. I know there's one in the Imperial Dungeon somewhere. You mean there used to be, he said. The Emperor's foolish champion jumped through a few decades ago. Ate the entire thing on her exit. Oh. I said. But there's still a way to cast, say, freestanding portals or the like. Shift gates will do, he says. You'll need an extremely good memory, or an orrery, in order to cast an accurate shift gate. Related to the stars, then? I asked. He nodded. Trust me. Landing on Secunda is not a good result, he says. The creatures there are not good. There are monsters on Secunda. Devate halted, and then gestured toward the door. It didn't open, just clicked once. Devate frowned, gestured again toward one of the hanging lanterns near the door. It turned, slowly, until the hollow, empty backside of the lantern was visible. Yupse knows she isn't to be entering the Corpusarium. He says. Fool girl always remembers to lock it up, but she never puts the key where it's supposed to be. I reach toward the empty hole in the lantern, where the key isn't, and decide to reach into it, into the possibility that she had remembered the key there, but before I could, Devate simply shrugged and flicked his fingers at the door, which unlocked and opened itself. Ah. I said. Did you think me incapable of an unlocking spell? He asks. Nah, just trying to help. You're the one who designed and will be using the spells in question, Devate said. Save your magicka and your focus. Sure, sure. I said. Let's go cure some diseases. My memory spell churned in my mind, clairvoyance showing me the stars. A perfect sphere of neon sky at this day and time. A magical sphere of lights, visible only to my eyes. I stood in the darkest chamber beneath Tel Fyr, soul gems hovering in braziers, lit only by mage light. Behind me, the flickering lights danced off of Ygrim's armor. The Dwemer was shorter than me, with his body completely repaired, his beard intricately styled. Even now, he was laughing and cheering, clapping his hands against Devate's side. Zeronir, Astitu. I intoned slowly, drawing a line through the sky. 2 stars in my mind's eye connected a direct line through the stars. Alaskana, Ilmazi. Another 2 connected, leading directly to an X in front of me. Devate nodded slowly. Magicka wove between my fingers a cat's cradle of strands. I fed them, slowly, into the center of the X. Crackling, whirling open, a gate slowly, unstably began to open. Devate flinched, slightly, and I felt a slight buzz in my teeth. Careful, he said. Remember to feed it just enough magicka. Got it, I murmured and slowly, carefully fed the portal. My shadow poked through and I felt the portal quiver before me, extending further and further into the distance. Then, I felt it reach where I needed my shadow, tasted the fresh air and green grass. I stopped it. The shift gate didn't travel through oblivion, like most forms of teleportation. Instead it burrowed straight through the surface of Nirn, a portal digging through a dimension that barely existed. It shuddered and I felt the shift gate finalize. If you wish to sustain it, feed the outer matrix of the portal magicka. A soul gem or Varla stone will work as well, consuming more magicka the longer you wish it to last. If you keep it connected to your personal magicka, it will continue freestanding. Devate said. Ygrim, are you sure? Of course I'm sure, he said. The Dwemer was much easier to listen to, now that his tongue and cheeks were no longer corpus infected. I've got to repay the girl somehow, and I'm quite curious indeed. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. I said. And I've already marked your tower for when I wish to come back, friend, Yagrum said, clapping Devada's shoulder again. I just want to go out and breathe the air with new lungs. Somewhere away from that blasted volcano. Marked? Devade asked, a little curious. I was under the impression that you felt magic was too unreliable a tool. Bah, I've had my mind back for years now, Yagrum said, holding up a small Dwemer device, a dagger with the gimbals in the rear. He spun it once, and it began to sing a tonal song, a spatial reorientation song. Hidden within the tunes was a protonym, I could tell. I've heard enough of you mages talking about transliminal this, neonymic that. I was wandering the outer realms before you even left the Sigix, Devate. A recall device. He said. Ingenious. But do remember to speak Tamrelic. Wouldn't want a mage to think you're more than some Bosmer and kidnap you. Don't worry about me. Yagrum said, but he did change back from his native Dwemerus. So, human girl. You say this portal will take us to our destination? Approximately. I responded. He shrugged and without any hesitation, stepped through. I felt the shift gate shudder, as it took through a lot of Dwemer metal and the mass of the dwarf's weight. Take care of him, Devate said. Don't worry. I said. The two of you brought me into this world, remember? He's like my favorite uncle. Oh, then what am I? I winked. My second favorite. Then I stepped through the shift gate, the process ripping me forward in space, disconnecting me from the portal and closing it behind me. The two of us skidded to a stop, suddenly finding it an hour or two earlier, relatively speaking closer to noon than the evening. Yagrum was breathing deep, eyes closed, even as goblins were stepping out of the ruins. He was smiling, looking at the open air, the sky. Two of the goblins charged, and before I could even react, Yagrum Bagarn raised his clenched fist toward them. The sleeve of his armor hissed, and bolts shot from his arm, killing the goblins instantly. Whew, he said, letting go of the air in his lungs. What a wonderful day. What was it we were looking for, girl? I told him. More and more goblins came pouring out of the ruins. Cess Allen, I said, and 5 scamp-scaled variants of Cess Allen burst into existence, each with their own duplicates of his weapon. Please begin to clear out the ruins. Articulate, scorpion tail-shaped arms came winding out from Yagrum's armor, arching over his back to point at them. Your empire won't complain. Not if I return it to them when we're done, I said, casually blasting a goblin with lightning. Yagrum's left articulated shoulder arm began firing dozens of thin, narrow darts at high speeds, piercing wounds rippling through the goblins. It wasn't even a real fight. Very well, then. He says. And what if we can't find this gate that you're looking for, or it's too damaged to use? Then we fly. I said, pointing straight up. Yagrum glanced. Then frowned, and pulled out a spyglass, looking nearly straight up. A goblin came close, and his other articulated arm, without his control at all, pointed at the goblin, in a momentary stream like a spritz of hissing, virulent flame erupted, sending the goblin on the ground howling. He casually pointed his wrist at it, and put the thing out of its misery, before looking back up again. Seems like a fixer-upper. He said, but we'll put it back together all right. In the sky, tens of thousands of feet up, still hovering between the edges of Nirn and the beginnings of the void, was the ruins of the Imperial Battle Spire. This is that weir gate, is it? Yagrum asked, peering down at the ruined, blasted stone sitting at the bottom of the crater. There were tons of meteoric glass surrounding it, broken shards of what looked like uncut soul gems, or Varla stones, but when I touched them with my shadow, peering into possibility, I could tell that they used to be made out of a single long crystal. It looks like it, I said. These crystals looked like they were feeding magicka into the gate. Allied engineering. Pa. He scoffs. Worthless. Magicka rerouting architecture, clumsily reworked. No need for it. Any better idea? Why bother with overcomplicated dimensional effects? We need 4 motive cores, 1,000 yards of silk, something to make a carriage. It'd be simpler to just get it working long enough to get up there, I said. We can build an airship later. Fine, fine. He says. He leans down and lifts an impossibly heavy chunk of concrete next to the platform of the gate, heaving it up. His armor hissed, steam coming from the shoulders, and with impossible strength, more power than even Cess Allen had, his bulky form threw the stone aside, revealing another long crystal, this one buried. Dynamo core, he barks. I dig into my sea of maybe, and pull one out, handing it to him. He appraises it, tilting it from side to side. Then nods, and pulls a silver strand of coil from his wrist. Yagrum knelt down, and after a few seconds, he coils the silver around the crystal. It reminded me of having to jump my truck, back on Earth, seeing him slammed clamps down on the crystal, twisting knobs to keep them in place, winding the other end of the cabling around the outer rim of the dynamo core. Shock spell. He said, tapping on the red core of the dynamo core. I step forward and blast the core with lightning. The dynamo core began to whirl, fast quickly, the rims sparking. Yagrum tapped it once with a hammer. A loud gong sounded and suddenly, the silver cable was Dwemer metal. Where it had been coiled around the meteoric glass crystal, now it looked like it had infested it, like moss growing on a stone. You know, if the moss was the brownish brassy color of Dwemer metal, and the stone was glowing yellow. The center of the Weirgate suddenly shuddered, gleaming with light. It surged with power and magicka, and slowly carefully started to shift. Stone and rubble from the ruins moved as it pushed itself up, into place where the Weirgate had been, back when it was functional. It will last for one transfer, Yagrum said, heaving the stone back into place. Fine with me, I said. I extended my shadow through it and made my shadow walk like me. On the other side of the Weirgate, through the possibility that I could travel there, I simply marked the location. Then I gestured. You can be the one to go through. Wonderful. He said. It's no airship, but it'll do. Ah, and make sure to throw up a shield. A shield? Why? He crouched and then leapt, his armor moving unusually lightly for long enough for him to land on the levitating platform of the Weirgate. Then, he became an orb. A sphere of light, spatially contained within his own temporary, free-floating plane of oblivion. It shot straight up, into the sky and into the battle spire. The Weirgate cracked straight in two, and the meteoric glass shuddered, shaking in place, cracks lining the edges. Oh, shit! I said. I made a symbol with my hands, and recalled to a place I'd never actually been. The battle spire was ruined. The Weirgate may have been intact down below before Yagrum blew it up, but the other side was nothing but ruins. A crater, and a skeleton of a tower reaching to the sky, barely attached to the natural landscape of the battle spire, a tall, curved surface. It was shaped, roughly, like a pentagon, if you ignored the collapsed passages, the rubble, the broken towers. Long dead skeletons lay strewn about. Rusted metal, broken arms and armor. All artifacts of 30 years ago. Well, this place is quite ruined, Yagrum said, looking around. All rock and enchantments, but the enchantments are all dead. Nothing's lasted. Place must have been magicka rich, back in the day. You Imperials don't build much to last, do you? Maron Stagon tapped into this place, attaching himself to its magic. The backlash when Batlemage Malvisor cut him off was pretty big. Like I said. Not built to last. Thanchand would have survived something like that, and my uncle was the one that built that one. Yagrum responded, chuckling. He was a terrible architect. I closed my eyes for a moment, weaving a spell. Detect souls. Detect magicka. When I opened my eyes again, I couldn't see anything. No evidence of life. No spirits, barely any enchantments. No life. Nobody. I said. Did you think there'd be someone hiding out here? Being careful, I said. There could have been a Daedra hiding out here still. Ah, good point, he said. Come on. I see where the energy's going. We'll find that so-called anchor you're looking for. With Cecilan's help, and Yagrum's brute strength, the three of us pushed through ruined hallways. Eventually, we effectively dug our way into a dark, enclosed chamber, to a door whose enchantment ceased to work without any magicka. Through here, Yagrum said. Cecilan dug his claws under one side of the doorway. Yagrum unattached a crowbar from his hip, and dug it under the edge of the other side of the door. Together, they hefted it off the ground and slowly, carefully pried it open. There it was. A vein, a pulsing organ, like Lorcan's beating heart. A gem. One of 5 and the only still running, the only one keeping the battle spire still in the void. It looked familiar. So familiar. At the tip of my tongue. I knew this crystal. Well, here it is. Yagrum said, leaning close at it. Strong. Reliable. Steady. Whoever built this did good work. Zerrer Arcturus, I said, slowly. He built the battle spire. This his magnum opus. No, I said. The Mantellum was twice as brilliant, twice as beautiful. So, you said you had a plan. Yagrum said. Let's see how you plan on fixing this place up. I'll need a bit of help, I said, forcing myself to glance away from the gem. According to the records from the blades, this anchor isn't working at full power. Everything else it can output, I need fed into an item I've built. Really? He asks. Show me. I pulled out my staff. Yagrum glanced at it. Looked it over. Flicked one of the gimbals, listening to the light hum. I don't get it. He said, finally. It looks like you enchanted a motive core to sing. You're using all 28 high tones and 60 lesser tones. All at once. They will inhibit each other, counteract themselves. Is that all? Trust me, I said. He nodded, and we got to work. When it was done, the staff was mounted to a base made of Dwemer metal, pulsating waves of magicka wavering between the base and the battle spire's anchor. I felt it. I've completed it. He says. You should have all the magicka you desire. All right. I said. I stepped forward, my shadow rippling as Wraithguard slipped back onto my hand. I put my hand on the staff, and the telekinesis enchantment buzzed into the gimbal. They whirred and spun, a hum beginning to sound, then a ring. Then it began to sing. A meaningless song. A worthless one. One that didn't mean anything. Like every note playing at once gibberish. Nonsense. Then I put my other hand, the one wearing Wraithguard, and closed my fingers around it. Wraithguard began to resonate with it. Blocking unwanted backlash. Unwanted sounds. Impossible. Yagrum said, eyes shining. How could? Mortal magic, I said. Dwarven science. My stolen divinity. And all together. Possibilities expanded, stretching outward. There was a small, but slight chance that any given tone could fail. A small, but slight chance that any specific note would cease to be. And 1,000 monkeys typing on 1,000 keyboards could reprogram and re-release Skyrim all over again, if you deleted their errors. Chimel Garjig, I intoned. Yagrum's eyes widened. My shadow expanded, and I ate everything but what I wanted to happen. Making them cease to be. If you reduce something from everything, all that's left is everything else. Tonal anti-causality. He sputtered, after a moment. But it's not pos. Fortify, I sang, eating everything except mental fortification. Just long enough to crystallize my mind. My mind buzzed, memories of poring over scrolls at the blades, looking over Zerren's ancient schematics. Detect, I sang, and the battle spire rang through my mind, a visualization of the tower as it is. Feather, I sang, and gravity ceased to exist. Normally limited by magicka, the power increasing the effect and radius, but connected to the anchor as I was, it affected the entire battle spire. Rubble began to float in place. Telekinesis, I sang, and everything began to move, shifting all under my control, my will, as I slid it into place. If I hadn't fortified my mind, it would have been too complex, too busy, too large. But I had more magicka than I'd ever dreamed of, and a fortification spell more powerful than what I could achieve alone. And finally, disintegrate, I ate. All that was left was the opposite of disintegration. Reconstruction. Stone fused together, cracks disappearing as the tower shuddered, gold-white. I smirked, even as the battle spire reconstructed itself, putting itself back together. Hey! I'd stumbled upon Cecilan's allied reconstruction spell, on sheer accident. Now, I said, voice reverberating through the room as the staff echoed my words. Let's go reactivate those other anchors. Get a real source of magicka going. What could you do with that? He asked. What couldn't I? I purred. Yagrum shuddered. The horizon was endless. The mountains poked up through the cloud layer below Vilathai, Snowthroat, even the top of the white gold tower were visible. Aetherius washed past us, streams of power feeding into the 5 active anchors. The stars in their blazing light blazed down on us. The battle spire was operational. The gate's giant arches that used to lead to the other realms floated around me, as I hovered in place. The original design of the battle spire wasn't meant for training Imperial Battlemages. It was meant to be a gateway. A bridge to easy access to Oblivion, a way for Zerren Arcturus to train lesser mages in the arts of conjuration. But the man was a genius. All of us combined could just grasp at his ankles, a simple training facility for him, an artifact to everyone else. He'd stumbled into something great. I hovered at the top of the dome, feeling the shield, both physical and metaphysical, that kept the battle spire separate from both Tamriel, the Void, and Aetherius. A perfect balance between them, a bubble kept intact by the same forces in conflict there. In a very real way, this wasn't Mundus anymore. It wasn't a plane of oblivion, either, but it was somewhere between. Yagrum was out by the star galley, his hammer letting out rhythmic beats, throbs of a heartbeat, as I washed more piles of metal and steel toward him, the dwarf battering it into Dwemer metal. While you needed a proper silver-gold alloy for true resonant Dwemer metal, rust and iron was easy enough for him to turn into the heavy, bulky stuff to use as casing and carriages. His airship was already taking shape, though we'd only been here a few days. I felt an intrusion poking in through the shield. A familiar presence, buzzing at the edges of the shield. Back in my body, locked at the center of the anchors, both hands grasping my staff, I opened my eyes for a moment to glance at the stars above. My shadow levitating near the top of the tower also turned her head, looking upward. I needed mortal eyes to see the stars properly, and a familiar comet was covering the central eye of the warrior sign. I closed my eyes again, and let the presence through. My shadow's eyes opened, and together we saw a pile of bones assemble themselves, an alien presence running through it. It stood up, red cloth pulling itself out of nothing, wrapping around Manimarco's form. He stood, stretched for a moment, and then slowly, carefully began to applaud. The magicka in the air was mine, under my command, and will all of it filtered through my mithril staff. Brilliant. Phenomenal. Manimarco said. He licked his lips. I'm very impressed. You've achieved a very temporary, very limited form of apotheosis. The second walking way. I said. The battle spire rang with my voice. He frowned. I never understood that one. It's the walking way of being a badass. The way of being such a fucking badass that the world starts to cave in with your presence. I don't. He frowned. Consider the world's greatest alchemist. I said. The ideal alchemist, capable not only of eking out every possible virtue from an ingredient, but able to make them work together in such a way that improves the effects of each potion he makes. All right, I'll consider that, he says. How is that relevant? Now consider that he is also the world's greatest enchanter. Able to make an enchantment with perfect skill and magical conduction, no matter the quality of his material. Are you claiming to be such? This hypothetical person proceeds to enchant a pair of gloves to fortify his alchemy. And then brews a potion to improve his enchanting, just to drink. And then enchants a ring, again to fortify alchemy. And so on, so forth, growing with each potion and each item. Manimarco frowned. If he was already as skilled as possible for a mortal to be, the enchantments would have no effect. And what if it did work, despite that? I asked. He blinked. What if his enchantment was so perfect that it broke through that limitation? Infinite recursion. Unlimited power. Is that even possible? No, it's not, I said. But doing it anyway is the second road to godhood. Doing the impossible, He asked. Is that what you call this ascension? It's temporary, and very unstable. I said. Messing up would kill me, so I'm expending a great deal of shadow magic to make such failures impossible. I'm breaking the rules. In a lot of ways, actually. Doing things this way devours an incredible amount of magicka. Almost as much as the Emperor's champion would use to get rid of a scamp. Manimarco snickered. Is that why I'm unable to recover magicka here? He asked. You're consuming it all. There is more than enough magicka, I said. I'm just not allowing anybody to absorb it. How can your willpower be so strong? He asked. I'm quite good at fortification magic, I said. Why are you here, Manimarco? I'd hoped to see some of Zerrer Arcturus's work. He said. I'd been enemies with the man for many years, but his skill is not to be denied. Well, you can look. On one condition. I said. I'm listening, he said. You've been catty enough about it. Tell me what you supposedly owe me for. Ah, very well, he says. He clears his throat, even as the rest of the bones assembled themselves into a chair. He sat down, and glanced up at me. You gave me the totem of Tiber Septim, allowing me control of the Numendium. What? The warp in the west must have done quite some damage to you, he said. The version of you I knew wasn't the version that counted. I had godhood, but the dragon had broken and history never remembered you. But that wasn't the only version of you, during the warp, was there? When I knew you when I'd played pranks, having my thralls stuff letters in your mouth, you were an Argonian man. Harris Bloodscale. You were quite sneaky. An illusion mage, hiding and casting spells in the dark. I froze. That was one of my Daggerfall characters. Back when I'd been sitting at home. Playing the game. One where I'd given the totem to Manimarco. Of the Bloodscale tribe, I believe, he said. I only know it was you because the essence of your soul was one I recognized. What were the others? I asked, my voice weak. I don't remember them quite as well, Manimarco said, since I'd barely interacted with them, but then he started to talk. High Elf. A Mage. Morla. Her class was a strong one, since I'd given it the critical weakness to paralysis drawback that was bugged with Altmer. I'd given the totem to the Gurtwag king of the orcs. Nord. Warrior. Loyal to Uriel, he'd given the totem to Bryciena. She'd given it to Uriel. Kajiat. Acrobat. Anetis. King Edwire of Wayrest. I'd gotten every ending. I'd played a lot of Daggerfall as a kid, after all. I'd kept going back. And Manimarco knew them. He'd known them all. I was the agent. Then, the last one. The most distant reality, the one that the Jills didn't keep anything of. Was the one where Maria, a Breton woman of no notable skill or ability, took Numendium for herself. What? I asked. I didn't remember playing that one. But I remembered holding the Mantella, the Underking's soul, in my hands. I was the agent. She ceased to exist, then. He shrugged. I'm not certain what happened next, but I believe whatever Devate and Yagram pulled from oblivion that day was what was left. What the dragon had discarded. My shadow shuddered, and then fell apart. I all but sat down, hands still on the staff. Manimarco just hummed, folding his hands behind his back as he started to examine the battle spire. Which was, of course, when I felt the barrier between Mundus and Oblivion start to shudder. Start to shake. Start to fall apart. I stood up straight and looked, down, far below. The Imperial City below the clouds was wreathed in a bulk of darkness, in a thick mist of haze and shadow. I could feel it, as close to the barrier as I was. The dragon fires were failing. Sashi, the Emperor's champion, was in a bad mood. She tapped her feet against the ground, the staff of chaos and order orbiting her body. Everyone stood around her, terrified. Petrified. The princes, the silly mortal men that Uriel had asked her to protect like they were innocent puppies or something, were all frozen, staring down at the pile of burning corpses on the ground. "Come on," she said. Was that it? Then, the ground began to shake, as more cultists smashed into the room, killing the guards. Sashi grinned. Finally. She crowed, a real challenge. She raised her hand, and incanted. Arch-Cercinate. Kirat felt the world shake and shudder. Something was wrong. She stood, straight, as quickly as she could. And a scamp burst into existence next to her. She had it lifted by the throat in a second, as Voron smashed his way through the inn's door. "No. Don't kills me." The scamp calls. "Eyes from Divi." "Creeper?" Kirat asked. "Eyes got message. Divi fear says that it's starting." "It's starting. The firmament is damaged." Voron says. "I can feel it. The destroyer comes." "Well, then," Kirat said, pulling out a scroll Devate Fyr had given her a long time ago. "Let's go break into the Deadlands." For once, she wasn't stealing something. She was doing the exact opposite. He'd been warned. They'd all been warned. Manatsoni had spoken to them, warned them in confidence. Martin's magical sense wasn't as refined as hers. Clearly she'd never talked much about her early history, but she was the one that taught him to feel magic, to sense the energies of the world. It was something that his entire practice as a wizard was based off of. He could feel his spells, and through painstaking years of work, he'd built it together into something that worked. He wasn't a destruction mage. Or a conjurer. His skills were rather limited as far as combat went, for the most part. He wasn't a true wizard. More a scholar than a practitioner. He wasn't talented like Mary or Jana were. But he had his friends. His allies. His network. He was good with people. He was compassionate. Caring. Some people even called him kind, moral to a fault. Hannibal stood at his side. Raminus Polus was back at the Arcane University, along with the associates, the apprentices, other scholars and the mages not combat capable. Beyond that, families of mage guild members. Anyone who came seeking protection would find it there. The wards there would protect them. Martin was nowhere near safe. Instead, he was at the gates to the Imperial City watching the shadowy, hissing barrier keeping everyone trapped inside. The Imperial Guard was fighting, attacking one of the portals that had already opened. They could deal with the Dremora one by one, alone, even as healers were assisting them whenever someone got injured. But, raising from the ground, a second portal began to open. Martin frowned, watching as the arching, alien bones rose from the ground. He felt the barrier between worlds shudder, even as a hole began to bore itself into Tamriel. The Mages Guild of Cyrodiil stood together, staves in hand. The magicka in the air was wearing thin, as mages absorbed the energy in the air, preparing. "Conjurers!" Hannibal called. "Banishments," as one. A dozen spellcasters began to cast. The portal widened and shuddered, shaking in place. The bone cracked twisting, beginning to go back to the Deadlands. Then, a second later, it continued. "Rotations." Hannibal belted out. "One at a time. Keep banishing." One after the other, in sequence, mages began to weave to cast and to hold back the portal that was opening in front of them. Hannibal had them ordered, kept in line. Which is when a figure in red leapt from the shadows, a bound dagger in his hand, shooting toward Hannibal. He wasn't fast enough to react, neither was Hannibal, or the two battlemages protecting them on each side. Hannibal went down, the dagger slamming deep into his spine. The battlemages swiftly drew their weapons, eliminating the assassin. Healers rushed over. The conjurers were getting tired. The stress was getting to them. "Captain," he transmitted, telepathically. "The portal will be opening soon. We can't hold it back much longer." The captain looked back to him and nodded. "Take care of Hannibal," Martin said. The healer nodded and Martin moved, stepping toward the front. "Conjurers!" Martin called. "Back. Recover, and then protect yourselves. Don't expect banishment magic to work on anything coming through the gate." Then, he began to pick up speed. His telepathy expanded and orders began spilling from him. War mages, preparing their attacks. Illusionists, rallying the Imperial Guard. Healers and mystics, in the back ready to heal anyone that got injured. Martin Septim had no talent for magic. It was all hard-earned, something developed over years, a struggle to keep up. Telepathy was simple, when you spoke to one person. But it took a special kind of mind to connect to more than that. It took an impossible kind of mind to connect all of them. He may not have had talent with magic, but he did have a different kind of talent. Martin Septim was a man that knew people. He connected to them, in more ways than one. His magic was just an extension of that. Martin Septim was a man that could bring people hope. And that's all that mattered. The gate opened, and Dremora poured through. With 1,000 hands, and 1,000 eyes, the Mages Guild stood together. She sat in a jail cell. It was dark. It was dingy. She'd been crying. It was a stupid mistake. A silly one. She'd seen someone she admired do a trick, once. She wanted to do the same trick. She thought she figured out how it worked. It got away from her. Then everyone was yelling. Now she'd be stuck here for 2 whole weeks. There was something strange, going on above. She could feel it, a buzz in her teeth, her hypersensitivity roiling as something shook apart, falling away. You, she heard someone say, I've seen you. Let me see your face. She looked up and her eyes widened. It was the Emperor himself. She'd only seen him from far away, when he rode out to meet with someone. You are the one from my dreams, he said. Then the stars were right, and this is the day. Gods give me strength. She stammered, looking up. What? Emilie had no idea what was going on. It passed as they had foreseen. The dawn had acted, finally, using the tools and assistance they had granted it. The Oblivion crisis had begun. Their creatures, their hands and feet were out in the world. The heretic would die. The hero would be doomed to madness. The blood of the dragon would be eliminated. Time would break once more. And the Hist would be watching. Emilie scrambled through the caves beneath the Imperial City, a heavy, oversized sword dragging along the ground behind her as she ran. Behind her, 2 scamps chased her, cackling and yipping, their goat-like legs giving them extra speed. She turned the corner of the dungeons, hearing them yelling after her. Flare! She yelled, hoping that calling out the name of the spell would make it more powerful, make it do more. That was one of the theories that the prince made, as far as she'd recalled. She didn't expect the weak, pathetic ball of fire she normally cast to become a streak of flame, like a shooting star, blasting into the lead scamp and sending it onto its back, disintegrating as its body returned to the nothingness from which it had come. The second scamp stumbled, Emilie panted, panicking. Her heart was almost singing, the high-pitched noise it made now, instead of beating. The scamp was just close enough and Emilie yelled, thrusting her palm at it. Cold touch! She yelled, a wave of frosty ice emanating from her hand. The scamp hissed, backing away as its skin froze over. Emilie followed that up with a yelled shield, barricading the small tunnel with a force field. Her magicka, already stronger than most, was running out, as the scamp started to batter at it. Behind it, Emilie saw the strange, small red gate in space. Her eyes widened, as she saw more scamps begin to come out. The portal was too small for anything else. But there were a lot. Too many. Way too many. She gripped the sword tightly, screwing her eyes shut, focusing on holding the shield. She dug deep into her own mind. Everything she could think of, all of her ideas. It kept going back to one thing. To one idea. She'd seen Master Wizard Maria pull something out of nothing, before. Making it out of thin air during one of her lectures. Her new heart, her Nirnroot core. It let her taste the effect. Smell it. It seemed simple, a really useful type of alteration. She didn't know how the spell worked really, or how she was able to convert nothing into something, so she'd spent a few days tweaking it, trying to rewrite the spell, turn it from nothing into something to something into something. She'd succeeded with the Briar Heart ritual, after all, so Emilie decided she was good at rewriting magic. So one day, sitting across the street from a grocer, enjoying her food, she'd tried it. Just a simple experiment, turn her dry, tasteless bread into a copy of the watermelon she'd wanted. A conversion spell. It worked. So she decided to try it again, this time to see if she could make more food out of something small. So she'd decided to do it to the crumbs. 1 watermelon for each crumb. She thought it would be a wheelbarrow's worth. It was more. A lot more. Exponentially more. Flooding the streets, and now she was here. She picked up a small clump of dirt from the caves. Her magicka spiked as she wove another spell. She felt that same feel, that same smell from the spell she'd tried. She'd recreate the disaster that had her down here, only this time on purpose. The shield failed, finally, and swung the sword as hard as she could, letting go as it shot toward the scamps, the dirt she'd thrown alongside it spraying outward. Genesis! She yelled. She didn't know if it was the Master Wizard's name for the spell, but it was hers. The world seemed to shudder in place, reality flickering before her as Emilie's magic took over, the process she barely understood making reality quiver. Then one sword became 2, became 4, became 8, became 16. Her eyes blurred as the swords phased through each other, reality screeching as it doubled over and over and over again, swords duplicating themselves endlessly. Emilie turned and ran, a pouring wave of steel nipping at her heels. At least the duplicates kept the same speed and orientation as the original, so the wave was mostly going the other way. At least the swords didn't actively want to kill her, like the scamps, so it was still an upgrade, and it would stop eventually. Right? I'd been so close. The battle spire was operational, but it wasn't yet complete. The gates weren't in place, the seals, were gates, nothing was ready. It was structurally intact, and structurally sound, but that was it. It wasn't ready for the Oblivion crisis. Below me, I could see it. The Imperial City was surrounded with a sphere of energy. Dark power, dark magic. Shadow magic. Even now, my friends were in danger. Kirat would be breaking into the Deadlands. Martin, probably protecting whoever he could. And the Emperor was likely already dead, his amulet in the hands of some fledgling hero. I can't be everywhere. I can't save everyone. Not yet. Not from the battle spire. Not here. Manny Marco. Yes, my dear. He smiled. You have no love for the Daedric princes. None at all. The opposite, in many cases. Then I have a request. I can't be everywhere. I don't know where the Oblivion gates are opening, but I know Maron Stegon intends on invading Tamriel. I need you to raise your undead. Fight the forces of Maron Stegon. I'm afraid I can't do that, Maria. He responded. Why not? I may be a god. But I am also a leader. To do anything, to act, rashly would put my followers in danger. Queen Potma erected an army of the dead. I said. Are you a weaker necromancer than her? Manimarco's smile fell. The Wolf Queen had the assistance of Daedra herself, the god of worms responded. I have merely my followers, and my magicka comes merely from their worship. I do not have enough to do anything on a continental scale. Magicka is the problem, then? I asked. I took a step toward him and he took a step back. What? I shoved my hand into my shadow. The battle spire spooled around me, buzzing angrily. The anchors around me whined. Yagram's hammering stopped for a moment then continued. I pulled something out of my shadow. Something that I'd never seen before, something that shouldn't exist. The potentia cost for a moment was deep enough, hungry enough, that I staggered for a moment, even flooded with the magic of the battle spire. It shouldn't exist. It had never meant to exist. It had never existed before. Not even in LYG. But I'd seen the mantella. I'd seen the gems Zerrer had put together as the anchors of the battle spire. I'd seen the red diamond. Chimel Garjig, the nun stone. And I'd made a lot of Welkin stones, a lot of Varlaw stones, and meddled with a lot of soul magic. I'd seen the heart of Lorcan, even if the memory was sealed away. I pulled a crystal from my shadow. An unwieldy chunk of stone, larger than my head. It looked vaguely like a heart, a bulbous bottom, multiple chambers, with crystals poking straight up, like aorta. Larger than the colossal soul gem a different Manimarco would have made on a different day. What is that? He asked. What is a spire, but another word for a tower? I asked. Every tower needs its heart. My shadow sang. My staff whistled, and shuddered in place. But as the crystal levitated above me, I put both hands on the staff again. This is temporary, I said. But I demand your assistance. Who are you to demand anything from me? He asked, his smile falling. You owe me. I gave you the totem. Released the mantella. And the reward you promised me, never manifested. He frowned. The cost of what you are asking vastly outweighs the mere favor I owe you. And if I give you the tools you need? Can you? He asks. This structure is quite powerful, but it doesn't seem to do much but levitate and regenerate magicka. The latter could be useful, but you'd have to keep coming back to recover. One of the hovering, levitating stone archways, the many gates orbiting the top tower of the battle spire, slowly pointed straight up. Toward the necromancer's moon. Open, I said. The archway shuddered, and opened wide. A yawning shift gate reaching upward, ever upward. As far as it could go, and purple energy washed down over us. The revenants shade the energy of Manimarco's godhood. I looked up. Screaming spirits, raw anima rippling past the core. A sea of hollow souls, all washed clean by the dream sleeve. Are you threatening me? He asks. No matter what you do to my body, you cannot harm me. Don't be a fool. I'm a god. The gem shuddered under the violet light oozing through the shift gate, bathed in Manimarco's light. Soul trap, I said. and the crystal turned black. I ripped my staff from the mount Yagram had made, and slammed the black gem into the base. Manimarco raised both eyebrows. What? The battle spire wasn't mine anymore. It wasn't me anymore. A searing, brilliant beam of magica pure light and heat, filtered through the black gem shot straight up, through the shift gate. Manimarco froze. He closed his eyes. Then opened them. Maria, Maria. He says, slowly. His smile came back. I accept your request. I'll want it back, after this is over, I said. But you can keep the gem. Very well. He says. He held out his hand. A motion like a spellcaster working a spell. The comet in the sky, the revenant's shade, the necromancer's moon twinkled like a star all its own. Just in time, too. I felt a tingle in my soul, a tugging feeling. I'd enchanted an item for Uriel, one to call me if needed. A variant on my mark and recall spells, designed specifically for him. If he was calling me, then he wasn't dead. Not yet. I glanced at Manimarco, then put 2 fingers to my eyes, and pointed at him. Watching you. Recall. He just laughed as I was ripped away from the battle spire. Below the necromancer's moon, all across Tamriel, corpses began to rise. Far below the imperial city, below the sewers, in the ancient dungeons that used to be ruins, cold ancient stone and allied architecture left us barely illuminated. With a crack of light and sound, I appeared instantly aware that there were a handful of swords drawn toward me. Emperor Uriel Septim stood there, doing his best to keep his countenance together, but it was clear he was exhausted, leaning against a stone pillar. The blades stood there, weapons drawn for a moment. Lying on the ground were a handful of corpses, wearing the red robes of the mythic dawn. Good, you've arrived. Uriel said. The air felt thick. I hope I haven't taken you from anything important. If they'd given me just a week, this wouldn't be a problem. I snapped. What's going on? There are Daedra and assassins in the tunnels, Captain Renault said. What? I asked. There's no way. The dragon flame. It's already out. The barrier has been broken. No offense, sire, but that should only happen if you'd been killed. I don't suppose to know why that may be, Uriel said. I only know that we must hurry. My sons still live. A shrieking sound came from one of the sealed doors, and then it's blown open. A figure in red shot toward us. Physical enhancement magic raged through his body, allowing him to move despite the heavy bound armor he was wearing. Cess Allen. I hissed. My Daedra ripped its way into reality and brought his weapon up just long enough to block the man's mace. The mace throbbed with power and Cessalan's sword disintegrated, breaking apart in a single movement. Shit, I yelled, shooting forward, enhancing my own speed. The mace was an enigma. It had a banishment effect, somehow, but at the same time it was merely conjured. You couldn't enchant an item when it was conjured, not normally. Somehow, the 2 spell matrices were overlapping, their forms interlinked. Cess Allen grabbed the man, throwing him bodily away as 2 more members of the Mythic Dawn shot through the door, both carrying similar maces. They weren't moving like men did. They were almost being dragged forward. It wasn't them, moving. It was their armor. They were being dragged along by the vestiges in their bound armor. Cess Allen crossed his arms in front of his face as the mace slammed home, his body cracking, beginning to crumble. A lash of black, virulent energy ripped from Cessalan's cracked arm. It lashed out, ripping across the stone of the tunnels, ripping the Mythic Dawn in half. Next to him, Renault stabbed the prone member, the one Cess Allen had thrown. The last one charged toward the Emperor, Glenroy and Baruz, raising their swords and stepping in front. Fire bite. I heard a screech. A searing bolt from the middle of the darkness shot between the heads of the 2 blades, slamming into the member of the Mythic Dawn. He yelled, head ablaze, as he fell back. Shadowren twisted itself into a sharp-edged spear, and I put the last member out of his misery. The fight was over, but behind me, Cess Allen was twisting in place, his form beginning to bubble and roil. Send me back! Cess Allen yelled. Send me back! What? I asked. Why? Without the barrier, the entirety of my presence is here, he burbled. I felt something screech against my mind. Some bestial howling, an alien thing squirming inside Cessalan's presence. You mustn't summon me until the barrier is restored. I realized the nature of my contract with him. Cess Allen was bound to a new name, while I'd had him summoned and he had a new nature. It made him loyal, it made him willing to serve. But that meant leaving behind the portions of him that weren't loyal, that weren't willing to serve. The portions of him that were maddened and furious, that hungered for prey. Without the barriers between Nirn and Oblivion, his worst half could follow the rest of him here. Cessalan's head turned around and a single, bloodshot eye opened in the center of his face. Bloodshot, too many irises. The telepathic link between me and Cess Allen began to shudder, and pain raged through my skull. He began to pull, to rip from me. His form dissolved, and I released the vestige that I called Cess Allen. Name yourself. Bauruz turned, yelling toward the shadows. I'm not a Daedra. Came a girl's voice. I looked, night eye activating, and froze. The apprentice, the idiot who had replaced her heart with a Nirnroot. Emilie was the girl who would, in another time, become the champion of Cyrodiil. She will help us, Uriel said. She must help us. I know you put stock in your dreams, sire, Renault said. But she's just an apprentice of the Mages Guild. Master Manatsoni. The apprentice said, stepping out of the darkness. She was bruised and scraped, but the veins in her body were gleaming with light, singing like a Nirnroot. Behind her, the hole in the stone, a few old, rusty swords fell to the ground. She's already helped. Come here, miss. Uriel said. I frowned, looking back at the corpses of the mythic Dawn. Their bound equipment had vanished, but there was something strange about the spell work. I knelt, ripping back the Dawn's hood. A black-scaled Argonian lay underneath the robe. Its eyes opened. Black pupils stared up at me. Don't scare me like that, asshole. I said, stepping back. One after the other, the corpses of the mythic Dawn slowly begun to stand. Sire! Bauruz yelled. Where Uriel and Emilie had been talking, they turned toward us, seeing the mythic Dawn beginning to get back up. No, these aren't the assassins, I sighed. Anymore. Greetings again, Emperor Uriel Septim, the Argonian said, in Manimarco's voice. His elven accent was clearly audible. It is I, Manimarco. There's a moment of silence. Mary. Uriel said. I believe I have you to thank for this. Hey, if it saves people in the long run, it's worth it. I said. What's going on, above? There are no Oblivion gates outside of Cyrodiil, he says. In the corners of the continent, the barrier is intact. Gates may not be opened. That's silly. The dragon fires are all or nothing, aren't they? I asked. The Argonian corpse shrugged. What do we do with the prisoner? And the necromancer? Bauruz asked. With that single spell, Emilie has earned herself a pardon, don't you think? Uriel asked. We must go. With a nod, the blades began to move again, and I followed. Potions pulling themselves out of my shadow. Healing, fortify, everything. Stimulants and boosted power. I could feel it. Like the beating of Lorcan's heart, only it was my own. As we walked, as we continued onward, through the ruins, I could tell Uriel could feel it too. The wheel turning on fate. I know you have put much effort into protecting me, Dragon Guard. He said. Though I've never asked a thing of you. She's a meddler. It comes naturally to her, one of Manimarco's thralls said, in his voice. I ask this of you now. You know who the amulet is meant to go to. And you know who must carry it to him. No, I said. You'll have to give it to him yourself. I'm an old man, Maria. He says. I have lived well. My ghost will rest easy. A crack in space began to open. To widen. Instantly, ripping through space, a Dremora shot through. Power and might and skill, packed within the humanoid form it took. Mortal. It howled. I grabbed the Dremora by the throat, lifting it off the ground. I slammed a banishment spell into the portal, the ripple in space, and it sealed itself up, closing the transliminal gate between here and the Deadlands. Then I ripped the churl in half, the corpse evaporating before it hit the ground. I refuse. I said. Sire. The other blades and Emilie gave me a long, flat look. Manimarco just laughed, walking his three bodies forward. We were nearing the exit. Another ancient door opened, and we walked past a long dead shift gate, destroyed by J. Sashi back during the beginning of the interregnum. The wheel turned, and fate grew heavier and heavier on my shoulders. I could feel it. Twisting in on me. My shadows, the other potential realities dwindling around me, my possibilities limited. Bauruz opened a door and we all stepped through, Glenroy and Renault taking the rear. This was it. This was the room Uriel would die. And judging from his face, he could feel it too. Emilie. He says. What sign marked your birth? I was born under the sign of the apprentice, your majesty. She responded. I see, he said, smiling. Today, the apprentice will serve you at the Forge of Destiny. What does that mean? It means I have a request of you. He said. I know the stars, and I've seen my own. My death comes soon. Emilie paused. She frowned. No, she said. I don't think I'll do whatever you're asking. He frowned. The ground began to shudder, and shake. I looked up, forward. A shadow grew under the next door. It expanded, swelling, growing tall. When it faded, fury rose in my throat. There were three figures. A tall, powerful blue Daedra Azivlay, fist clenching and unclenching. A figure in the red robe of the mythic dawn, his face obscured by shadow and the last. What stood tall was a familiar face. A face I recognized. An Altmer, with a grotesque, twisted and alien arm. His grin was wide, teeth sharpened. Mankar Camoran. I'd killed him. I'd killed him. Mankar. I howled and shot forward. Magicka boiled in my veins, and time slowed. My shadow expanded, my staff ripping itself free. It began to warble, to whistle. He said nothing, he simply plunged his own hand into his shadow, and ripped free a red gem. Something I'd never seen. I didn't recognize it. Stepping in the way, one of the figures in the red robe stepped in the way. Then, a shield appeared before me. I slammed Wraithguard into it, Magicka balled in my fist. It didn't move. It didn't even shudder. My staff began to spool up, and I focused the radius of my control expanding, and stopping at the edges of the shield. Flee. Uriel said. His voice, for the first time since I'd met him, trembled. Go. Flee. All of you. He all but yelled. The hooded figure pulled back their hood, and smiled. He looked like an Altmer, with curled, lanky grey hair, but his eyes were brilliantly red, like a Dunmer. There was only one person I could think of that looked like that. Jagartharn raised a hand and the world melted around me. Emilie's hands shook. Master Wizard Maria Manatsoni vanished before her eyes. Gone. Simply gone. The giant blue Daedra thing was pounding on the blades, fighting them. Swords twisting through space, blurring in her eyes. Her heart rang loudly, and it felt like there was a pressure in the air. Like something inevitable was going to happen. Two of the most powerful wizards she'd ever seen stood on the far side of the room, watching as that single Daedra alone was pulverizing both the undead creatures and the blades. Flee, girl. Uriel said, pulling out the necklace from around his neck. It glinted, it smelled like the shrines. The shrine of Akadosh in Kvatch smelled the same way. It was the feel of the divine. She'd seen how Master Mary had been arguing with the Emperor, the entire time. Talking about fate and prophecy and the stars. Uriel thought he was going to die. Master Mary thought they should fight against it. One of the blades, the Reguard, was blown away, on his back. His breastplate was caved in, and he coughed blood from his lungs. The last of the undead was destroyed, and didn't get back up. This was beyond her. This was way, way beyond her. Take this to my son, Martin. Uriel said, holding out the necklace. Go. You must. Uriel, 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 the crazy red-eyed Altmer said, stepping closer. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Uriel stepped in front of her, raising his chin. It has, Tharn. Uriel responded. Your foolish champion is nowhere to be seen, is she? Fighting an endless amount of Daedra to protect your sons. She will tire and die, eventually. Jaysashi will be fine, Uriel said. And your blades? That witch? Will everyone around you die? The red-eyed Altmer glanced at her. Then he smiled a kindly smile that made her skin shiver. Who's the girl? An innocent, Uriel lied. Her fists shook. She saw the spell the red-eyed Altmer had cast. She smelled it, felt the weave of the magic. One of the highest members of her guild and her emperor had been arguing. A debate. Emilie wasn't very good at thinking about consequences. But she knew what side she was on. She stepped forward. No, Emilie said. The presence was almost crushing her. I am from the Mages Guild. The Mages Guild, Are you the Archmage? Master? Wizard? A apprentice? She said. But the Archmage said that the Guild St stands with the Empire. He smiled again. Is the man behind you the entire Empire? Jagartharn said, eyes boring into hers. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for an old man? Back in Johanna, before her parents died, Emilie had gone to a school. A good one. She'd seen studies. Researched. Nothing magic, all political. So she was certain when she nodded. He's the best emperor we've had since Tiber Septim. She said. You've been very brave, apprentice of the Mages Guild. Very well. He said and raised his hand. But in her clenched hands, as they were folded in front of her, Emilie had been casting a spell this whole time. Weaving a spell she'd only smelled, only seen. She put both hands together and ripped them apart. A crack in the world shuddered open. In one swift motion, faster than she could believe, Maria Manatsoni's hand wrapped in that Dwemer gauntlet she always wore shot out of the crack and punched Jagartharn in the face. The abyss. The void. Complete, absolute blackness. Complete darkness. In my shadow, in the realm of possibility, I could feel my other selves. The other potential selves: serpent-eating lady, a woman in high society, a merchant princess. Serpent-eating warrior, an elite warrior in Mournhold. I could feel them learning, training, improving. But slower. Slower than ever. A trickle coming through, rather than the stream. Dilated time. I was in a zone with altered time. Altered rules. I could feel them around me, constricting me. Constricting my magicka, my potentia. Even my movement. As I drifted in space, in absolute dark, I thought. Mankar Camoran was still alive. Of fucking course he was. The man was like a cockroach. It took me a few moments to think about why. Until I remembered. Someone else had done the same thing. Pergan Azul. A man whose research I'd never seen with my own eyes. But when I did my shadow ritual, when I became serpent-eating shadow, I'd subsumed a self who could have. A self who found him, half-formed, half-drained of potentia, trying to return himself to life once more. Pergan Azul wasn't a lich. He wasn't undead. But he still died thrice. He fought. He died. He ripped himself out of his own shadow twice, based on the possibility that he'd survived. Somehow, Mankar had done the same thing. I'd seen him melt away into nothing into his shadow. I'd warded the location his body was, just in case. But somehow, his advancements must have been different in nature than mine. But I'd never thought to try scrying for him again. No doubt he'd been hiding away. Working. Stealing new artifacts. But that gem. Before he'd pulled it out. The man standing next to him was nobody. A shadow. A maybe person. But afterwards, it had suddenly become Jagartharn. The jewel of fire. The jewel that had supposedly been broken, supposedly been damaged, drained of its power. It wasn't supposed to exist. Then again, Mankar was supposed to have been dead, too, and shadow magic was bullshit. Impenetrable shield. This damn prison dimension. Those were Tharn's work. Tharn was a mystic, a wizard so powerful he was not only the Emperor's personal battle-image, but a scholar so intelligent he'd fused alteration and conjuration to the point he could construct his own plane of oblivion, altering the constants of a dimension. His work on altering the constants of a dimension. Artificial earth bones. I could feel them. It felt like when I'd first landed in Tamriel, magicka poisoning me, as I grew sicker and sicker, the world rejecting me. I tried to focus, tried to draw up some magicka, but the world sapped it from me, dragging it out of my veins. I was in a prison dimension of his creation. One I didn't know how to escape. One I didn't know if I could. He hadn't used the Staff of Chaos and Order, so nobody would have to go on a quest to retrieve it like Jay Sashi had. Anybody who could conjure me back. Hell, if I could just recall, I could get out of here. At that, I felt a tingle. Then a rip in space. The clumsiest work I'd ever seen, a conjurer trying to open a gate vastly beyond themselves. I shook and I felt the world beginning to shudder and shake. There was a conflict, artificial earthbones versus the real thing. And as I felt myself become able to move, as the world began to accelerate, time shifting itself, I could tell the real world was winning. I took in a deep breath of magicka, as a crack in space began to open. And I shoved myself forward, ripping myself forward in space, and shoved my fist through the widening crack, punching Jagar in his stupid face. I emerged into reality. Jagartharn stumbled back, eyes glinting red at me, Mankar Camoran standing behind him. Azivlay was battering the surviving blades. Emilie stood in front of the Emperor, face so pale that it made her freckles stand out even more. Me, an old man, and an apprentice of the Mages Guild. Versus two of the most powerful spellcasters to exist in fate itself. Jagar levitated back to his feet and gestured. I felt it, this time a shield beginning to form, sure. An alteration effect. But I could feel something attached to it, a boundary of some sort, an enclosed space with altered rules. For a second, my mind raced trying to analyze the effect, to understand it. Shield, the slip of a girl behind me said, and threw out a ball of unstable, unreliable magic. It looked like a second like she was trying to help him, trying to assist the effect. Then, much like I'd done to the linebacker Argonians, weeks ago, the portion of the shield she assisted failed, and Jagartharn's enclosed space collapsed as well. I thrust a blast of lightning at the two, but Jagar batted it away with the back of his hand, a pulse of magicka emanating from him. It tasted like a resistance spell, one of such potency and such short duration that he must have had the timing absolutely perfect. Behind him, Mankar raised his free arm. Blasts of twisting, curving fire rippled through the air, and I opened my shadow wide, allowing them to enter my sea of maybe. I took a potion and felt time begin to slow. Shadow magic is the invention of fools, you know. Jagartharn said, continually whipping his hands out, streams of spell work starting to raise. Every spell I could feel and interpret, I copied Emilie casting a flawed, but more potent version of the spell to make it collapse. It wasn't easy, only my Fortify Speed potion allowed me to keep up, half the time. The other half, Emilie had to catch up, doing the same. They twist their caster, alter their nature. Change who and what they are. Sorry, does anyone else hear that? I asked. It sounds like a filthy traitor. And an idiot. Emilie responded, then she yelled again, forcefully spitting out a disrupt. As she cast a spell of Jagar that I didn't even understand. He frowned for a moment and then thrust both palms out. This time, he wasn't weaving a spell. It was a simple blast of sheer, shattering energy, a beam of thunder, as fast as thought. My shadow rose and the blast ripped straight through it. My legs and tail ceased to feel anything and my blood ran cold. Pain. Pain raged through my gut, through my spine, as my magicka drained precipitously, ripped away by the shock. I fell. Blood pooled out over the ground. This was the slip of a girl you had such trouble with? Jagar asked. I do dearly hope those trees exacted a high price for what they'd given you. I looked down. There was a hole in my gut. I felt the singed, melted edges not just through my gut, but through my back. I couldn't feel my legs. They were as dead as my tail. Trees. I hissed. The hissed were working with Mankar. They were trying to make it happen. Emilie's eyes were wide, staring at me. Kill the old man. Mankar responded. Do it, slave. Oh, slave. He asked. Interesting. But that's not my name. H-heel. Emilie called, magicka roiling through her fingertips. It was clumsy work. The meat in my body began to regrow, but only the skin. Restoration magic was more than that. It wouldn't restore my spine, or my organs. Just kill them, darn. Mankar snapped and Jagar rolled his eyes, turning back to us. Very well. Jagar responded. Emilie's eyes widened. S-shield. She yelled, and a dome of purple light, so clumsily forged that it was nearly opaque, wrapped around the three of us. Another searing, crackling beam of light blasted into us, and stopped at Emilie's shield. Stopped entirely. Jagar focused, pushing more and more power into it, but the shield refused to quiver, even to shake. Emilie was bleeding magicka, the shield boiling off all of her power. Her energy was dropping precipitously, flooding the air. Through the pain, I felt out at the shield. I needed to know. I needed to understand. Underneath the shield, I felt Jagartharn's work. His magic, his boundary magic, an enclosed space, the completed form of a theory in his unfinished notes. Space in which the earthbones had been altered, the nature of the shield, altered. Unbreakable, as long as the rules were kept in place. Fucking heroes. I hissed. Cheaters, all of you. What? The cheating mimicking blue mage glanced back at me, eyes wide. I don't remember cheating as the agent. I don't even know if I actually was the agent, or if that was something the Jills made up for me, something to place me in the world. But it was time for me to cheat. Shadowrend melted into my body. Reforming itself, reshaping itself, replacing the missing parts I needed. Pain rippled through my body. But I'd faced worse pain. Shadowrend coiled around the splintered, burned edges of what was left of my spine, connecting them together. Then, I stood. 2 potions slipped out of my shadow, and I downed one. Magicka potion. I hissed, shoving it into her hands. Her eyes widened and she drank it, downing it quickly. The veins in her body gleamed with light, shining through her skin, and I heard the hum become a louder, higher-pitched shriek. Emilie was panting, eyes glazing over. I didn't know how to help. I didn't even know how she was doing it, but she'd copied the shield Jagar then had wrapped me in, before he'd imprisoned me. Do you feel that? Uriel asked. It was like Red Mountain. Like Lorcan's heart. If only the battle spire was done, I'd have all the power I'd need. All the magicka, all the potentia. But the lightning had taken most of mine. Jagartharn's beam of scintillating, obliterating energy increased in intensity, and he hissed an incantation under his breath. The shield began to warble, to shudder in place. Emilie screwed her eyes shut. The Nirnroot sang. I felt the wheel turn. Fate and prophecy, weighing down on us. I was out of magicka. But I still had potentia. Chimel Garjig, I said. In my gut just under my heart a blue light began to gleam. I turned one into the other. Burning away my existence, my weight on the world for more power. I forged, from nothing, a Welkin stone and shoved it into Emilie's hands. She grabbed it with both hands and focused. It crumbled to dust, and the shield stabilized again, but the energy was draining even faster, bleeding off. I staggered, my potentia draining even more, and I handed her another. Before, I'd been able to break fate. Break prophecy. But that had needed multiple artifacts. Sunder. Keening. Wraithguard, and the heart of Lorcan. Here, I had nothing. I had odds and ends in my sea of maybe. My staff without fuel. Shadowrend was needed to hold my body together. Wraithguard was useless here, and Chimel Garjig the Neverstone, the back face of the wheel where nothing was. It only expanded my shadow magic further, let me interact with impossibilities in lieu of possibilities. But shadow magic had its limits. Mine only worked primarily on me. I could only explore possibilities for myself. Not for others. I could only perceive visuals. Mankar fell to one knee. He was paling and drank a magica potion from his own shadow. Whatever he was doing, it cost him power. But not as much power as Emilie's shield was costing her. Jagartharn frowned, increasing the blast even more, even stronger. The shield crackled with power, the ground shaking, rubble crashing down around us. So obscured that I could only see shining light through the shield, and the blazing red eyes of Jagartharn. Emilie's veins began to roil, bright enough to burn, catching fire from the inside out. The wheel still turned. Uriel Septim was going to die in this dungeon. In that moment, I realized. I was staring in the face of my answer. Jagartharn had once impersonated the Emperor. In all of the shadow realities, all the alternate timelines. In none of them was Maria Manatsoni once Maria with a different name, a hidden forgotten one once the 9 agents of Daggerfall. In none of those realities were they Uriel Septim. It was impossible for Maria to be the Emperor. The Neverstone pulsed in my gut. It turned impossibilities into possibilities. But only slightly. My form shifted. Shadowrend shifted. The world had hated my existence, anyway. May as well give it what it wanted. I stood tall. The amulet of kings on my neck, as I walked like him. I ripped open a shift gate. A roiling, unstable one I wasn't sure where it would lead to, as long as it was safe. Fighting it directly without a shitton of metaphysical weight would be hopeless. If I'd tried to send Uriel through, to defy the prophecy normally, the gate would just fail. Or lead somewhere deadly, or I'd fuck it up. I stood as Uriel Septim, as the Emperor. On some level, on some strange, parallel shadow reality that had never happened, I was him. And it was enough, as long as an Emperor died. Then, I shoved both of them through. The shield collapsed without Emilie's presence. The wheel turned on me, grinding me to grist underneath it. Searing, burning, obliterating light ripped through my body again, Shadowrend melting away with the rest of me as I crumbled away, into nothing. Into death. My mind emerged, my soul lifting itself from the ground. There was no breath here. There was no air. Soul stuff oozed down my current form, trailing like water trickling down my body. Not that I had a body. I was waist deep in soul stuff oozing around me, a thick current washing past me. The ocean spanned the horizon, howling. The sky howled around me, the abyss of Aetherius orbiting me, dizzying orbiting stars. The air was thick with magica, thick with power I could feel and receive. I was not but a soul. Dead. But in the soul, in the animus, ran my meridian lines, the astral organs needed to manipulate magic. And I felt magica rushing into me, power from afar, power from above. I looked up. A shift gate yawned open wide, a torrent of magica raining down on me. I wasn't in the dream sleeve. I was on the necromancer's moon. The empty, hollow souls orbiting me raised their hands in supplication, streams of magica emanating toward me. Manimarco didn't say anything. I couldn't say much, either I lacked lungs or a mouth, but I knew it was him, helping me. I focused. I knew the theory. Every conjurer or mystic of certain power did. It was said that to become an anchorite, a true member of the Order of the Black Worm, a necromancer was to do it themselves. To drag themselves from death. They'd make preparations. Keep their body intact, alive, a perfect vessel for their dead soul. They would leave anchors. Transfer their life force to a gem, becoming a lich. Others still would master magic to a level where they could cast spells with their soul alone. I could do that with simple magic, but not the complex rituals I'd need. I had no hands for which to weave spells. I had no anchor to Nirn anymore, no intact body, half dead and half alive like most anchorites would. My potentia was drained. Almost empty. Almost hollow. But I still had my shadow. I had my other selves, still existing, still alive. Still anchored to their possibilities, to their never realms. I poured myself into my own shadow, my soul burbling away, into darkness. Into nothing. Into Lyg. She loved being alive. The feel of the world shaking under her feet. The might as her halberd crashed against her foes. She bounced and skipped across the cobblestones, bare feet bouncing off the floor. She was healthy. She was powerful. She was strong. The flesh crafters in the Sijic order were more than happy to help her, in exchange for information. She'd told them about Qin Myun, about the throbbing thing beneath Sarthal, some kind of mechanism from the future. She didn't care about that, though. She'd only wanted to survive. Then she found so much more. The city burned. A halberd twisted in her hand, sparking against her enemies. The young woman was tall, broad-shouldered. The Dremera's blade crashed against her halberd, and she twisted, blowing it away. A duck under another blow, a third parry, and then yet another. Kinreeve's body collapsed, its head disintegrating as its vestige was destroyed. Another Dremora dead. Not a single one had gotten past her. She was surrounded by the corpses of her fellow combatants, the other ordinators. My heart. My lovely, beautiful hand. My fierce one, Almalexia smiled. My dear Narivar. Protect our people. Protect our city. The woman nodded. I will go, Lex. I'll save us. The gates of oblivion were standing open before Mournhold, and serpent-eating warrior kissed her goddess's hand, and dove in. She'd never been in another dimension before. But these Dremora were jokes. Entering the realm of oblivion through the portal felt familiar, like when she'd gone to. What? She'd never been through a portal. Why was she remembering a place called Lyg? She'd never heard of Lyg before. Serpent-eating warrior charged into the jaws of oblivion. Mournhold faded into darkness behind her. Then, it crumbled away. Falling into nothing. The wheel turned. Useful. Very useful information, the Grand Knight responded. Good work. Thank you, sir. Your next mission, he said, handing her a dossier. I'll begin in the morning, sir. See that you do. She got up, bowed, and stepped out of the room. She walked through the halls of the ancient temple, where the blades had been hiding out ever since the death of the emperor. Ever since Maron Stagon took the capital. The city. Cryodial. Even now, it was a twisted throne. Bone and obsidian stretched over the horizon, expanding. Lake Rumer had long since boiled away, replaced with a lake of flame. The end was coming. The deadlands roiled across the ground, as it twisted and contorted. She'd made a mistake, long ago. She had decided not to make a choice. Now, the Numendium sat ripped into pieces. Worthless. Useless. Serpent-eating tower glanced down at the totem of Tiber Septim, which she'd kept with her since the world had begun to end. Then, on the outskirts of the world, the outer edges of reality, the northern edge of Skyrim. She saw the horizon turn black. The wheel turned. She hummed, sitting in her chair, a brush tugging its way through vibrant, blood-red hair. The ancient fortress Vayand had become a suitable base. It took quite a lot of effort, but it was done. It was complete. It was beautiful. The stark grey stone of the walls were tall. The dungeon had become her home. The night was clean and pure, purple ribbons and auroras stretching through the sky where the stars once twinkled. Her minions walked, carrying fragments of her will. Troll skeletons, bolted together with metal, thick armor as they dragged their prisoners. The vampires howled, thirsting for blood, fresh blood, even as the chains held them in place, their wills fiercely controlled. She brushed her hair, softly smiling. I can feel you inside me, you know, she said. Borrowing what I am. Borrowing what I've worked so hard to achieve. Excuse me? Her husband asked. I wasn't speaking to you, I'm afraid. She said, gently patting his cheek. Her fingers melded through his illusion, patting the rough bone of his corpse, maggots and worms purring under her touch. Ah! That shadow magic theory of yours. She smiled again. It's no theory. It's true. Would you like me to prove it yet again? No, I've grown tired of losing to you at logic games. Very well, then. But my shadow would like to learn something new. Your shadow? He chuckled. What would you like to know? Tell me of resurrection. She responded. The method through which one would rip themselves from the dream sleeve. The dream sleeve is no more, my dear. We've made certain of that. Please, humor my curiosity, she responded. She looked out to the imperial city, where the titanic adamantine frame of Aculacon stood, half-mounted on the destroyed white gold tower. Its arms were huge, and it held the necromancer's moon in front of the sun, like Atlas carrying the earth on his shoulders. As it had for so long. A grotesque mockery of crystal and fused throbbing flesh burbled within its chest. Stitched patches of skin covered the frame, some made from entire species, some made from howling Dwemer souls, others still of half-living Atronax. She brushed her hair, put it back on her bare, skeletal scalp, and learned as her beloved husband explained a theory that was no longer needed. Every word, she memorized. She imprinted on herself, and passed it on to her shadow. To her true self. Serpent-eating ritual laughed to herself. Had. She'd made a persona reference. It's over, Manny Marco, she said. What do you mean? Why do you say that? We've found our eternity. No. She responded. My shadow has caught up with us. We're the last left. Please, we've discussed this before. You don't understand. She said. She doesn't need us anymore. She stood, for the first time in years. Kneel. She said. Aculacon obeyed. The moon went out. The vampires froze. They fell into shadow. The wheel turned. In a hollow moon, an ancient witch cackled. It was time. It was finally the right time. The right moment. She laughed. She laughed. She laughed. The hist screeched, their weapons of mathematics and law and cause and effect howling against the fierce Jill, the last of their kind, speaking words of creation and dreams in their defense. A long, long time ago, she'd decided to claw her name into the Godhead in capital letters. It had been a long, quiet road since then. Failed rituals. Failed combat. The Naravarine, dead in Akhavar after 3 centuries of constant combat. Her teacher, dead after the Red Year. The last emperor, returned to Akadosh after banishing Marun's Dagon. The hero of Kvatch, gone mad, still screaming around the edges of oblivion. The last dragonborn, subsumed. Melted away into Apocrypha, making up the fluid memory that even now is being harvested by Histcraft, the memory waters drunk up to convert into potentia. The witch stood. She knew everything she needed. She had it all. I won't be back, mother. The sapling Mawelael's last branch didn't respond. Jigalag, on the other hand, simply sat across from her, unmoving. Perfectly still. She touched his helmet. A wordless request. He looked up, and without a word, handed her the Ethereum crown. The witch jacked herself in, pulling the crown on her head. Then she recalled. The wheel turned. Mithril plates encapsulated her, and she dove. Down, down, down. The wheel turned. The frothing bubbles of the void began to scream. For the first time, she could feel fate. She could feel the forces of prophecy, the echo of the Elder Scrolls' words. Maria Dawson ripped through Bran E-space, into the fight. Into the last war there would ever be. She smashed directly into Qin Myun, knocking it off course. Knocking it away from the impossible detonations that would tunnel it so far back in the wheel. The wheel. The wheel. Stopped. Magnificent. Utterly magnificent. The man said, holding up the gauntlet. It was black as night. Black as shadow. It twisted in its grip. An artifact of great power. An artifact of shadow magic. This was Shadow Rend. The rest of the woman's arm was still stuck in it, an inky black pauldron attached to it as well. It was delicious vengeance. She'd taken his arm, so long ago. But he could manipulate the Shadow Rend. Control it. Expand his power tenfold. He'd have so much more than what she'd taken originally. He glanced at the shoulder. A tattoo was on there. A ritualistic one. Overlaid constellations. The serpent covering the shadow. Ritual-imbued tattoo of some kind. He chuckled, as he watched it fade from existence, the imprint on her form fading with the last meridian lines in her body. She wouldn't be doing much now, not as he pulled the shadowy gauntlet off of her arm. The rest of her body mauled, destroyed on the ground, sliced apart, lay perfectly still for a long, quiet moment. Then a fist punched its way out from her heart. Shadows roiling off a skeletal, misty arm. Shadow Rend ripped its way from Mankar's hands, and slammed itself back into the shadowy, humanoid figure. Darkness turned into flesh, and then into tattoos, ritual signatures crawled over her skin. Lines and diagrams, points and constellations. Mankar stepped back, wordlessly ordering the Zivlay conjuration to stand in front of him. How long did it take you to come back, Seliner? Maria asked. Days? Weeks? Years? Her skin was covered in tattoos, constellations, one after the other. All of them, interlinked, like daisy chains rolling down her shoulders. Her arm flickered. An inhuman, unnatural movement, the head of an axe ripping through conjured flesh. The Zivlay fell apart into halves. Mankar blasted her with a destruction spell, his disintegrative favorite, dissolving any defenses that would get in the way. She waved it away, the mage constellation on her shoulder flickering. Mankar ripped the jewel of fire out of his own shadow, pouring magicka in, to drag his shadow thrall from nowhere. It took me much, much longer. She said. But I didn't come back alone. There once was a man by the name of Ezra Nightwielder. He was a mystic, a self-trained thaumaturge in the days before the Mages Guild. He had created shadow magic. He'd deduced the nature of reality from base principles. That man once had a goal. To unite all of his alternate selves, all of his possibilities. To become the one true Ezra. The peak of his potential. He'd never achieved it. Killed before his time. Neither did I. There were 12 selves I'd marked, back when I first saw the kaleidoscope of selves. They were the most passionate, the most devoted. The greatest skilled, the ones similar enough to me that the potentia they would cost me would be negligible. But in death, after my death, they were all doomed as well. When I was dead, I was no longer in conflict with the world. And when I was no longer in conflict, the fragmented possibilities, the selves I could have been, began to fade. They had never existed fallen into Lyg. And I was the queen of that land. I took them under my banner. Into myself. When we burst into reality, we burst forth not as me, but as us. I was Maria Manazzoni. I was High Ordinator. I was Queen of Worms. Archmage. Alchemist. Necromancer. Sorceress. Golem, head taker, fetcher, and murderer and assassin. I was witch and warder and warrior. I was King Arthur and all of his round table at once. I was infinite. Jagartharn manifested and I immediately dove forward. A scintillating beam of lightning ripped through the air. Deeply honed reflexes instinctual ripped through my body as the most potent absorb magica spell I'd ever felt rippled across my body. The Atronax sign on my skin gleamed, as we cast our spell one we'd devoted ourselves to with a passion, to survive the corruptive nature of magica against our decrepit, earthling existence. The magica we absorbed once my pool was full again was fed directly into fortification magic, empowering my body. Power raged through my frame, and time sped up. Kirat's trick, one of her favorites, involved being so good at a specific way of jumping that reality lost track for a moment. The steed knew it and together, we dove forward through space. It didn't cost us any magica and we're already spinning through the air, conjured weapons taking shape. Jagar howled, blood spraying from his body as we kept shooting through space toward Mankar. His shadow expanded. Figures in bound armor and red robes ripped their way free, charging toward me. I whipped both hands outward, scraping the tips of the dozen blades in my hands through my own shadow. Then, conjured blades spilled free from my hands. Thin conjured knives slipped through chinks in armor, through eye holes. Others still nicked through whatever weak points I could see. Only 2 of them died, but the rest were at least slightly injured. Then the poisons activated, and they collapsed. Some in pain. Some paralyzed. Others dead on the spot. Jagartharn finished healing himself, standing straight again and raised his arms once more. Mankar ripped a staff from his shadow, weaving his own spell, the ruby clenched tightly in his inhuman hand. Jagar's second blast of energy was more complex. Yesterday, it would have taken me minutes to decipher it. In Mage's mind, it didn't even take a second. Disruptive, esoteric thaumaturgy designed to latch onto the spell forms of a magica absorption weave to overpower and cut out the effect. Mankar's was a conjuration. A portal spell to oblivion. It was barely his magic, more of a signal to a Daedric prince to open a portal in X spot. With shadow rend, I fractured. Back to back, both hands raised, my mind and body split in 2. Palms facing each of the mages on either side of me. 2 spells woven at once. Banishment. Suppression. Silence. Mankar's spell fizzled, the oblivion gate shuddering, and winking shut before it could open truly. Tharn's beam, on the other hand, shot straight through a shift gate straight toward Mankar. Camoran's shadow flickered, and Spellbreaker emerged. Tharn's spell crashed against it. And the shield cracked. Mankar fell to one knee, panting. I bolted toward him. His shoulder cracked loudly painfully and he groaned, additional arms bursting from his shoulder. Grotesque, twisted things, Daedric crescents in hand. Rather than swinging them, though, he started to pull them from his shadow and throw. I dropped to my knees, scales sparking against the ground. My fingers trailed along the tiles of the ancient tunnel, nails sparking. The crescents shot over my head, before stopping in the air, hovering in place, snagged by the enchantment and runes I'd flash carved into the ground. I slapped it with more power, more magica, and the enchantment shot the crescents back to where they'd come from, even as the stone tiles cracked. Mankar, panting, unfit, and unable to use magic, barely dragged Spellbreaker in the way, the Daedric crescents crashing against his shield. I kicked off the ground, rippling through space toward him, jumping through a shield Tharn thought would stop me. I landed, both feet and one fist, on the surface of Spellguard. Mankar's magica ripped through the silence spell. You cannot stop Lord Dagon. He howled. I kicked off the shield again. Jagar. He howled, raising his fist high, shoving magic into the item there. It was the fist he'd been holding the jewel of fire in. The bottle of Sujamma I'd replaced it with exploded, and Mankar was bathed in flame. I'd never be the thief Kirat was. But I was still pretty good, now. I turned to Jagartharn, eyes locking on his, as Mankar howled in pain. You were supposed to be dead. I said. So were you. He responded. Fair, I shrugged, and plunged the jewel of fire into my sea of maybe. Jagartharn's existence as a lich was predicated on the jewel that held his life force. In my sea of maybe, that meant his existence was in a state of maybe. He flickered out of existence, disappearing into nothing but the meanest ghost. I turned back to Mankar. He was snarling, getting back to his feet, eyes bloodshot, his flesh melted and boiled. You whore! He snarled, the 3 contorted limbs spreading from his shoulder. I'll rip you limb from limb. Get good, scrub, I responded, weaving another spell. You'll. Mankar exploded into flame again, howling, sinking into his own shadow. He glared up at me, fury in his eyes. I'll be BA. I winked, and slapped him with another silence spell. See you soon, bitch. You're running out of lives. Then, the room was quiet. Except for the panting of the blades, injured and dying in the corner. Only Baru's was perfectly still, but I could feel his soul still tangentially attached to his body. Close enough, if I could get his heart beating again. I cracked my neck, and made my way toward them, restoration spells on my hands. The gates of Kvatch were barely holding. The Oblivion Gate surged with Daedra Clanfear, Scamps and Dremora, all pounding on the gates, slamming on them. Torches and fire spells were being thrown over the walls, even as people took the quickly dwindling water of the well to put it out. The arena combatants and guards did the best they could, but it was only a matter of time until they'd break through. Emilie was worried. She didn't know what to do. But Kvatch was her home, now. It had been for years now. That Hagraven told her she'd be the hero of this town eventually. She thought it was silly. But she hoped people here would accept her. And they had. She didn't want this place to be destroyed any more than she'd wanted the Emperor to die. She glanced down at the portal, and had an idea. She kinda sorta got how the Master Wizard did that portal trick. What if? She focused, eyes glazing over, as she started scrawling notes on paper. What happened if you put a portal inside another portal? Kirat shot across obsidian stone and through smoke, even as the Dremora marched to war. Everyone said Oblivion was a strange place. That it was nothing like Nirn. That said, though, she kinda thought it reminded her of Red Mountain. The smoke, the sulfur, the presence of something greater looming over her. Except this time, instead of the half-crazy chimer she'd come to appreciate who had a sharp mind and a acerbic sense of humor, it was Dagon, who was, as far as she could tell, an asshole. There it was. Kirat skidded to a stop, glancing at the Yug, Bosmerskin book that Devate had given her. She glanced at the scrawling of the citadel, and back to the citadel on the horizon. She could hear the sound of forges, hammering metal and grinding workers. She heard the howling of mortals, blood for fuel and souls. She opened a scroll, and spoke the word on the front. There was a shudder as a purple line appeared in the world where the scroll had been opened. It widened, and Devate Fyr stepped in next to her. As soon as he did, one of the keen-eyed guards in the citadel's tower stood straight up, noticing them, and blew a horn. Narivaran, he said. Archmagister. She said, giving him a wink and a salute. Thanks for this. Devate sighed. Well, it's my duty. The ground began to shake. The grand double doors of the citadel slammed open, and a four-armed Daedra stepped out, titanic. Tall beyond measure. Maron Dagon himself. One glance, and Kirat nodded. Yep, he looked like an asshole all right. Kirat snatched a long, angry-looking ballista bolt from the air, as the citadel already on a war footing began to march toward the two of them. Well, hurry up, old man. She said. Very well, Devate sighed. He snapped his fingers. The Ministry of Truth appeared in the sky. Then, it shuddered, Vivek's power beginning to slip off of it instantly. Hey! Kirat said. Isn't that? Devate tugged her back through the portal, closing it, and began to laugh. My wings spread wide. The serpent knew how to fly. She'd experimented more with alchemy than I'd ever had time to. Arrows and streams of flame shot past me as I wove and ducked around them. There were gates surrounding and inside the Imperial City. Dozens of small ones filled the streets, and an enormous gate sitting at Tiber Bridge, where the Imperial Guard stood in formation. The magicka in the air felt dry, despite the sun's shine, and the air felt cold. That's what happened when you had the entire Mages Guild acting in defense of the city, I supposed. It was eerie, seeing them instantly know when to settle down, when to meditate and recover magicka, even as the other mages begin to act. Some stood on rooftops, others standing on jutting out stone. Others still levitated into place. Beyond that, I could see the necromancer moon's light shining down through the clouds. The alien, writhing purple light illuminated skeletal rats and skeever, dredged up corpses from Lake Rumer, even undead beasts pulling themselves out of the sewers. Leading them were mages in black robes, proudly wearing tabards of the black worm. Not skulking, or hiding away, but they stood proudly, leading their forces onward. Not a single undead creature was human. Some were humanoid, but made of other creatures' elk bones crudely bolted together with other creatures, all bound in strips of leather. Loose groups of mercenaries charged recklessly through the streets, fighting any Daedra they met. Shadows flickered from rooftop to rooftop, scouts, independent or not, smashing alchemical vials whenever they discovered a new portal opening. The vials would explode into light and sound, cracks like thunder, and the mercenaries would charge that way, holding off Daedra until the mages could arrive to banish the portal shut. But that wasn't where I was heading. The temple district was unnaturally dark. The shadows streamed off of the ground, and even as I flew in shadow rend writhing on my shoulders, acting as my wings, it became hard to move. Hard to act. It was as if I was being told I shouldn't be here. There were no portals here. No gates. It was nearly abandoned, people hiding indoors. Someone yelling that the temple district would be safe, the divines were protecting the faithful. Somehow, I didn't believe them. There was another reason Dagon wasn't invading the temple district. I landed before the Temple of the One. It was surrounded by a blend of twisted energies. Shadow magic. Alteration. Shields and mysticism and more. I could hear howling, screaming men, even through the obscuring darkness. And worst of all, it was under a shield. I pushed my palm against it, feeling the magic roil under my touch. I could feel the presence of HTE deadlands. The presence of shadow magic mages working in unison. Beyond that, Jagartharn's artificial earth bones. Within that dome, within the dome before me were 2 Dremora mages, spellcasters with their own immortal grasps on mortal magic. And of course, shadow mages of the mythic dawn, crucified to large, spiked constructions of obsidian and bone, blood dripping down their bodies. Even through the screams, they were vanishing, partially their bodies withering away, as they expended enough potentia to cease to exist. But somehow, they were regaining more potentia than they were losing, and I realized. Everything was fighting. They were drawing strength from the Oblivion Crisis, using that power, that potentia, to reinforce the spell. The entire city was in conflict. Fate itself was in conflict, and it was centered around these mages. Around these spellcasters. I stepped back, and raised a palm. Calculated, and a shift gate started to open. Then it shuddered, slipping out of my grasp. One of the astral anchors slipped and the shift gate collapsed. I frowned, and cast a handful of spells. The shield didn't shake. It didn't even waver. One of the Dremora on the other side of the shield grinned at me, a long, snake-like black tongue licking his lips. The jewel of fire appeared in my hand, and I felt his soul's presence next to me. He couldn't do anything, without magica. But serpent-eating ritual knew how to delve, how to communicate with the soul trapped within a black soul gem, and a lich's soulstone was little different. Red eyes glared at me. Jagartharn. I said. What is the weakness of your improved variant on the shield spell? You may hold my life force, came the response, but I have no need to answer you. Illusion magic still functions on your soul, if one knows how, I said. How much torment would you like to suffer? Humph. Jagartharn chuckled. By the time I broke, it would be much too late for you to save your precious empire. I suppose it would, I said, lifting the jewel of fire before me. I glanced within at the red eyes glaring back out at me. But would that matter to your broken, weeping soul? It wouldn't. He responded. But such a creature would just be another form of death for me. I am not afraid of death. I leaned forward. The lover had long since known how to meet people, how to manipulate them, how to twist them to her control. I adjusted my body, leaning forward just enough, changing my tone just the right way, even as I pushed charm magic into the jewel just lightly enough that he wouldn't feel it. What do you want, Jagartharn? I never understood that. What do you want? Why would you work to the second greatest position in all of Tamriel, only to throw it away? To be emperor, clearly, he drawled. No, I said. Neither of us believe that. You never acted like an emperor. That wasn't your focus. Those 10 years were just the first step of your plan. You wanted more than that. I was to be a god. He said. The Didrik Prince of Tamriel itself. I was nearly there. I almost stumbled across the same mystery that Manimarco had. The same mystery the selective stanced upon the tower to achieve. The power of the Staff of Chaos was in my body. With another 10 years. 10 years, and that was all you got? I asked. Did you ever crack open one of Vivek's sermons? Like I would read the words of a lyre and a poet. He snapped. Very well. I'll make you an offer, Jagartharn. Tell me your secrets, and I will tell you mine. As if you know the mystery I desire. Chimel Garjig, I said. My eyes flickered, and the blue gem on my diadem sparked with light. Light, and the meager amount of divinity I still had. You swear it? He asked. I will take all of your secrets. And then I will give you the secret to the walking way known as Chim. The rest of your apotheosis will be up to you. There was a momentary pause. The caster is receptive to illusion magic, which can bypass the effect. He said. The one on the left is maintaining the aspect of Drik Simulacra. Calm him for a moment, and then your shift gate will no longer be restricted. I glanced at the Dremora again, who seemed to be unable to hear anything, and I gave it a smile. I stepped through the flickering shield, as the Dremora howled, ripping its partner asunder. It all but levitated to its feet, an outrageous fury and hunger boiling in its veins. Its fingers twitching, covered in the ichor black blood of its ally. Good pet, I murmured in its ear. It shivered with pleasure. Now. The mortals surrounding the building. Kill them for me. With pleatsure, mistress, the Dremora said. It twitched its vestige, barely capable of holding together under the illusion spell I'd imprinted onto it. It got back to its feet, and howled, making its way toward Mankar's minions. As they died, one after the other, the shadow magic in the area was lessening, but I could still feel the effect. The Dremora howled, lunging toward the other creatures in the Temple of One. The shield collapsed around us, and I kept walking. I slammed the doors open and there were 4 figures standing on all 4 sides of the dragon fire. Even now, the fires were barely sparks. Barely embers. They were chanting incanting, focused deeply on their shadow magic. They were snuffing it out. Keeping it suppressed. They were telling the dragon fires that no emperor sat upon the ruby throne. That Uriel was dead, that his successors were dead as well. It didn't quite believe them. It wasn't quite enough. It was almost enough. Almost. But it still held hope. Argonians, wearing Daedric armor, stood before them. Curved, hooked weapons in hand. These weren't pathetic bound equipment. They weren't conjured. They were ebony, imbued with Daedric enchantments. True and Xyliel stood before me. They were tall. Powerful. They moved with grace and agility despite their size. Educated. Trained. Not a single inkling of magic in them, and I could feel them absorbing it. One tore open a scroll and a heavy pulse of silence rained through the room, suppressing magic use in the room. I raised my magicka, ready to force through it. And then the other 2 and Xyliel lifted scrolls of their own, tearing them, the pressure doubling, then tripling. Stacking silence effects, amplifying it through a resonant tonal effect. Hissed bullshit, and probably expensive as hell. The hist had sent well-trained, well-equipped Atronax against me, during a time I couldn't use Cess Allen. In a space I couldn't use magic. Those poor, stupid trees. May as well have tossed them down Red Mountain's gullet. Magicka became Potentia. Potentia became a potion. One I'd never brewed. I hadn't constructed the advanced laboratory equipment the Serpent had ordered from Artium, years ago. But shadow magic didn't care about such a thing. Just that it was possible. I downed the potion. It tasted like hissed sap. She was still dead. But I remembered her. And so had the Serpent. My fingers twitched. Time slowed. Blood-red scales crawled up my arms, up my spine. Patches of scales on my cheeks, gills flapping on the underside of my jaw. My tail grew a long, curved blade. Sharp and cold as hate. Nubs that wouldn't quite grow to be wings extended from my spine. Heretic, one of the gel-mouthed, and they charged. I smiled back. My fingers spread, and talons the size and length of short swords extended from my fingertips. Half the potion, half shadow rend. All deadly. The warrior knew how to fight. The thief knew how to kill. The hate, though? That was all me. The last steaming pile of Argonian fell to the ground. But I didn't stop. I shot toward the shadow mages. The first lost his head in seconds, my claws ripping through him. The second broke away, noticing his companion pull back just in time to try to raise a shield. The silence spell meant the Altmer's eyes could just goggle for a moment before I ripped his heart from his chest. His lips wavered for a moment and then let out a long groan as he collapsed. At the same moment the silence spell finally broke. The other 2 Altmer looked back at me. A man and a woman. Raven. The woman howled. I shot toward the man, the nearest target. And the man fell into his own shadow. When he rose again, it wasn't the Altmer I'd seen before. It was Mankar. My claws slashed against him, sparking against a shield spell. It shattered under my claws, and blood sprayed, but as soon as the blood hit the ground, it turned to shadow rivulets of darkness crawling back to him. The dawn rises. He howled. He thrust both palms at me. I responded with a motionless, wordless blast of my own energy. Both telekinetic waves clashed against each other, both negated. My claws whipped up straight through both of his shoulders. Blood sprayed, and his arms fell to the ground. Tamriel est Dade Roth. He howled. Last life, bitch. I said. His head hit the ground. Is that so? The woman asked. She smirked at me and Mankar's eyes peeked out. What are you so confident about? I asked. Then I noticed. The dragon fires were out. Entirely. The shadow magic suddenly quit and the woman raised her arms to the sky. I shot toward her, rippling through space. I wasn't quite fast enough. Vas. Voves. Dagon. Mankar's voice howled and flesh began to peel from the body he was possessing, her bones rattling themselves apart, even as he tried to pull himself back together with his shadow magic. The ground shook. A roiling, burning hole opened above the dragon fire, above the Temple of the One. My master. Mankar fell back, his body fading away not into his shadow, but running completely out of potentia. Welcome home. Maron stayed on half his face intact, the other burned away down to the bone, glared down at me as he pulled himself into reality. I'd seen gods before. I'd felt the presence of Hermes Mora on my mind. I'd talked with Manny Marco regularly. Hell, I'd even had Azura herself giving me visions to prevent me from acting. But Dagon was not an ally. He wasn't a prospective patron. This wasn't a vision. This was a Daedric prince in the flesh. The end of the world, the prince of darkness and destruction stood before me. Limped, really. Obsidian bone where there should have been flesh. I could feel a yawning, hungry pain in his divinity alongside the desire to tear it all down, to claw his name into the surface of Nirn. How alike we were, he and I. Mortal. He boomed down at me, dragging a cracked, half-broken battleaxe out of the portal. Behind him, there was nothing but dust and ash, a storm of twisting winds in the Deadlands. Your life is so short. It would be a pity to end it so soon, so I shall magnanimously allow you to flee. I looked up at the half-destroyed, weakened Daedric prince. Even with my new skills, my hyper-focused sense of perception, my ability to perceive the world, Dagon was straining it. Nirn was shuddering under each foot, reality screeching from the mere presence around him. There was no magica, no tones. Just his presence was enough for the air to get hotter, drier. His skeleton stood straight, as if he wasn't harmed at all. Even now, flesh was swelling around his chest, his body restoring itself. Each footstep he placed on solid ground, the area changed. Warped. The flagstones of the imperial city melted away into red rock. Get off my lawn. You would stand against my full might. He chuckles. You cannot harm me, weakling. Let's give that a try. I said. I thrust a virulent, ferocious blast of magic at Maron's Dagon. Self-reinforcing spell forms, amplified weakness retrocontextual wavelengths, everything I could ball into a spell. It barely left a bruise. I slipped out of the way as the battleaxe sliced through marble and stone like it was butter, swishing past in a blow that would have killed me. A waft of my own hair settled to the ground, burning away. I was standing against the most powerful entity to walk on Nirn since the warp in the west. I didn't even try to restrain my grin. The bigger my enemy, the bigger the shadow he cast. As I landed on his axe, springing off of it, my staff slipped into my hand. It churned, whirling and howling, beginning to spool up. The hum became a shriek. One of his free arms ripped something out of space. The razor, shards of metal so small that I normally wouldn't have been able to see it, and they fused together as the end of a spear, long and hooked. He thrust it. It shrieked through the air, a tone of destruction. A tone of absolute death. A section of the building behind me ceased to exist, carved off of the face of Nirn. Erased from existence. Destroyed irrevocably. But he was too late. Too slow. He was still playing around. Do you see what you face, mortal? Merhun's Dagon asked, the ground shuddering under his voice. I raised my hand, half-clenched. A mage light sprawled from my fingertips, settling into my palm. Even as the clouds were covering the sky, the sun setting, I cast a mage light of such strength and potency that any other mage would consider it overkill. Do you see what you face, fuckhead? I asked, my voice inaudible under the shriek of my staff, as Chimel Garjig gleamed on my brow. I clenched my fist over the mage light, bathing the area in my shadow. Conjure, I sang, as Wraithguard clasped around my staff. I was the queen of Lyg, and in times immemorial before the Age of Dawn, Maron's Dagon had destroyed it. So now I was returning the favor. From the shadows, the darkness, things began to crawl out. The droop, the centaurs, the dragonlings. All those things, slithering and hidden. Everything that had been forgotten and lost. Everything that had ceased to exist. Everything that had sworn their services to me. Martin was moving through the city. The guild was moving as well, but back to their university. They could all feel the breach in the air, in the temple district. Martin was one of the few who still had magica left, after all of that hassle, so he'd all but run alone. Maria lifted into the air, her wings spreading wide, her staff singing loudly. She looked so focused, so determined. There was a pressure in the air, something even he could feel. The temple of the one yawned and groaned, and then the side of the entire building came off, as the largest Daedra he'd ever seen in his life smashed through, struggling, bound in writhing, twisting shadows. It howled, and the ground shook. With the swing of its axe, formless entities were ripped apart, torn off of its body. It wasn't any normal Daedra. It was Maron's Dagon, walking on the surface of Nirn. Only an immortal could slay another immortal. That he knew. But Maria didn't seem to be obeying that law. So he wouldn't either. Martin clenched his fist. He raised his staff. The droop were smashed away, destroyed. The centaurs stood in the back, spells in their hands, but they weren't as real as they'd like to have been. Meron stomped, once, and they collapsed, melting away into the shadows they had come from. He was getting stronger and he was healing. I fired another scintillating blast of energy at him, searing away long strips of Dagon's flesh. But it was starting to feel fruitless. He was too much. Ignoring my magic. Pushing through my powers. Meron's Dagon ripped off the shadows wreathed around him, his claw tearing through twisted flesh, and they returned to Lyg, my magica well dried. Dagon stood straight. A fireball ripped through the air. It battered him lightly. Not even a bruise. Not even a scratch. I looked over and Martin was standing there, alone, a determined expression on his face. Dagon lifted his spear. He reared back, about to thrust it in Martin's direction. No. I couldn't let that happen. I threw myself into the way, knocking Martin off of his feet, blowing him behind a building out of Dagon's view. The first thrust missed, only barely. An entire vector of space, simply missing. My shoulder clipped, bleeding. My staff shattered under my grip, its song cut short. But I was alive. I threw myself in the air, away from Martin, even as Meron adjusted his aim and thrust again. My wing fell off. I slammed into the flagstones of the temple district, rolling to a stop. Behind me, the pillars and buildings began to crumble and a rock slammed down on me. Pain. I struggled to shove the rubble off of me, pushing it away, getting back to my feet. Dagon thrust a third and final time, this time while I couldn't move. The shrieking, roiling space that Meron's razor excised from reality came sizzling for me. I did the only thing I could think of, and brought Wraithguard in the way. Wraithguard shrieked. It shuddered under my palm. Then, it fell apart around my fingers. Delicate pieces of Dwemer metal and Daedric Creatia crumbling to the ground, corroded and rotten. The last of Kagranak's tools. Destroyed. Dagon reared back once more, his razor's point shivering on the end of the spear, and he began to thrust. Just in time for a Dwemer hammer to come crashing down onto his skull hard enough that the Daedric prince fell to one knee, a heavy dent on his skull. Yagram's boots slammed into the ground as the bulky set of armor closer to power armor than anything stood up straight, heavy war armor in both hands. The doors to the temple district slammed open, and undead began to pour out, hordes of corpses and skeletons, swarming us. Slowly, unsteadily, I got back to my feet, Shadowrend refurbishing my destroyed wing. I'd sent Emilie and Uriel too far away, they'd never get back in time. Yagram Bagarn. Martin Septim, Manny Marco, and me. Against the Prince of Destruction. So it was just us. Meron's Dagon got back to his feet and he began to laugh. Meron's Dagon bucked, and the world broke around him. Temples and stones shattered underfoot. His axe lifted into the air. Yagram was blown away, bodily ripping through the sky. For a moment, he was so limp I thought he was dead. But despite the enormous rent in his armor, he gestured toward the ground. Needles blasted from his wrists, and tugged himself back to the ground. A controlled landing. His armor was rent nearly in half, a few drops of blood from his armor. His hammer slipped nearly into his hand, almost magnetically calling to it, and Yagram began to pound on his own armor. With each beat, the armor repaired itself like the heartbeat of a living being. Dagon reared back with his spear, grabbing it with his upper arm for a moment. I shot forward, rippling through the air, potion still in my veins. With a stomp, I slammed my feet onto the tip of the spear of Meron's razor, and the spear tip dug into the ground instead, spear screeching against the ground. I crossed both arms and wings in front of my face as his free fist crashed into me. My feet lost their grasp of the spear. My wings crumbled apart, broken from the impact. But they were made of Shadowrend. Nothing I had could hurt him. I was running low on magicka, even as I took deep breaths, pushing myself back to my feet. A lich rose from the horde of corpses, a torrent of lightning spraying from its fingertips. Dagon leaned back and ripped a large chunk of temple from the ground with his two free arms, and threw. The lich shoved itself to the side, but not soon enough. They crumbled, the swarm of undead crushed under the rubble. It was brutish power. Extreme, staggering strength. Jsashi all over again, only without her weaknesses. Even relighting the dragon fires wouldn't work, it would be like locking your door while the burglar's already in your house. Martin raised his hands and wove a spell, something related to tonal architecture. I could tell thaumaturgy that even the apprentice hadn't seen. Something Martin must have designed myself. Over the roaring in my ears, he yelled. It was a call, a shout of some kind, supercharged with Martin's magic. The ground shuddered, a wave of sound and thirst resonating from the prince. The resulting blast of power sent Meron Dagon to one knee. Shields and bindings curved around him, nets made of magical and divine forces binding him in place. Meron started to stand, and the nets began to snap away, shields breaking. Martin ran toward me. Maria, he says, I have an idea. What is it? If I am a dragonborn, able to use the way of the voice, then in my blood contains the power of Akatosh. If I... No, I said. What? He asked, eyes widening. I stood up, slowly. You plan on sacrificing yourself, I said. If it means everybody else. No, I said again. Yagrum stood up. He raised his hammer, and began to run toward us, past us, eyes locked on Meron Stegon. He looked furious. Maddened, almost, like the Daedric prince had offended him personally. Pergan Azul had been able to revive himself twice. Mankar had been able to revive himself as many times as he had shadow magic capable followers. I didn't know if I could do it again, but I had better chances than Yagrum had. Clairvoyance began to buzz inside my skull. I could feel where Emilie was somewhere in Kvatch, with the Emperor. Somewhere safe. But Mary? No. I said a third time. I focused. A shift gate opened this time toward Kvatch. I thrust with both palms, a telekinetic blast. Martin ripped through the shift gate, and as soon as Yagrum ran past I shoved him as well. No foolish portal for me. Manny Marco purred at my side. His figure was limping, one-legged. A mass of maggots and worms where his leg had been. I glanced at it for a moment, and he tilted his head. Not enough intact corpses for this, sadly. It'll have to be us too, then, I said. Manny Marco collapsed next to me, his body made of rat skeletons and goblin corpses fell apart. Meron stood, relaxing, pulling back the spear he had just thrust. The last bit of flesh covered his skull, recovering, and his second eye opened. Just me, then. Meron's weapons raised, and I charged. It felt like I was in the Black Marsh again. I could feel the heat, the humidity. The bugs gnawing at my flesh. My weakened, poisoned body dying as I walked. Flesh flies gnawing at me, even as I waved them away with what little inklings of magic Devada's ring had granted me. In the water, in the dark, the lizard creatures looked up at me. Through the marsh, blood-red scales glinted in the dark. Beady orange eyes peered out at me. Even as I collapsed, even as they dragged me to Tsokahaj. Each of them were to be Mawelael's children. Each of them were never granted souls or personhood, due to Mawelael's fear. She didn't want to impress a doomed life to a child who'd never been given a choice. Instead, that doomed life had been given to me. This whole quest had been given to me. My quest had been to save the Jills. To stop the Hist from making this world eternal, making it endless and stagnant. They would, in time, develop weapons capable of destroying even timeless beings, chaining Akadosh in place, his daughters and sons murdered. The Hist couldn't complete their weapons if they'd never perceive the Jill function, never see them actually work. I'd stopped the dragon break of Red Mountain. I'd stopped the destruction of Lorcan's heart, the Tower of Red Mountain. The dragon break had never happened. The Hist would not learn from it. I'd done something. I'd saved the world time. But the warp in the west had still happened. Their weapons, the impossible mathematical weapons, the untime equations still existed, in concept if not actuality. And after Meron Stegon killed me, I wouldn't come back. I had no shadow selves left whose potentia I could consume. He would destroy the empire. The white gold tower would fall. The dragon would break, and the Hist would learn more. For a long, quiet moment, I wondered what would have happened if I'd just retired somewhere. To Morthal, maybe, and farmed turnips. I'd seen so many shadows, so many possibilities. So many selves. In not a single one had I just given up. It wasn't in me. It wasn't in my nature. The mage was a master of traditional magic. She'd become archmage. Worked for years to become the top of her class. The apprentice was an itinerant wanderer. She'd never stayed in one place, fascinated by the world, learning the most exotic forms of magic she could find. The ritual was a mystic. A powerful one taught the most precious secrets of the most powerful in the world. Time with the Sijiaks, more time with Manny Marco, Suthasil, the lot. She'd ended up a ruler, the queen of worms, immortal and unaging. Finally, the shadow, the real me, was a cheating cunt. And it was this road, more than the others, that would be my way to win. For a mortal, you certainly are tenacious. For a dickbag, you sure are a bag of dicks. Dickbag. I stumbled away. My claws could hurt him, if only barely. The divine spark in my soul stolen from Lyg was enough for me to count as an immortal, to be able to harm his form. The problem was to do more than harm. Even clawing out his eye hadn't lasted more than a minute. Magicka waning. Potion wearing off. My potentia was the only thing still in healthy supply due to the fact that I was fighting Meron Stegon itself, but even it was dwindling, with me filling in the gaps with Magicka. That, and Shadow Rend. Too many near misses and dodges had me covered in wounds. I didn't have the Magicka to heal myself, anymore. So for each scratch, for each wound, Shadowrend had to fill in the blanks. My body was covered in patches of black ooze, holding me together, holding me intact. My equipment was shredded and destroyed. But I was learning. His protonymic remembered from the Battlespire game and an old wiki walk was worthless, now. His nature was too changing, too unstatic. He'd changed it after his last defeat, and laughed when I uttered it. The blade of the Moonreaver wouldn't work. I'd tried spending a large portion of potentia to conjure it from nothing, but it only scarred him slightly worse than my claws. Not cost effective. I lacked the power to conjure any other artifacts I knew of. All of them had a true owner, a true wielder. Savior's Hide was an artifact of Herson, and I simply lacked the potentia to conjure it without Herson's permission. And even though I could feel their eyes on me, the Didra and Dra alike, spending at least a portion of their attention on our fight, none of them were willing to help. But at that thought, I kicked Marons in the face, throwing myself away. My arms wove a spell, a conjuration spell. I never said Cecilan's name. I never thought it. Instead, I thought of the creature I'd summoned, accidentally. The one that Cecilan truly was, who he was without the protonymic our contract had applied to him. I conjured an unbound servant of Hermias Mora, a professor of war and violence, with only minimal bindings. A spray of black ichor, ink, and tendrils reached out of the ground. A slimy, alien hand grasped Murun Dagon's ankle, pinning him in place. A beast made of eyes and muscle stood from the pool of ink, vaguely humanoid, its form barely coherent. Not Cecilan looked back at me for a moment, even as the rest of him was facing his foe. "Buy me time, please," I said. "Only because you've been interesting," Not Cecilan burbled back, "and will be interesting again." Beneath it, though, I heard a different voice, a familiar one. One I trusted. Then, the nameless beast howled, rippling forward, pinning down Marons Dagon. My magicka began to plummet, as the beast tore at my supply with wild abandon, not heeding my mortal limits. I looked down, into my shadow and plunged my hands in, even as Dagon ripped Not Cecilan limb from limb. I was a cheating cunt. I couldn't be the only me who had been. I just had to find her. I was tired. At first, I just wanted to survive. Waking up so long ago with nothing, as nothing. Spending my first few weeks on Nirn Intel FYR, brewing potions and studying magic, trying to live. Then I made my way to Black Marsh. I'd met Soka Haj, the Argonian equivalent of a crazy cat lady, and Mawelael. I'd spent my entire time there in the dream sleeve, but I'd lived that life. I'd learned their culture, their language. The Hist there had become my mother. My family. And she had a request for me, one I swore to fulfill. Since then, it's been even more of a struggle. Nothing but fighting and clawing my way to the surface. Every time I'd achieved something great, or bent the rules, or eked out a lucky win, there was another big bad on the horizon. For every cool unique new staff I built, or clever spell I put together, there was a new hero with impossible skill, or a new villain, or a new artifact that seemed custom built to wreck my shit. I'd had to cheat my ass off to get in the same league as them. Then cheat even more to keep up. Then cheat even more to win. I didn't even really have any talents of my own. Everything I had was stolen from my own shadow, my other possibilities, and even my shadow magic was stolen, itself. A circle jerk of worthlessness. And now, I was tired. I was so tired. Somewhere, in reality, just in front of me was Marons Dagon, here to destroy the world. To sunder it apart, as he had to Lyg to make it have never been. I was as good as I could have ever been at so many skills. Fighting, stealth, alchemy. But what could the ability to lie well do anything against a force like that? When even my strongest spells couldn't. I'd need something on the same level as Akadosh himself. Something powerful enough that Martin had sacrificed himself for it, in a different timeline. Chim wasn't an option. None of the walking ways were, really. I wasn't a true part of the Godhead. I was still an outsider, no matter how I'd been somehow retconned into reality. I couldn't return to something I hadn't originally been a part of. The voice. I knew the language, I knew every language, somehow, but it drained me. The voice took from your life force, draining your stamina and wasting you away. But Martin had tried that, even dragonborn as he was, it had merely delayed Dagon. Numendium. I couldn't use. I already knew that. I'd apparently tried a version of me had been unmade by it. I'd had vague memories of the agent being told by the totem of Tiber Septim that she wasn't worthy, that she had no royal blood. Even if I could, it would just cause a dragon break. If the brass tower were to walk again, the Hist would be that much closer to victory. Pankratos sword. Shihai. The way of the spirit sword. It was said to be able to cut anything, to sunder even continents. I tried, but it was too much. I tried to draw on it, on the impossibility of me ever achieving it, but there was something wrong. The blades were made of will of certainty and it wasn't compatible with me. I was too uncertain a being, and the Shihai was too real to be made from shadow. My form destabilized for a moment, my potentia dribbling, and I pulled myself together again. There wasn't anything around. And in the shadow possibilities around me was nothing. All the nearest neighbors were gone. I'd already consumed every other Maria who'd ever used shadow magic back when I lost myself in the shadows. I'd consumed the nearest neighbors, the best and brightest I could have been. The greatest warriors, the greatest mages, alchemists, and thieves. And now they were gone. Those possibilities had been eliminated. They were in me, their skills and abilities. Faint memories. Half-remembered thoughts. Everything else was so far away. So far faded in the mists or improbability that my shadow magic could barely reach, barely perceive them. To bring them closer, I'd have to burn out the rest of my potentia. In the distance, beyond the mists of probability, something looked back at me, an open gap in her skull where her eyes should have been. She smiled one too wide, with too many teeth, her corpus-riddled body and mind too distorted for me to understand. Her slaver's corpse sat behind her, pinned in place with a dozen blades of Dwemer as he struggled to remove the keening that had been shoved through his golden, three-eyed mask. I didn't have enough power. Not enough potentia to bring her to me, to become her, to use anything with her power. But there was one thing that had never failed me. One thing that had always stuck with me, always worked reliably. And she taught it what shape to be. I opened my eyes. Dagon ripped the last of Not, Allen apart, the last of my mana draining bone dry. I could feel the hollowness in my anima, the absolute lack of magica in the air. So many spells had been used here, so much magic, that even the sun's light was barely refilling it. Imperial soldiers smashed through one of the gates finally and beheld their foe. But not for long. My form was wavering. Flickering in and out of existence. What I had wasn't even considered potentia anymore. Not potential existence but existence in truth. I was out, I was ceasing to be. I couldn't handle the upkeep. But I was connected to Lyg, still, through the Neverstone, through Chimel Garjig. And the stone was connected to something even greater. What I bring is light, Maria of House Dagoth had said. What I bring is a star. Marons Dagon swung his axe, booming out in laughter. I reached. Long, bone-like fingers reached out of the shadows, and caught the edge of the blade. The axe stopped. I stood. Shadowrend, in the form of a fully completed Akulakhan, stood around me. And the Untower walked. Anumitum was built as a thing of unmaking, built by the Dwemer to rewind their existence, twist them back into the divine spirits they had once been, and it worked. It unmade them, returning them to the godhead. Numendium was rebuilt by Tiber Septim to conquer Tamriel. It had done so, and made him emperor, before it was yet again dismantled. Again it was rebuilt by Uriel Septim and it unmade time. Akulakhan was a completely different creation. Despite being based on the same plans, it had been built in a different hand, with a differently insane mind. It was still a weapon of war. A tool for a conqueror, for one who would forge a kingdom. And right now, I was walking like it as it was walking like me. It was like riding a horse, if the horse was humanoid, if the saddle was in the ribcage, if the horse could read your mind, if it was so much more powerful and terrible than you. Like being the living heart of a creature, pushing blood through its veins, manually pumping and pushing every drop of blood through its body. Kind of like piloting a helicopter, too, except nothing like any of those things. Shadowrond Azakulakin was a wraith-like thing, barely existent at moments, fully realized in others. Tall and skeletal, shadowy flesh clinging to lily-white bone. False blood pulsing through false veins, potentia beating through the meridian lines, along the anima brain to spine to stone and back. A face with tendrils hanging down, twitching and moving as I breathed. Like an ascended sleeper, Dagathor's favorite servants. Or the Umbraketh, a shadow creature of immense power. Funny how closely the two resembled each other. My body was the heart, standing within the ribcage, my arms and legs limbs decrepit, fading and wasting away, melting into shadow. It was worthless for all intents and purposes, it wasn't even my body. Just the torso holding my real heart, the nothing stone. My vision kept wavering, shuddering in and out. I could feel myself flickering, fading from existence, the metaphorical needle in my potentia's gas meter wavering between the E and the empty space before it that meant you're fucked. Much like a shark, I must keep moving to live. So I moved. Marons Dagon stumbled back as shoved against him, standing tall nearly his height, if not half his bulk. Dedrick steel screeches against divine bone, his axe squealing as I shoved it away. His face lit up with glee. You've done something interesting, mortal. Magic wand, make my monster grow. I responded, shoved the sharp digits of my new hands into his eyes. Dedrick flesh parted around anti-undivine matter that didn't even really exist. He flailed his axe, whipping it toward my skull, and I caught it on my forearm. I half expected Shadowrend to shatter, like it had so long before. But it stopped. A second time, I'd blocked one of Dagon's swings. And I started to realize why I could. Marons ripped himself away, shoving me with one hand, readying a spear blow with another. He jabbed the spear's tip, slamming right into where my sternum would be. The spear slipped through shadow flesh and shadow bone, through meridians and veins and spine. It exited through the other side. Murun's razor didn't pierce or damage a single thing on the way, phasing through me like it wasn't even there. I was a walking titan powered by Potentia. An entity whose existence was powered by the impact I made on the world. If I didn't make impact I would cease to be. Like a story being told, I stopped when the narrative did. But I was a cheating cunt, one that could and would ignore the passive voice. I could affect things, but not be affected. That was my realization. Shadowrun Dezaku nature. Its balance on the razor's edge between existence and not. Between Tamriel and Lyg. Evasion tanking, bitch. I boomed. With both hands around the spear in my chest, I jumped and planted both feet on Murun Dagon's chest. He shot back, almost across the temple district, and when he stood, he snarled in fury as I broke the spear still in my hands. I held Murun's razor. With an extension of telekinesis, an enchanting trick the ritual had learned, I extended my meridian lines over the spear. Flooded with my magicka, he'd have a hell of a time ripping it out of my hands, as long as my trickle of magicka remained. A spear was like a halberd, after all. The warrior had also been trained by Almalexia herself. And she'd kicked Murun's ass between his ears, so I could deal. All four of Murun's hands clasped around his axe, and he charged. I met him in the middle. He dodged or blocked any attempt I made to pierce him with the razor end, and Murun Dagon started displaying real skill. I parried a dozen quick strikes, the back end of the spear cracking against his face and chest, but he was a skilled warrior, better than me, in fact. He'd been playing around. Crushing ants, metaphorically speaking. But even as I had the warrior emblazoned on my soul, I also had the thief. The lover. The lord. Liars and tricksters and tacticians. I swung heavily, a clumsy swing, a feint, overextending. Murun's capitalized on it, batting the spear away with his open arms, and went for the kill. The axe swished through my neck. Then my arm, my lungs, my body. He spun the axe between all four arms, moving it continuously, a balanced, juggling mess that would normally have left me in shreds. Only problem was, he was fighting a ghost. A ghost who could simply decide not to be hurt. I moved toward his axe, one hand, and the edge scraped against my hand, stopping in place. Affecting, but not being affected by. He tried to pull it away. I held it tightly, locking it in place. Without any ceremony, with his chest fully exposed, I shoved Murun's own razor made from his own essence through his chest. His eyes widened, then his form gleamed brighter and brighter, burning from the inside out. And he vanished from existence. Everything went silent. For a long, quiet moment. Everything was still. The Oblivion crisis was over. Martin was alive. The Empire would live. The Third Age would continue. I'd won. Then, shadow and Akulakon around me ceased to be, and I was falling, falling. And then, blackness. In the decrepit, dusty silence of an ancient temple, far to the north, a mural sat on the wall, carved centuries ago. A long crack ran through the side, and then, slowly, the wall started to crumble and fall away. "Hey, you're awake!" I heard. A man's voice, low and calming. "I swear to Mawalael, if I open my eyes and see Helgen, I'm going to start burning everything down and never stop." I opened my eyes, slowly, and Martin was looking down at me, looking concerned. We were in the Imperial City, the Arcane University, to be specific, according to the mage lights and stone ceilings. "Martin," I said. "You're alive." "Yet. Was I not supposed to be?" he asked. "If you kept fighting Murun Dagon alone, you wouldn't have been for long." I drawled back, and he scoffed. "You're not one to talk," he said. Slowly, carefully, I sat up. My muscles and bones were aching, but I'd be able to fix that with a few potions and some stretches. Somebody had dressed me in Mage's Guild robes. I could feel the ache in my skin that came from magical cleaning, as well. "How long was I out?" "A few days," he says. "You, started to not exist here and there. We had to put a sign up." I glanced at it and chuckled, reading aloud. "Warning. This bed is not empty, no matter how it appears. Master Wizard Monastoni is currently in a state of ontological flux and is currently phasing in and out of existence." Hannibal Traven wrote this. He was the only one that knew what was going on, he said. "You started doing a lot better after we were able to anchor a few enchantments to you." "Shadow magic," I responded. "I overdrafted things a bit." "So I saw. After you sent me to Kvatch," he said. He sounded a little angry about it, frowning. "Yet," I said. "I'm not sorry about sending you away like that. You were in trouble," he said. "It was your dad's orders," I said, shrugging. "He wanted you protected. And that was why you booted me out of the fight?" he asked, sharply. Because of my father's orders. I smiled. I took a deep, free breath. Nah. That wasn't why. I said. Then, I shoved myself out of the bed. My muscles burned, my meridians aching from the magic, but I was familiar with pain. You think your father could order me to do something I didn't want to do? I asked. His eyes locked onto mine. I guess not. I grabbed the collar of his robes and pulled him into a kiss. He froze for a moment, stunned and inflexible, but only for a moment. When I pulled away, it was impossible to wipe the grin off my face. Martin looked like he wasn't sure what just happened. I shoved you through the gate because I want you happy and healthy, idiot. I said. What? I walked past Martin, picking up speed, and when I stepped outside, into the sun, somehow, I saw something that made my smile even wider. It's beautiful. I said, eyes glittering. What? Martin asked again, rushing to keep up. Oh, yeah. Clearly posted a sign-up sheet for levitation lessons by one Dovin Aaron. On top of that, I could see them flying mages through the air. A matrix of battlemages on patrol, wavering lines of violet alteration magic woven around their boots, as they soared in a long, lazy circle around the imperial city. The Levitation Act was repealed. That was my condition. Martin said, finally. For what? When my father asked me not to take up the mantle of Archmage. He said. That was my condition. At that, I stopped, turned, and kissed him again. Not that he was complaining. Manimarco stood, his form stern and calm, the staff of worms grasped tightly in his hand. He stood atop twisted piles of undead, more formless shapes like coiled worms and awful than corpses. His cloak wreathed most of his features, except for his angular chin and eyes. I looked up and down at it. The statue was well carved, the sun's light glinting off of the small emeralds where his eyes would have been. It's quite a good likeness, Manimarco said, looking up at the statue of himself. In honor of his assistance, throughout all of Cyrodiil. The few Oblivion gates that opened outside of the Imperial City were held off by the Worm God's forces. Tucked under his arm was the colossal black soul gem, the one I'd made for him, to grant him power from the Battlespire, power I hadn't been able to use at the time. Much too heroic to be you, I responded. How long has it been here? A week, now, he responded. My anchorites told me that there would be something wonderful here in Bruma, but I didn't think it would be this. He wanted to surprise you, I shrugged. Hey, you see that? I pointed down at a small, silver platter sitting at the base of the statue. Sitting atop the platter was a few things. A small garnet. Some coiled up, dried death bell, and a rat's skull. An offering. He said. He reached down, as if to touch the death bell. His finger hovered over it for a moment. Her name was Cresel Malvini. She's 9 years old. He muttered, almost surprised. One of my creatures saved her father's life during the crisis. She left this here in thanks. You didn't know that until just now, did you? I asked. She wanted me to know. He said, his voice low. His finger shook, and he pulled away from the simple, dead flower. The petals widened of their own accord, a surge of necromantic energy washing through them. He let go of a long, deep breath. I glanced at him, and Manimarco's smile was beatific. One of the most genuine smiles I'd seen from him. I shoved my hand into my shadow and pulled out a dried, old nightshade. All praise the god of worms, I said. My friend. Manimarco vanished before my offering landed on the platter. Probably too embarrassed that I'd seen him start to cry. My levitation spell embraced me like a warm cloak on a chilly night, and I took off into the sky. The sky washed past me, twinkling with light as power surged into me from Aetherius, iridescent light shimmering from the anchors, from the dozen gems and the array of clumsily forged meteoric crystal, keeping it stable. Just for now. Just for long enough. Shadowrend was a grotesquerie, ribs merging into my flesh, my potentia wavering, even as I pushed Magicka through the nothing stone, converting Magicka into potentia as alien limbs squirmed from my back, extending my animus. The air was thick with power. People had died. The Hist were responsible. I wouldn't give them time to do anything again. My tattoos spanning my entire shoulder, back and arm shined with the light of the constellations, flickering as I drew on different memories. Different portions of myself. I may not have enchanted much my own, having used the guild's resources to do it for the most part, but the mage, the ritual, the apprentice, even the machinist, they all had, in their time. A wicked, curved gauntlet, forged by my own hands and with my own blood, sat in front of me. The Battlespire sang, thrumming my own plane of oblivion, chanting a perfect series of tones and notes. Ancient books and tomes lay spread out in front of me. Dagathor wasn't the only one that could rework Kagranak's notes to his own ends, after all. Before me, the ebony began to shift and shudder, darkening in color, growing darker and darker. Deeper than shadow. The second Wraithguard seemed to eat up the light. Is it true? I asked. Emilie looked up at me, stars in her eyes. She was wearing some of the thickest, heaviest material I'd seen before in my life. Armor that should have her crawling along the ground, unable to wear it, but the way it seemed to float off her, it must have been weightless. That you fought Marun's Dagon? She responded. By yourself. Not completely by myself, I said. Martin Septim helped. As did Yegrim Bagarn, and the god of worms. Not at the end, she said. I saw you open that shift gate. Don't try that unless you know what you're doing, I said, a little quickly. The dangers of a poorly opened shift gate could be bad, to say the least. Why yeah, I know. She said. But yet, you sent everyone through. And we could see the fight all the way from Kvatch. You summoned some kind of giant. I did. I said. How? How can you do something like that? I've never seen anything like that before. She says. It wasn't easy. I said, finally. It took something real from me. I'm not the same as I was. Even now, Shadowrend remembered. It still clung to my frame, its meridians dug into mine. It had fused with my body, entwined in my bones. Like what His Majesty said about Numendium. Emilie said, suddenly. Like Zerren's Mantella. Or Shalidor's Glamoral. There's a belief, or maybe a practice, believed by the WIRDs, the Witch Covens in High Rock. What is it? That everything you do, with your hands or your magic, comes back at you. Like ripples in a pond, the waves you make resonate, and change you. You're not just a person. You're a record of everything you've done. It leaves a pattern on your essence. Then, after a moment, she grins. So don't worry. Everything you do changes you. Thanks, Emilie. I said. You know much about the Witch Covens. More than most, she responded, and for the first time, she had a dark look in her eyes. What does that mean? We held different beliefs. She said. So they took my animal form from me. Beliefs? About what? Society. Civilization. What it means to hold out a hand to help someone when they're in trouble. The law of nature, the law of the Tamarillan Coven, is that the strong consumes the weak, and the weak must flee or seek shelter. You helped someone, I said. And I won't apologize. She responded. Nature might be natural, but the order we've built as people, brighter than that. Prettier. And those idiots forgot that it's the pack that makes wolves dangerous. So instead, I'll take their secret arts, the practices I was able to steal, and I'll help everyone with them. Reveal it to the world. Won't that piss them off? I asked. Make them angry. If I'm strong enough, then I can do whatever I want. She says, her armor clinking as she crossed her arms. And they'll have to flee or seek shelter. I grinned at that, and she grinned back. So, what's your armor based off of? Those cultist guys. She responded. A little. Then I borrowed a bit from my Genesis spell, and then I watched Hannibal Traven cast some kind of ontological flux spell to keep you existing and stuff. I figured since I skipped some elements that convinced the creation to act real, I should anchor it a bit better, and I examined it closely, nodding. Thick creation that must have been based off of the Mythic Dawn's conjuration spell, but somehow, incomplete. Or intentionally left uncompleted, so that it didn't properly emulate true physics, one of the aspects of normal conjured equipment that would improve the armor's stability. Even stranger, the panels of her armor looked like she'd tried to repair it, somehow beaten strands of silver and gold traceries into it, a weak enchantment attached to the real matter, somehow anchoring the effect in reality with barely any magica uptake. We really need to teach you how to write down your findings, I said, finally. You haven't had to recharge or sustain the spell since you first cast it, have you? I have to disintegrate the armor sometimes. She says. There's, no real way to take it off. I sighed, and clapped a hand on her pauldron. You welded yourself into a set of semi-permanent bound armor. She blushed, and I just laughed. Come on. I wanted to ask your opinion on something. My opinion? She asked, eyes widening. I know I'm an evoker now, but you are the hero of Kvatch, too, I said. Her blush grew deeper. The girl had somehow caused the Oblivion Gate sieging the town to collapse, shattering all at once, and was probably somehow responsible for the closure of the rest of the gates, just before Kirat had summoned the meteor and before Mankar the non-existent asshole had summoned Dagon. Sure, she said. What do you want me to look at? Ever hear of the Battle Spire? I asked. I want to see what you think of some of Zerren Arctus's greatest work. Emilie's eyes seemed to glow, the Nirnroot in her chest growing louder as I opened a shift gate. This is a little beyond me, Martin said as the two of us looked at the mess before us. Spread out over the table was a lot of work. Designs of the Battle Spire and everything Emilie could tell me about the anchors, about the monoforms and matrices woven deeply into the battle spire's creation. Her notes were a little strange, too. It reminded me a bit of Dwemer design, a highly detailed picture of the subject, as if that would help, and then ideograms that I barely understood. Drawn lines and waves for the magicka with notes and circles around the waves and eddies mentions about what spells or effects it smells like and feels like. It said something that recreating Wraithguard the black gauntlet on my wrist was so much easier than interpreting a 17-year-old evoker's notes. Yet. It's a little beyond me, too, I said. But it's better than what I had before. This is all Emilier's work? He asked. Some of it. The rest is from Zerren's own notes on the design. From the blades. Martin froze in place. It's fine. I asked permission, I said. Turns out they're perfectly fine with letting a prince take a look at it. He sighed. For all the good it'll do me, he drawled. I've had to pour through a lot of Emilier's essays before. I'll take over that part, see what I can translate. Sure thing, I said, handing him the notes leaving me with just Zerren Arctus's designs. I was sure he'd left a lot of his actual design work out, so it took a bit of reading between the lines to figure out what he was actually doing. I'd had to specially enchant some parchment with illusion magic, making it mostly translucent, so we could layer several pages together to have space to fit all of our notes. Hey, Mary. Martin asked, finally. What's up? What, did that kiss mean? When you woke up? I smirked. What do they usually mean? He trailed off, awkwardly. I mean, we're friends and colleagues, but I wouldn't want to, With my position in mind, I'm not sure if I have the freedom to, Don't worry too much, Martin. I said. My interest is more, of the kind Debella would bless, rather than Mara. Oh. He said, after a moment. Oh. I couldn't help it, I laughed. It was in one of the darkest halls in Kvatch's ritual chambers, far below the city. The Varlaw stones made through shadow magic glimmered in the corners of the room, isolating the chamber magically as strongly as possible. I'd had gold for days, now, with all the favors the imperial nobility was trying to earn from me by donating to my research, let alone the payment from the blades, for my job well done. That said, if the Empire or the blades knew what I was using their gold for, hidden away in the chamber, they'd probably want their money back. And me arrested. Then probably executed. That in mind, I carefully layered an illusion spell around the area, heavily leaning on shadow magic, on the alternate possibilities that could be happening in the area, a kind of chaotic white noise, magically speaking something that would keep divination magic past or future from learning what I did in here. From my shadow, I pulled out the Jewel of Fire. Jagartharn's phylactery, reconstructed after his original death by Mankar Cameron, one holding an echo of his essence, a shadow duplicate or a wraith. One that would be able to affect the world as long as it was charged with magicka. Carefully, I fed it a trickle, and conjured the arch-traitor. The red-eyed half-Altmer glanced at me, a confident smile on his face. So you're willing to trade your secrets for mine, eh? I'll teach you the mystery of the fifth walking way, I said. After I've used you for everything else you're worth. You are aware that I know you're hiding something from me, yes? He asked in response. As any great illusionist, I can tell falsehood from truth. Then I'll tell you the truth. I said. I don't think you can do it. Upon learning the secret, I think you'll fail, and cease to be. I can be quite surprising, he responded. This is a gamble, then. My secret's for a possibility at godhood. Now that I think about it, is that how the Dwemer vanished? I shrugged. I couldn't tell you for certain, I said. And if I achieve it? If I walk this fifth way successfully? Then I'll have to destroy you for your crimes, I responded. Then, I cleared my throat and set down my parchment and pen. We'll begin with your artificial earth bones, and the prison dimension you created for Uriel. My eyes bored into his. Jagartharn grinned back at me. It looked like a wolf's snarl. Mine was wider and my fangs were sharper. Then the deal with the devil was struck, and he began to talk. The day laborers were carefully taking down scaffolds around the newly restored gates between the district's newly waxed Nebinus oak doors, reinforced with orichalcum bands imported from Orsinium at great expense. The damage was being repaired surprisingly quickly. So many people coming in from the rest of Cyrodiil, helping with the reconstruction. I'd have joined in, but I'd been much too busy preparing. It would have dragged me away from my work. I paced back and forth, to the amusement of the helmeted, masked Great Knight and Bauru standing next to me, as we stood on the road leading to the palace district. Green Emperor Way was pretty crowded, with the Imperial Guard keeping most people off of the road and away from the White Gold Tower. Benches and parks along Green Emperor Way were fully stocked with citizens, sitting and waiting. Birds were even sitting in the trees, freed from their aviaries, as if watching. Renault stepped out of the White Gold Tower, and Emperor Uriel Septim VII stepped out alongside her. People instantly quieted, at the sound of the horns being blown just at his presence. Chancellor Akato, and various members of the nobility and high council all stepped out, 3 at a time, behind the emperor. Near the end, Sashi stepped out alongside Martin and the other prince's various older men. Most of them seemed somewhat frustrated. Amusingly, Sashi seemed just as sour as I was to be stuck in this, but at least I was able to stand with the blades, rather than being on display. Eventually, the emperor stopped. He closed his eyes for a long moment, and then opened them again and smiled. 3 weeks ago, on the 20th of sun's dusk, the marble jaws of oblivion opened themselves, he began. Didra erupted from all across Tamriel, all across the empire, and the numerous forces of the Didra known as Merunstagon began to assault the very walls you see around you. At that, everyone began to murmur for a moment before he started to talk again, and people went silent to listen more closely. Many times over the past age, both before and during my reign, misrule has come to the shores of the empire. The arch-traitor's simulacrum. The warp in the west. Events both near and abroad. However, on the 20th of sun's dusk, the Oblivion crisis lasted exactly 4 hours. It was not simply a threat to me, it was a threat to you, my people, across the empire. However, you have all made me proud. The Imperial Batlemage, the on-duty blades clapped their fists against their breastplates. A heavy thump. The 20th of sun's dusk is also the day of the Warriors' Festival, and the Empire has shown itself to be truly protected by the warrior. As one, we rose and fought. The Didra were not only stopped at our gates, they were turned back. They were banished. Merunstagon himself crossed over into reality, through magery and conjuring beyond mortal means, but he was struck down before he could harm a single life. This was a victory. The heroes and champions, all of you are beyond numbers. I cannot honor you enough. However, there are some people who must be mentioned as heroes beyond all. First, my eternal champion. Sashi, Jarl of Whiterun. Please, step forward. Sashi schooled her expression, and stepped forward, out of the crowd. People began to murmur. You have protected my sons from assassins, from the cult of the mythic dawn. For this, you have my thanks. You continue to be my champion. Thank you. It was my honor, your majesty. She responded. Modron Oren, champion of the Fighters Guild. Your guild have stood as mercenaries for centuries, doing tasks and adventuring for the good of the people. Without hesitation, upon the beginning of the crisis, you stood and declared that your people would fight. Not for pay. Not for gold, but simply for the honor and the protection of the people. Well, your majesty, we wouldn't say no to a bit of gold now that it's all said and done, the Dunmer man says, clasping his fist over his heart. Uriel chuckles, and nods, as Modron stepped back into the crowd of the people from the tower. Raminus Polus, Archmage of the Mages Guild and the Arcane University. He said. Your guild, as one, worked together to fend off the portals, keeping them closed as well as providing magical support, and allowing the use of your teleportation network across the empire. The Mages Guild may focus on the development of magical arts, but we are imperial citizens beyond that. Why, your majesty? Raminus stepped forward, a little nervously fidgeting with his robe. You can expect more funding for the Arcane University, Archmage. Uriel says, shaking his hand. Manimarco, the Black Worm. Despite many people's dim view of them, it was your anchorites, your followers that were found all across Cyrodiil, using your arts to fight against the Didra before anyone else was even aware the gates had been opened. Yes, your majesty. Manimarco said, stepping out from between two of the blades who didn't even seem to have noticed him as they stepped aside in panic, almost drawing their weapons. Somehow he was able to restrain his arrogant tone, but only barely. My order is not evil, unlike what others say. We simply do what we can, and what we must. Emilie of the Mages Guild. Uriel Septim said, and the people around Emilie parted around her. She was still wearing the bulky suit of bound armor, but she'd refined it further, made it more wearable and a foot taller, though most still towered over her. As a mere apprentice mage, you stood proudly against cultists and foul mages far beyond you, and shielded me both with your stubborn heart and meager power. Not only did you protect your emperor with a stout heart and heroic spirit, but you had the ingenuity and brilliance to discover a method to close shut the gates to oblivion. Protecting not only the town of Kvatch, but closing each gate that had been opened. Of course, your majesty. She said. Count Goldwine has already named you the hero of Kvatch, he says. But I also bestow upon you the title of the champion of Cyrodiil. It was you alone whose actions protected the most people, including saving my own life. Then, he stood straight, his shoulders high, and Uriel's eyes locked with me. Finally, Maria Manatsoni. He said. Here it was. I'd been waiting for this. I stepped free from the other blades in line, and I could feel the crowd's eyes on me. The winged witch of House Televani. Dragon Guard of the Blades. You stood against Merunstagon, alone in mortal combat, and fended him off, allowing the dragon fires to be relit and banishing him from Tamriel. For this, I thank you. Yes, I said. That was all I needed to say. With this in mind, I have an offer to make. The position of the Imperial Batlemage left vacant since the loss of Jagartharn is yours, should you wish it. Martin paused in place, looking at me. I could tell they'd both expected me to accept. Even planned on it. But I had plans of my own. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I said. He froze. You honor me, but I have other tasks that must be done. I see. He says. Then he nodded, dismissing me, and I was able to step back with the others. Then he looked over the crowd again. For 53 years, I have led this empire. I have worked hard to unite it as my ancestors once did. The dream of the Holy Cyrodiilic Empire has not yet been forgotten, and I have tried my hardest to bring it to life. But the position of Emperor is not easy, and it has taken its toll on me. I am an old man, and the stars have decreed that my time as Emperor is at an end. Therefore, I abdicate the throne. I could feel something in the air quake. Elsewhere, in the reconstructed Temple of the One, I knew, the fire had gone out. Uriel took the amulet of kings off from around his neck, and turned. My crown and the rulership of the Holy Cyrodiilic Empire thus lies at the decision of the Elder Council. High Chancellor Akito of First Hold. As the leader of that august body, what do you say? Akito, who had been standing next to him the entire time, stepped forward, taking the amulet. We have debated long and hard over the past few weeks, since you made your decision known to us, Akito said. He wasn't as grand a speaker as Uriel was, and he spoke with a polite humility, though I could still see how similar his features were to Sashi's. However, our wishes were united in at least one aspect: to continue the Septim dynasty. Considering the achievements and skills of your acknowledged sons, we have thusly decided to, with the blessings of the 9 divines, bestow the empire to one Martin Septim. Martin's fists clenched, and his eyes widened. He hadn't known. So did I, somehow. His half-brothers, also standing in line, seemed to already know as well. Nobody seemed too distraught, or surprised, except for Martin himself. In my capacity as Lord High Chancellor of the Elder Council, I accept your claim to the imperial throne, Akito said. You led the Mages Guild skillfully, my son, during the Battle of the Oblivion Crisis. And now you must lead us all to even greater heights. Uriel said. Martin froze. I'm just. Martin looked completely, utterly lost. I couldn't help it. I cupped my hands to my mouth and whooped. Martin boggled out at me, when Emilie from her side joined in, cheering and clapping. Then, from the crowd, Raminis Polis, applauding. Hannibal Traven next to him and the Mages Guild began to applaud. Then it spread. The crowd began to cheer, and Martin looked completely, utterly lost. Like he hadn't realized that was what Uriel had been working toward this entire time. The official acknowledgement, Raminis pushing him into leadership positions. This was why Uriel had asked Martin not to become Archmage, to leave him free for this. That was it. That was what I'd needed to come back to see. To make sure Martin got his rightful place. He'd be a good emperor, that was for sure. He really cared. I'd have to see what he'd make of the empire when I got back. As everyone joined in, cheering, and as Akito began making an old, traditional speech beginning the coronation, I turned, and made my way away from the tower. I turned a corner, into the darkness, and recalled. I sat on a throne made of Dwemer bronze. It was contoured to my body, streamlined to curve along my spine. I sat back, eyelid crystals remade Welkund and Varlaw stones along the points in my spine where it connected my meridian lines to the rest of the battle spire, my magicar roiling through the soul siphons built along the battle spire's spine, draining my anima and attaching it to me like Shadowrend had been blended with my body, back when it had taken the form of Akula Khan. In the mirror at my side, the Jewel of Fire sat. Trapped inside, Jagartharn crossed his arms, waiting as I wove my magic. The enchantments began to settle around the gem sitting at the battle spire's heart, the tip of the spire where all the magica met, the anchors buzzing raw power through it. His enchantment worked. It settled, and the artificial earth bones locked themselves into place. The spire was my domain, now. My own plane of oblivion. The power running through the gem through the spire's heart had it begin to hum and to sing. Like my last staff had sung, only more loudly, more elegantly. Perfected not only with tonal architecture, but with Jagar's false earth bones. It wasn't my own creation, but I'd made some changes to it. At the very center of the gem, the anchor to the magic, was a single drop of blood. My blood. My original blood, from my original body. Before Tamriel, before Lyg, there was home. Earth. For the first time, I could feel the world around me accept me as I was. As I truly was, as Jagar's work had taught me how to engrave it with my law. That's it, I said. I have no more need of you. Finally, Jagar said, hunger in his eyes. Then, now. Tell me. I told him. His eyes widened. Then he frowned. He considered it and realization came to him. Then horror. Jagartharn and the Jewel of Fire were gone, leaving an empty mirror. The pressure of fate built up around me intensified. My shadow shuddered around me, as fate tried to force it into a single shape. Tried to stop me. My gauntlet fate breaker based off the same design as Wraithguard clenched tightly around the gem hovering before me. Memospores rushed through the dream sleeve. I could almost hear the hist calling, howling for help. For assistance their loyal Argonians making their way to the Black Marsh. They'd seen the future, then. They knew what was coming. Me. My fully operational battle spire began to move. It was just as I'd seen it before. The black woods, trees and rivers and marshes drifted underfoot as my levitation spell and wings carried me forward. I noted, with some amusement, that Fort Telemann had been taken over by Manamarco's anchorites, the flag of the black worm swaying in the wind, long-rotted corpses standing guard, maybe even the corpses of the bandits that had guarded me as I worked on the shrine of Hermias Mora in the basement. As I flew into the trees where the blackwood turned into the black marsh into Argonia, the trees just got thicker, the marsh deeper. More water and muck, the road flooded in parts with stale water. Lanterns were lit every 100 feet along the road, signs made of stone rather than wood pointing to the city of Gideon. It had a peculiar scent, the candles burning with an incense tamoth root that would keep the flesh flies away. Of course, I didn't need them. The flesh flies wouldn't bother me anyway, they hadn't ever since Mawalael had changed me. Nor would it bother most Argonians. For Guer and the like, however, they'd need to be plastered with an alchemical paste for the same effect, and anybody that wasn't Argonian in the Black Marsh would need either more incense or magical solutions. I'd heard the Slode had minute soul nets that would rip the infinitesimally small souls from flesh flies that dared enter their lands. But for imperial cities, like Gideon, they simply had to get their hands on a great deal of tamoth candles. The first thing I saw of Gideon was the lights, the sparks of lanterns hanging over doors and windows as the Blackwood Road expanded. There were plenty of brilliant colors, buildings painted various shades. Bright scents. Exotic creatures nesting on rooftops and smaller, semi-aquatic Guer sitting in the streets. Argonian carriages weren't made of wood but shell, and they had long, smoothed bottoms rather than wheels, likely so they would float when being dragged through the water. "Name and business?" called one of the guards at the gate. He was an Argonian, his eyes glinting at mine. His fingers and tail twitched. The gel language involved more body language than most, and it seemed he still talked with his tail, something most Argonians had trained themselves out of, if they ever intended on leaving the Black Marsh. "Maria Manazzoni," I said. He tensed, and his tail flicked with distaste. "Adventuring. Adventuring?" he asked. "It's a perfectly respectable career," I said. "Very well," he said, "eventually. As a member of the Imperial Legion, I have no rights to stop a member of the Blades with your ranking. But beware. Beware. There are dangerous cultists of a god known as Thite in the city," he says. "And it is well known that the Black Marsh does not like you. Watch where you step, lest you find yourself trapped in a rootworm nest." "Thank you for the warning, Junsot," I said. He shivered at me saying his name, and he took a step aside. Far, far above me, a twinkling star drifted through the sky, a purple light in the sky. With the battle spire's activation, I could feel the dream sleeve vibrating, shuddering around us. The dream sleeve was so roiled and twisted, nobody would be getting any sleep tonight. The egg and cauldron was staffed by a familiar face. One who remembered me, but wouldn't recognize me. It had been too long, much too long. Alchemy fumes filled the air, the strong incenses blending and coiling along the ceiling. Hidden enchantments kept the smells lingering, the incenses strong to keep pests away, and to inform any beast folk that this was indeed an alchemy shop. Funny I hadn't recognized the enchantments before. They were subtle. "Well done. Welcome to Egg and Cauldron," the Dunmer lady at the front called. "Is there something?" "Sendraza," I said. She froze. Her Dunmer, ash-bitten skin went paler than I could believe. I didn't. I took a step forward, and my shadow expanded around me. "You left Mournhold because you were scared I was coming, didn't you?" "I left because that Enwa Hordator killed I'm." Her hands had gone crazy. Sendraza said, finally. "I'd like to buy something," I purred, wings raising from the shadow. "I have coin." She appraised me as if trying to resolve who I'd been, over a decade ago, compared to who I was now. What do you need?" "Hissed sap," I said. "As many varieties as possible. As fresh as possible." "V varieties?" she asked. "Do you even know what that stuff really is?" "You have the connections," I drawled. "You have until I return." "When will that be?" she asked, and I just shrugged. Which is when the door opened behind us, and I turned. 4 Argonians, linebacker scaled, wearing heavy armor made of shell and scale, stood before us. "Miss Manazzoni," one of the Argonians said, distaste in his voice. His tail was flicking with the sense of eminent violence. Queen Demia wishes to meet with you. And if I refuse? I asked. You would put us in an unpleasant situation if you did so, the Argonian said, hand clasped around the mace in his belt. When I get back, I told Sendraza. Then I walked, surrounded by the Argonians. I followed the Argonians toward the ruler of Gideon and speaker for the Hist buried underneath. The castle used to be an island ruin, at least to start with. The marble, stone and brick could still be seen in areas, and I would bet there's ruins underneath. On top of that was built a proper castle, in the imperial style, but that had clearly seen better days as well. There was a third layer to it, beyond that, parts where the twisted mangrove trees coiled up, around the building, grown to patch up holes and decrepit areas of the castle. I'd worked with the Telvanni enough to know what it looked like when a plant had been artificially grown into a building, after all. It reminded me a little of Telvas, after all. Except the mind behind Telvas wasn't one sworn to fight me for the fate of the world. The Argonian guards stood on either side of me, hands on their weapons, as if they could stop me from casting anything. I casually followed where they led into the castle, up the stairs. Into the belly of the beast. I could feel the air around me shift and change. Like standing in Murun Dagon's presence, almost, or in a plane of oblivion that belonged to another. The air, the water, the earth, all of it belonged to something else. The magicka in the air began to deny me, pulling away from my presence, as if to starve me. This place within the branches of Gideon's Hist, it hated me. The main chamber where the Queen of Gideon sat was set atop a series of stairs, like a Zanmir, or an old Aztec pyramid, even though you could only approach it in one direction. The guards stopped, there, and gestured for me to go on. As soon as they entered the room, they seemed to relax. Like they weren't nearly as scared of me as they should be. Sitting at the top, in an imperial-style throne, was a woman. She looked humanoid all but her mask. The snout of an Argonian, and large, wide, branching horns was covered in white cloth. But the snout was fake. This woman wasn't a normal Argonian. She took off the mask, and set it aside. Her skin was scaled, serpent-like, but she was humanoid. Silver-patterned scales ran down her body, and her eyes were just as Argonian as mine. She may have once been human or Tsesi, possibly, but she'd become an Argonian later in life, just as I had. Queen was the wrong word, as well. It was one that spoke to imperial senses, one that they had sworn to serve Tiber Septim. But I knew she was no queen. She was a speaker. Maria Manatsoni, of the Mawelael. A woman said, slowly standing. The daughter of a heretic. Root breaker. Exile. Demia. Speaker for Jidar. I responded. If you know who I speak for, then you know that you have made a dreadful mistake, she said. There's a flicker in her eyes and suddenly, she's talking in gel and it isn't Demia talking, I could tell. You swim into a land you do not belong. You clamber onto the beaches owned by those who hate you and what you stand for. I am tired of the assassins. I responded, still in Cyrodiilic. The backstabbing, gifts to assist and empower my enemies. I'm tired of stumbling across someone else's branches shoving themselves into my pie. So you've chosen to end it, the Hist says through her. To entreat yourself upon my greens for mercy. No, I said. I grinned, and stepped forward. I've come for revenge. Magic raged around me, the world's magicka focusing. It coiled itself into amorphous bands, coiling roots and vines made of congealed amber energy. Pulling me still, holding me in place. Hist magic. I've come with shear and axe, I said, my limbs locked into place. Knives for carving and fire for burning. Heretic. I've come with curses on my lips and the shards of broken fate in my hands, I said. This is my declaration of war. You've come to die. Get good, scrub. I responded, and focusing my magicka into my limbs, I reinforced myself using the secrets learned by serpentiting at Tronak. My limbs surged with power, impossible, irresponsible power, and I ripped my way free. From my belt, an old ebony tonto slipped free and I slammed it into Queen Demia's jaw, up and into her brain. She didn't bleed blood. She bled sap. Her lips, wet with sap, pulled themselves into a rictus grin. I could see the glint of an ebony blade behind her teeth. She thrust a hand and those amber vines slammed into me, blowing me away. The tonto ripped itself free from her body. I sailed back, slamming into the wall behind me. At the bottom of the stairs, where the Argonian guards raised their weapons. You cannot kill my speaker, heretic. I hold her soul in my embrace and I can return her whenever I wish, Demia's lips said, standing at the top of the steps. I dropped the sap-covered dagger into my shadow, into my sea of maybe. And slowly stood. Yet. I know. I said. Then I let go of my shadow, and the false me, the false shadow, faded from existence. Gone from Gideon, gone from the castle. Gone from existence. Far, far above, in the battle spire, my real body sat. I opened my eyes. The gem still sat clasped in my hands. There was a surge of power running through the battle spire. I looked forward, toward the archway of stone set into the far end of my chamber. An anchor for a shift gate. The orrery, far beneath the battle spire, spun wildly, humming, and the shift gate opened. I looked through, at the surface of the city called Gideon. Burn, I said, and a surge of intense, impossible heat surged through the shift gate, an inexorable, unstoppable beam of pure heat and light. Wood reinforcements. Imperial quarried brick. Eyelid transmuted gold-white stone. All of it boiled away, down to bedrock, and beneath it, I could see something squirm. The bedrock below what used to be Castle Gideon shifted. The tendrils of an ancient, brilliant creature began to writhe, beneath. Gleaming, brilliant blue lines shimmered across the moving, living branches. Meridian lines so charged with magicka that they were visible to the naked eye. My scintillating beam of magicka poured free, again, but the tendrils raised themselves, and I could feel its anima contorting, casting a spell. A spell mirror rose over the entire city, and my beam reflected itself back into the sky, burning through the atmosphere. Straight toward the still open shift gate. I caught it, subsuming my own magicka into my sea of nothing, and from there, it became potentia. The hist began to weave a new spell, amber tendrils rising from its animus to help with the weaving. The tendrils were made of magicka so old, stored from so long ago, they felt somehow stale. Despite all my skill in magic, I didn't know what it was. It was complex, hideously so, enough that the hist needed dozens, nearly hundreds of limbs weaving at the same time. My shadow ripped itself outward, through the shift gate, and coiled around the open gate. The bulbous, twisted shadow wasn't real. It had no substance, no mass. At least, until I poured the battle spire's magicka into it. What was once restoration magic, I refactored through Manimarco's thaumaturgy, on Chaliter's theories on the self, and most of all, Shadowrun's teachings. Fortify all, I demanded, enchanting my shadow, and through magic, something fake and transitory was given enough properties to become something real. A second body awoke, anchored to the shift gate, like an eldritch horror stuck halfway between realms. My eyes opened, dozens of them, across the bulbous, twisting mass of shadow flesh. Fins spread themselves wide, dozens of uneven, oversized wings, fanning out to catch the sun, the magicka in the air, pulling it away before the hist could. My shadow's shadow extended over Gideon. People were screaming. Panicking. Argonian guards were pointlessly shooting arrows up at the whirling shadow beast that was taking shape above. I stood, on the battle spire, taking a step closer to the shift gate. Shadow rend extended through it, cracking bones and twisted pseudo-flesh stretching up and out. Sendraza was on her knees, staring up at the sky, prayers spilling from her lips toward a series of dead gods. It ripped through the shift gate, and straight down, toward the crater in Gideon. Akulakan's open claw, bared itself and came ripping down, through space, into the surface of the hist of Gideon. Amber tendrils crossed themselves over the thing's main mass. Creaking vines and ancient branches coiled over themselves. My claw pounded down. Branches broke. The spell went off anyway. Something was screaming in my mind. It was words I'd heard before, read before, a lifetime ago. Built Grownwash branched out in Snapthorn Bellybase. It wasn't just messages roiling through the dream sleeve, not just memospores. Superliner slip seed stockstrum crawler. A memospore was an idea. A thought, a dream of a message. A mem, transferred through the dream sleeve. Something was bulging at the barriers between worlds, and it was no memospore. No mere message, no transmission. It was a dream. An airship. A weapon. All of the above, all at once. The fabric of the world ripped itself apart, and something barreled through the rift. The hist ship, the warspore, ripped itself free from the dream sleeve. Calyx spores clinging to its branches, stockstrum planks bridging it together. Meridian lines empowered with Kerala vines. Creatures clung to it, creatures that were both Argonian and not. Soulless piles of meat and flesh, piloted by the hist in their souls. A cannon made out of a dream opened wide, and a beam of sheer, utter reality tore through my shadow mass as if it were barely there. A weapon made out of sheer mathematics. More bulges pushed at reality. A weapon, an indescribable weapon, using the building blocks of reality itself, ripped at my mass. I winced in pain, but I couldn't help but grin. It was only beginning. And, sorry for the delay, I'd been working on other projects. Nevertheless, here goes. Shadowrun Dezakulakan screeched, two long arms with too many elbows stretching from my manifested shadow. The hist spells cast by the dozen, every moment, ripped away at the flesh of my right arm as I continued to push down with inexorable purpose. I could feel branches and roots cracking, even as the amber energy reinforced the ancient thing. My other hand shot out, this time toward the warspore. Right hand on red. Left hand on green. It was like playing fucking Twister. I grabbed the warspore with my open arm, and tugged, ripping it downward. It crashed against the Hist and then blipped out of my hand, warping itself through reality, reappearing at my side. One of the mewling, empty shells screeched, and they scampered around the floating vehicle, reorienting mounted weapons. Ancient ballista, enchanted cannons, stolen Dwemer crossbows, oversized Falmer bows. All of them weapons that had been meant for ranged offense. Whatever they actually were, it didn't matter. All of them were wreathed in crystallized cyan energies. Impossibly sharp, impossibly angled. Then, at once, in one moment, they let loose. A volley roiled along one of Akulakan's elbows, sparks of null-sum energies erasing portions from existence. Shadowrend connected to my heart howled in pain. It hurt a kind of pain it didn't understand. It couldn't. Shadowrend was a being of potentia of potential possibilities. Something that could become anything because it was nothing. But the Hist airship the war's poor carried weapons of certainty. Backed by fate. Mathematical accuracy, crystal clear and perfect. A weapon that reached back into its own past, dragging itself into the present. A temporal, anti-paradox circle jerk of warfare. A perfect weapon, if it worked on dragons, of course. It wouldn't work against any of Akatosh's spawn. A weapon that relied on him could never hurt him. Unless they studied the Jill Dove into their dreams, studied their psychology. Learned how to make the dragon unalive itself. All across my shadows, across my potentia in all possibilities, the attack sliced through them, ripping holes in possibility. Akulakan's left arm fell off at the elbow. I wasn't starving for potentia, I'd been powering it with pure magicka, so I couldn't make use of the loophole I had when fighting Dagon. The Hist's weapons seemed custom made to fuck me over. Good thing that wasn't the only trick up my sleeve. Cess Allen, I said. His form appeared, his creation warping into the battle spire under new rules, new laws. My new, reforged version of Wraithguard, my fate breaker, clenched more tightly around the gem that controlled the battle spire. And the song changed. I was forcing more and more magicka into the conjuration spell, almost more than the spell had been designed for. Cess Allen burst into existence. He was different. Beady black eyes opened all along his body. Barnacles clung to his skin like armor, ancient papers wrapped around his limbs all covered in ink. Tendrils spilled from his face, like the seekers of his kind. A second pair of limbs stretched from his second set of shoulders. Two Malmer ore blades sat in his hands, also made of the same carapace, twisted and carved bleeding black ink. Neither of them were ones I'd conjured for him, but what he'd brought with him, each one held in two hands. He was a Daedric lord, now. Go, I said, and he shoved himself into my shadow through the thick, amorphous mass and exploded out over Gideon, arms windmilling as he landed atop the war's poor. The empty, hollow pseudo-Argonians charged him. There was a single swing from Cess Allen and an arcing spray of ink hissed through the air over the war's poor, slicing through stockstrum and flesh alike. My arm still pressed down, hard, on the Hist. Its shield was cracking, shuddering, even as it continued to cast spells against me. Battering against me its ancient stores of magicka against the energies I was gaining constantly and consistently from the battle spire. In another day, against a weaker me, it would have been a battle of attrition and endurance. And that was something I wasn't sure I could win. So instead, I cheated. The orrery spun. The shift gate roiled. Akulakan's remaining arm reared back, and the Hist paused for a moment to reinforce its shield. You touch what you do not understand. The Hist boomed, a memospore slamming into me like a weapon. Feebly grasping it. My fist slammed down. Through a shift gate that led to the inside of the Hist's shield. Branches cracked. Tendrils shattered. Bark crushed to dust, the ancient tree cracking under my grasp like a tumbleweed. The Hist's transmission cut out, just turning into a wave of pain and agony. Pain it had long since forgotten. Tell your kin, I responded, broadcasting it back through the same telepathic channel it had opened. You're a memory of a world that's forgotten you. You're nothing. You're trash. Trying to find solidity and stability in this world is fruitless. Paydome will always fight you, and it is her I stand for. We just wish for peace, it howled. Magicka roiled through Akulakan's arm, all the way down to the palm, and I pushed heat, flame, and fire into it. The Hist began to burn. By murdering everything else? Nah, fam. That's what we call a dick move. My kin will be ready for you, Root Breaker. Yeah, I responded. That's what I'm counting on. There is no winning. We are all knowing. We will find your secrets and flay your soul alive. Skill issue. I responded, then let go of the spell I'd been channeling. The shift gate closed, Akulakan vanishing, leaving just my shadow wretch, hovering in the sky. Giving me perfect view of the inside of the Hist's shield exploding into flame and heat. Below the city of Gideon, the Hist's corpse, what was left of it, would burn for weeks. I walked. The Hist, now, were gearing up for a fight in the future. Even now, the dream sleeve was screaming. Encoded, hidden messages. Argonians being called back, new wars pores being dredged up from dreams, assembled in realms of oblivion that not even Devate had discovered. Memospores ricocheted through time, weaving through the holes the Hist had burrowed themselves into. Echoes from the future, a future where the battle spire ruled on high. Where a war was happening, from their perspectives. Where Imperial soldiers, under Emperor Martin's command, fought. Where Jigalag had conquered the Shivering Isles, and his knights fought for the Empire for a glorious, shining order. It was a shadow war. One that I was, still now, pushing forward. With most of my magicka. All of my potentia. Pushing that possibility forward, they thought I was sitting at the top of the battle spire, some dark sorceress sitting in her throne. I pushed forward an artificial future. One I'd tricked them into believing that I'd attack one Hist, then the next, so on, into infinity. Shadowren sat in my throne, held my tools, my weapons held my shape. Cess Allen stood at her side, commanding the war that wasn't happening. It was all an illusion. The Hist were seeing something that was possible, but never would be. I wasn't there. I was walking. The water below me barely rippled, its tension enough to hold me up even without a water-walking spell. My shadow wasn't with me. My body no longer blocked the sun's light, even as it peeked through the trees. The slaughterfish, the flesh flies, the rootworms. Kernick beasts couldn't smell me. The Tsaisi-bred waterhounds lapped at my feet, but passed by. Even the dead crawlers, the undead, crab-like servants of Thras passed me by without noticing. The present, meanwhile, was still peaceful. For the most part. The battle spire still loomed over ever-burning Gideon. Sendraza was gathering Hist sap. Everything I needed was in place. Almost. Almost everything. I was an echo. I was invisible. I was the queen of Lyg, and I stepped on the backs of the Neverwas. The dragonlings, the centaurs, the droop. If the gem on my brow could cast light, it would be gleaming blue. But I was invisible, intangible. Impossible. It was a clearing, now. A familiar place. Rocks lay scattered among the swamp, all flattened and held in place. Bugs and squirming things lived in the ruins of a long-burned house. Beasts stood before me. A line. Long overgrown creatures with scintillating red scales. Huge creatures with enormous jaws and strong, powerful tails stood before me. Their eyes locked onto mine. The only creatures to see me, when I was like this. Hey, little ones, I said. The one in lead, the alpha, the one whose teeth had once grabbed me by the leg, blinked, recognized me, and its mouth lolled open as I patted its snout. Long, long ago, they'd fished me out of the swamp. They'd dragged me to their mother. I walked. Past the lizards. Past the house. Instead, I stopped at the stump of a tree. An ancient one. Charred black by fire, the black marsh had tried to reclaim it. Vines and new trees had tried covering it over. Moss had tried growing on the sides. But I saw the marks of teeth, stripping them away. Sharpened claw snapping off new vines. The little ones Tsokahach's children had been protecting it. I looked down, into the hole I'd slept years away in. Beneath Mawelael's roots. Where I'd died, where I'd rotted away, become reborn, become something new. Inside was a clutch of eggs. A nesting ancestor lizard, fat and round, looked up at me. Her scales were just as red as mine, and she could see me too. I just knew it was here. As soon as I realized what I would need to find, I knew where it would be. Like she'd hidden it away, alongside the cultural memories, alongside the language of the gel. She never told me about it. She never knew where I'd go. That was the entire point. To violate the future, to become something that was impossible. I couldn't explain how I knew it was here. It couldn't have been fate, or predestiny. It wasn't a future I'd seen. It was hidden from all possibility. It had been lost, long ago, since the days of Cyrus. Since he'd stolen it from a set of ancient ruins, mere miles from here. Cyrus the Restless, the Hunding, had fled across the world for years after its theft. And ironically, of all things, the person to buy it from him put it right back here. Mawelael had bought it from him. And she put it here. Not because she thought I'd ever find it, that I'd ever progress far enough to need it. She put it here because she hoped. I stuck my fist into the muck, next to the eggs. What I pulled out was an ebony egg. Old ebony. The type that had been liquid, flowing through Dagathur when the world was new. Under my touch, it looked and felt like a stone. But I knew what was inside, under thin layers of ebony plastered together like papier-mâché. We know you, now, Dedra Lord Manatsoni. Came a booming voice. I glanced up, climbing out of the muck. There was a virulent, purple barrier surrounding the clearing. A dome. A powerful shield, in fact, stuffed with so much illusion magic that it had hidden even from my perception. Wizards. Mostly Altmer. Some Dunmer. A few men, mostly Bretons. None of their feet touched the ground. While most of them were on the outside, there were 4 of the wizards inside the shield. Probably to prevent me from just smashing through. They were wearing the yellow-white of Psijic robes. All of them but the man in front. He wore a starry cap. On his thick, woolen cloak, he wore 3 badges, just like me. Archmage. College of Winterhold. Psijic Order. Felon Karn. So you joined the order, Archmage? I asked. He didn't respond. A fight against him would have been a struggle, back before I'd found the eye. Nothing, now. Not after what I'd been through, if I could use everything. I couldn't use everything, though. Her spheres are impossibility, positive emotion, and magic. He said. Quarian, Ankano, Eletion. You know what to do. Behind him, 3 of the Psijics began to cast, drawing glyphs in the air. Binding spells, warding ones. I'm not a Daedra, I said, but they ignored me. Instead, Karn's eyes too bright, too blue glared straight into me. I thrust a palm out, a telekinetic blast toward the Psijics. Karn slammed his staff against the ground. The waters of the black marsh began to shudder and shake, around him, and before my blast did anything, his staff absorbed the magicka, ripping it out of my hand. The asshole was holding the staff of Magnus, and behind him, one of the Psijics had a magic-resistant ward up. Then I glanced behind him at the Altmer, one drawing a glyph in the air, a ritualistic counterfactual imprint of the essence of denial, implanting the effect into the shield. I recognized him. Not from the real world, but from the game. Skyrim. He'd been working for the Thalmor. Guess I knew who'd been turning the Psijics against me, then. Fine. I snapped. I reached toward my shadow, to draw a magic item, and my fingers snagged against space. My fingers snagged against space, the shadow pocket barely shivering open, my sea of maybe trying to open and failing. The Psijics had finished casting a ward against impossibility. Tweaked, in fact. Altered, designed to work against shadow magic. I could just pour more energy into it, enough to break through. But at the same time, I couldn't. I could just smash through, I could just destroy them. But that would break the illusion I'd placed, the illusory future I'd suckered the Hist into believing. Break the future. The Hist would know what I was doing. Fuck. Get me while I was weak, hey? I asked. No responses. Give her no ground to appeal to emotion. Karn said. This is not an innocent woman. They knew me. They knew my weaknesses. What little were left. And they were capitalizing at the worst moment possible. Boy, you guys really caught me on the wrong day, I said. You have one chance to surrender. I don't have time to play around. There wasn't a response. None of them moved. The casters continued to cast, while the other Psijics spread out, laying conjuration wards. Dismissal glyphs, both to open a hole to oblivion and eject me through. Another thing that would break the spell. I knelt. Then pulled, from the ground, one of Tsokahach's axes. It was covered in moss. In muck. But it was still sharp. From the muck, from the mud and the water, giant lizards began to erupt around me, standing tall. Their scales just as red as mine. Flanking me on either side. Karn's eyes widened. The alpha waddled up to me, and dropped Tsokahach's other axe into my hand. All right, little ones, I said, lapsing back into gel. The Bloodscale tribe goes back to war. Felon Karn and the rest of the Psijics stood before me. Under the purple light of the shield spell surrounding us, I could see the wizards outside, sustaining the spell. But that was all they could do. A shield spell this strong, I knew, would prevent most magics from working through it. Which was why Karn, and a handful of his minions had made the mistake of standing inside the dome. The 3 Psijics were channeling their magicka into wards, esoteric ones. In another day, another age, I wouldn't have understood them. But here, they're the sort of wards used to lock away a prince's influence. A god, in theory, would be restrained. I didn't care about the emotion ward, it would stop me from manipulating their emotions, but I needed magic for that, and the other mage had that ward handled. The ward resembled silence magic, but it had been tweaked. Reoriented from the literal to the conceptual, honed in on my own essence, what passed for my anima. It was oriented specifically against me. But that was fine. It wasn't as if I could use much magic without breaking my cover. The real problem was the one with impossibility. Ankano, High Elf, and future Thalmor, stood in place, incanting. It was his ward, locking away my shadow magic, that would stop most of my tricks. In front of those 3 were 3 more wizards and Karn himself, standing in the forefront. A staff in one hand, sword in the other. One of the wizards pulsed, a suppressive spell wafting off of him, something that howled into your mind, ordering you to stop, to stay still, to lie down and die. The lizards behind me quailed, but I didn't. Karn raised his staff toward me, pointing the soul gem's tip at me, and I moved. A torrent of flame and heat washed over me as I skidded underneath it, shooting toward the wizards as fast as possible. I closed the distance, slammed an ice bolt out of the way with an axe, and leapt. Karn levitated into the way, crossing staff and sword in a protective stance, a momentary shield flickering around him. Both of my feet slammed into it, feet skittering off of the shield. I kicked off of it, throwing myself even higher, and threw one of my axes over Thelan's head. Ankano slumped, the axe sprouting from his chest, his spell falling apart. A sigil, the one preventing impossibility, burst. My shadow magic was back. My shadow wasn't, it was still hiding with Shadow Rend, sustaining the illusion. But that didn't mean I was alone. The lizards couldn't resist even the most basic illusion spell. They had no true will, no true soul. Not even the typical white ones. They'd been designed to work as receptacles, as empty, hollow shells. Something the Hist could use, could turn into citizens with fragments of themselves. But I was the queen of Lyg. My servants didn't exist, not truly. They were hollow existences, shapeless and formless. Souls without mass, without power. I was thrown back, pulses of magic and shockwaves shuddering against me and my one remaining axe, trying to corner me. The lizards, slumbering and still, barely moved, even when I slammed into the alpha's bulk. His eye opened, slightly, for a moment, then closed. Lyg was indomitable. Impossibly strong-willed, determined not to let the collapse of everything of the world be all they were. The centaurs were their warriors, their blacksmiths. It was the dragonlings, the Zeph, that were their wizards. The Droop, their rulers, the wise. They fought, to the end, against the cessation of the world itself. It was by their work, and their word, that they opened the gate to Tamriel, the thing hiding within the supposed eye of Magnus. And they were with me now. Lost and forgotten. Souls without mass, without power. And surrounding me, shells without wills, nothing but animal logic and a longing for something they couldn't understand. There's a flash of light. Not magica. Not even shadow magic. It felt like remembering. The alpha's eyes opened. Determined. Willful. His shadow stood as he did. But his shadow had tall, broad shoulders, a human's arms atop 4 powerful hooves. Blue light entered their eyes. Their wills, crystallized, pulsing with the will of the gem in my brow. Another lizard stood, his shadow's wings stretching. A third, claws and tendrils reaching forward. My Ligelings stood, shaking off the illusion spell as a matter of course. Another blast of flame slammed into my axe, washing around me, singing away my skin and clothes. The axe's rust was starting to flake off, the handle old and breaking. Go, I ordered. Karn raised his staff and I threw my axe again. He parried it, battering it away. Only for his eyes to widen as my Ligelings charged. The lizards outmissed and outweighed the wizards and Psijics by tons, and they moved as one, indomitable. Echoes of echoes, whispers of the warriors they'd once been. I may have been less than a shadow, magically. Less than an echo. But I still had a body, and I still had my skills. Skills that had been honed. I shot forward, with them, the parried axe landing neatly in my hand again. I jumped twice, first landing on the alpha's head, his large bulk under my feet, and then again, when he boosted me forward, shoving me upwards and forwards with his head. But I wasn't jumping the way a person did. I was jumping the way Kirat jumped. It was like being the wind, for a moment. Gravity held in suspense, the world turning under me. My feet landed casually on the edges of the dome. I hung over them, suspended in space for a moment. Thelan's sword flashed. A Ligeling stumbled back, a gash in its side. He followed through with a sweep of the staff of Magnus, a torrent of magica blowing the beast away and the rest of the beasts, as well, a single archmage holding them all back. The other Psijics followed suit, blasting at my tribe with spellfire, ice, and lightning. But they were too overgrown, their scales too thick to do more than harm them. I couldn't say if Mawelael had known this would happen. But I couldn't say she didn't plan for it, either. Then I came back down. Thelan sensed danger, looking up just in time for my foot to slam down into Magnus' staff. He dropped his sword, grabbing it with both hands as I landed on the staff, talons clenching tight around it. What little magica I could bear, surging into it, trying to contest his ownership over the artifact. Thelan Karn may have been old, but he was still a Nord and strong enough to hold the staff and my entire body weight at once. Struggling magically, trying to hold his ground. That weapon is ineffective, I purred. Then I kneed him in the face. His nose broke, and his eyes rolled back into his head as he slumped. The Psijics instantly changed targets. All of them, magica weaving through their hands, spells charging with power. My tail coiled around the staff of Magnus. The staff struggled against me, for a moment unwilling to be held by someone who hadn't been chosen. But it didn't struggle against me for long. The magic ward would prevent me from casting. But the ward hadn't been designed, and a mage hadn't been born that could stop the staff of Magnus from acting. The staff landed in my hands. I held it forward, streams of energy erupting from the tip. The magicka denatured itself, spells falling apart as the magicka was ripped out of them. The emotion ward, the magic ward. Their enchantments, buffing spells, self-reinforcing matrices. The maze of complex magical circuitry that wove itself around us, even the overpowered shield. It all collapsed. It fell apart. The Psijics, most of them still whole, still conscious, stared for a long moment. They all knew what the staff of Magnus could do. It was notable not in that it boosted the magicka reserves of its holder, but the fact that it protected its wielder. It was more of an anti-magic tool than a magical one. They were all mages. Thelenkarn was the most magically powerful of them, and he was unconscious. Their skills were worthless, as long as I held the staff. This would not be the first time that the beasts of the Black Marsh dragged its prey to the bottom of the swamp, I declared. You foul creature! One of the Psijics called. He began weaving something I ripped out of his hands with the staff, casually. It felt kind of like taking scissors to someone's cat's cradle. Probably just as polite, too. Then, using the staff as a particularly spiky club, I slammed the staff's head into his gut. He wheezed, falling to his knees. I pushed the surface of the glimmering orb against his nose. His eyes widened, one of the staff's pokey bits an inch away from his eye. You've heard the stories. Wizard towers destroyed. The entire mythic dawn, killed. If you idiots forgot, I dueled Maron Stagon himself while you hid away. I could have slaughtered you in a second, if I was trying. I tossed the staff back onto Thelenkarn's chest. Probably the only reason it let me use it at all. I wasn't planning on keeping it, anyway. The Psijics tensed, and I could feel some of their animus roiling, preparing to cast on a moment's notice. If you'll notice, I said. I haven't exactly slaughtered you all. I don't have the time or patience to play nice, anymore. I started to walk past them. Through them. The Ligelings, my new tribe, their souls neatly in place, followed. If you get in my way, you will cease to be. I said. The Psijics didn't respond. But they didn't cast anything, either. They just stepped aside. The city was cold. Only half the torches were lit, and the streets were nearly empty. Hawkers and traders still tried to sell their wares, but it wasn't nearly as loud and boisterous as before. It was as if they'd felt wary of raising their voices. Far above, the battle spire still loomed. My illusion, the powerful spell clouding the future from the Hist's vision. The battle spire was the core of the spell, the linchpin holding it together. As quickly as magicka surged in, false impossibilities surged out. Whispers to the world. An illusory elder scroll, telling a fate that would never happen. It was nearly my greatest work. I walked in through the city, even as people edged away from me. Their eyes didn't focus on me properly. Whatever magics the Psijics used, the citizens of Gideon had no access to. They saw me not as the queen bitch of the battle spire that had attacked the city, but a shrouded figure. If I made them uncomfortable, then so much the better. The alchemist's shop was closed. The lights were off, the door locked. It didn't stop me for long. The thief was with me. With a simple lockpick and a twist, the door was open in a second. I walked in, keeping my hood tight around me, and heard muttering in the back of the room. The pungent scent of crushed grass and zan the root filled the air. Candle light flickered beneath the door. Without hesitation, I opened it. Sendraza Verelneem sat at her lab, a half-brewed potion sat in her alembic, a series of ingredients arrayed in front of her. As she noticed me, Sendraza shot to her feet, ripping a malachite sword off the wall. She held it up, and the flickering of the candle light was joined by the flickering of the flame in her other hand. I'm back, I hissed in Dunmary, and the point of her sword started to waver. I grabbed the sword by the blade, ripping it out of her hand. Her fingers clenched on the firebolt, ready to thrust it at me. No, I said, and clamped my hand over her firebolt. A spark of magicka washed past us as the spell failed, and a small burst of flame exploded against our palms, but it barely even singed my skin. Sendraza was never a very powerful spellcaster. The elven woman all but fell back into her seat. I know you, she says, slowly, fogged eyes trying to peer through me to my real form. Her voice was as low, ash-bitten, and caustic as ever. You wronged me, once upon a time, I said, but I get the impression that wouldn't narrow down the list. Just tell me what you want, she demands, finally, unsteadily getting back to her feet again. Hist sap, I say. You were ordered to collect as much as you can, in as many varieties as you can. I did. She said, slowly, but what will I get in return? You already took your reparations from me. I didn't even have enough to keep me my shop in Mournhold. That much I can remember. I stretched out my arm, and opened my shadow. Sendraza took a step back, eyes wide, recoiling at the glint of the Ligeling's eyes staring back at her. She twitched as the first few rings fell from my shadow onto the floor. Then things got a bit louder as I began to dump most of the old loot I'd acquired from my rampage through the Telvanni traditionalists, the stuff I couldn't sell or pawn easily. Not much of it is druz, I drawled, as my shadow continued to pour plates, goblets, old limeware platters out of my sea of maybe. But it should be more than enough for you to return to Mournhold. The older alchemist woman stared down at the pile of historic treasures. Mundane, but heavy with history. I had gold, of course, but Sendraza struck me as someone who might find this more valuable. Eventually, the torrent slowed to a trickle, and then stopped. Fine, she says, this is enough. Barely. Barely. I scoffed. Extra surcharge for purchasing supplies while I'm closed, the ornery Dunmer said. She turned, and pushed aside a portrait set into the wall. Behind it, a safe. From a ring on her finger and the pendant on her neck, she pushes them together to form a key, unlocks the safe, and pulls out a small box, lined with Nixox velvet. In it, held in place, were multiple vials. Each vial labeled with a date and a place. Healthstrom. Soul Rest. Thorn. Stormhold. Archon. Black Rose. Each of them had a clear date, within the past month, and each were full of hist sap. Lilmoth is empty. So is Gideon. The Gideon hist is dead, fool. She snarls. And my contacts couldn't get access to the one in Lilmoth. No matter, I said. This will do. Fine, then. Get out. She says. Get out of my house. Whoever you are. I grinned, putting the box into my shadow. Very well. Let's never meet again, Eswit. She snapped. I flipped her off in response, as I slammed the door shut behind me. From my shadow, the Alpha burst free, and I climbed atop his bulky, scaled back. Go. I said, and the Alpha went. My shadow was shuddering. I could feel the spell barely clinging to me, anymore. Events were moving onward. My actions were taking me closer and closer to my goal, and the closer I got, the more the future was changing. It was big enough that my illusion spell could no longer cover it. It was like the faster I moved, the more the spell tore away from me. My magicka waned, even as the battle spire dumped everything it had. The magic was beginning to flag, finally. The fabric of the future was straining. The magic was pulsing, shaking in place. Faster, I said. The Imperial Road was in a heavy state of disrepair, half submerged in the murk mire, but the Alpha didn't care. Anything it couldn't leap, it could wade through. Anything it couldn't wade, it could climb. I'd been trading out Ligeling for Ligeling, mount for mount, but it had rested long enough. Finally, in the distance, I could see them. Ancient imperial walls, half sunk into the marsh, but replaced built up, even by layers of old stone, dredged up from the marsh and placed atop each other. Half buried in stone, the city sat on the coast. The city of Lilmoth was in shade. Bulky, floating things sat floating in the sky above the black marsh. Some resembled trees, clinging to hovering rocks. Others, ancient ships dredged from ancient memories, rusted and pitted metal covered in green, healthy plant life. Inverted ziggurat-stepped pyramids hovered in place, the soulless limbs of the Hist sitting astride them. All of them ripped from the dreams of the Hist, ripped from their memories. Then, after a moment of strain of complete concentration, I couldn't hold it anymore. I released the magic, and a wave of exhaustion hit me. My face returned, my shadow back in place. The Hist could see the future again, perceive the truth. My illusion spell had finally fallen. Noise crashed against the dream sleeve, pulses of magicka so sudden and panicked that I could feel it against my skin. Dozens of war spores, hovering in the sky, began to shift, reorienting themselves. Horns blew, in the distance. Emergency alerts. Calls for guards. Argonians began clambering up the walls, weapons in their hands. Guards getting ready. Murkmire Naga slithered out around me, waking up from their subaquatic nests. They took underwater, secret paths into the city, ready to protect it with their lives. I shoved a handful of potions down my throat, feeling the churning, buzzing feeling as it revitalized me, restoring what missing magicka I had. Just little old me and her pet lizard, against an entire civilization. Except, it wasn't just me. Now that the spell was done, I still had my link to Shadowrend. My link to the battle spire. The link to Cess Allen, I whispered, and all oblivion broke loose. A shift gate stood wide open, far above me. Through it, the battle spire. Hovering in the sky, buzzing as it ripped magicka out of the air, feeding it through itself, through Shadowrend, and through me. I focused, pulling the battle spire through, spells being woven not just with my own hands, but with Shadowrun's. Enchantments, conditional alteration magic. Even Tharn's world weaving, as limited as it would be this close to a land that wasn't mine. But I wasn't the only one preparing. Something washed past me. A blast of potent energy as something called out. It wasn't a word, not really. It was a song. A chorus of teeming, numberless voices. It boomed from the city's gates. My talons gripped the road, digging long furrows in the stone as it pushed me back. Beams flickered into existence, over the city. Torrents of light pointing downward from the sky, pulsing with light and flickering. Warped distortions in space, holes in Etherius. We're gates. One after the other after the other. 6 in total. One for each city except Gideon. Each pulse, a new arrival. A new soldier. A new puppet to the Hist's will. But I was ready. Empty potion bottles shattered against the broken road around me at the same time the warspores opened fire. The sky howled. Warspores cannons and powerful spells crashed wildly against the battle spire's barriers. Shields of fluorescent purple crackled as spears of amber light crashed against it. Vortices of empty, colorless light flickered and disappeared, impossible weapons clashing against conjured blocks of raw creatia. Simple, fragile constructs, made to block their attacks. Argonians stood at the gates. They held Dwemer crossbows, imperial ballista, Daedric bows, fully drawn and ready. Glistening spears of amber light, hovering over the shoulders of robed sap speakers. I could see shadow scales creeping in the shadows of their allies, ready to spring loose and pounce. Mages conjured spheres of fire, crackling lightning, or even pulled bound weapons into existence. I shot forward. Time was warped, congealed around me, pushing through my veins like my blood had been replaced with battery acid. Crackling magicka roiled through my meridian lines, spirit and anima persisting where my nervous system failed to keep up. The wind tugged at my hair, ripping at my scalp and clothing. Allen did his best to keep up, barreling forward. All 4 of his arms pumped and swung as he moved. The ground exploded as shadow scales burst from the cracks between the stone, from the darkness under the walls, or the shadows of the warspores. As one, they leapt, blades oriented toward my body. But I couldn't help but grin. It had been too long since I'd been able to let loose. I spun, my fingers opening wide, magic erupting from my palms. I designed the spell years ago, to put into a staff. While the staff didn't last, the idea did. Chunks of shadow scale fell into pieces, singed and sliced and killed all at once. I wasn't exactly holding them but the scintillating, hiltless blades of plasma hovered inches away from my fingertips as if I were. The guards on the walls froze, stunned, for a moment, and that was a moment I took to kick off the ground toward them. Some of them faster on the draw than the rest let loose their arrows and weapons. My shadow consumed them all, as I ran. I swung. Pulses of magical energy radiated off of my conjured blades, and dust exploded from the wall as ancient imperial bricks shattered. People fell from the shuddering, shaking wall. Arrows went wide. Then I swung my other blade, from my other hand, and they were dead before they hit the ground. A second swing had the wall teetering precariously, fallen bricks and shattered stone crumbling. I swung a third time. And it stopped. The blade, and my arm were locked in place. Amber light coruscated along the surface of the gates, the surface of the wall. It was growing, like vines, around the edges of my blade. I released the spell, but the magicka remained, sticking like glue to the amber light. The plasma sword was still stuck in place, still existing. A link, ironclad, the same matrix keeping it aligned with my palms was working the other way, locking my arms in place. I could see the way the anima roiled along the wall, the way the amber sucked me in, kept my arm and spell frozen. The amber energy roiled past me, around me. Entangling me, not just the spell. For a heartbeat, I could see a brilliant, light. A baleful, angry amber. It was like staring into the sun. The Argonians standing on the wall froze in place, as time seemed to twist and congeal. We who rode the tower adamant. We who are united in sight and purpose. We who are architects of all past and futures. As it intruded on my anima, I could feel it. Cold runes, careful and exacting and too perfect. Weaponized math. Mnemonic sorcery. Possibilities were dwindling. Impossibilities were dwindling as well. Anchored by the same effect holding me in place. I poured magicka down my frame, a magic disruption spell blasting away from my wrist, trying to smash through the amber energy congealing around me, but nothing. I realized. The Psijics had been a test. This was the same principle that they had used, only orders of magnitude more powerful, reinforced with mnemonic sorcery. You thought mere magic would be enough? Mere falsehoods? An adjacent place that no longer exists. The Argonians on the wall fell to their knees, and I could see the amber light ripping at them, plucking energy from their bodies. Magicka poured from them, into the brilliant light. Souls linking, connecting a matrix of temporary meridian lines. It was like the city was a singular life form, ripping magicka out of the air and slamming it into me like a hammer. Allen was frozen in place behind me, locked into the same spell. All of my magicka, being poured to me from the battle spire, raged against the sudden force stopping me. But casually, the hist raised slightly more, pulling at an entire city's worth of people's energy. You are a fool, Witch Queen. Your feeble attempt stops here. The magicka blasted away at my shield, ripping it away. Then, a small purple spark appeared in front of my eyes. Impossible detonation, right in my face. In a heartbeat too sudden I would be dead. It would kill me. Then Kirat's hand clasped around it, and it was gone. What are you standing there for? Kirat cackled. She stabbed her spear into the amber light, and twisted the amber light shattered, releasing my magic. I thought we were breaking into this place. Kirat? I asked. What in oblivion are you doing here? I'm not the only one, the Khajiit smirked, windmilling one of her 2 spears in the air. A blast of fire slammed against it, scattering into small wisps of flame, and then, from the sky, coruscating beams of virulent, red energy sliced through one of the war's pores. It fell apart in pieces, as Voron Dagoth slowly descended through the air. How? Down. She said, suddenly, and ducked her head, ears flattening against her skull. With someone as crazy as Kirat hits the deck, I followed her. Voron, still slow falling, raised a powerful sphere of destruction magic, and turned to face the forest behind us. Over the horizon, hundreds or thousands of dozens of long, heavy spikes of metal shot out from the marsh. A full fusillade of javelins, all made of twisted Daedric steel, exploded out of the forest, felling dozens of trees as most of them went wild. The storm of Daedric metal slammed into the gate, into the war's pores, into the wall. They slammed into everything possible, then shuddered in place, cracking and splitting apart, breaking into fragments. A figure in the heaviest Daedric armor I'd ever seen shrieked toward us from the road outside the forest, lightning roiling under her feet. Levitation magic, unbalanced and uncontrolled, but frighteningly potent. I knew that spell work. The only Batlemage I knew who was both that clumsy and that effective at once. Emilie shrieked forward, her feet trailing crackling lightning as she wobbled up to us, her heavy layers of armor pockmarked and dripping wet. Kirat just cackled. Did you fall in a lake? You two ran ahead. Emilie yelled back. You were quite inaccurate, human. Voron said, feet touching the ground next to him. You endangered me. Don't be a big baby. You were a god for a while. How could I kill a god? Emilie responded. She cast a quick spell conjuring another oversized, twisted Daedric javelin, knocking it to an oversized bow. She drew it back. And let loose. Reality broke like a mirror in front of her. 1 spear became 2, which fractured and became 4. Then 8. Over and over again, exploding forward and multiplying as they flew. Eventually it became a storm, another fusillade of spears peppering the entire city of Lilymoth, gates blowing their way off the hinges, war's pores above starting to list and shift in the air. Why are you 3 even here? I asked, finally, as Emilie strode up to me, the heavy yet weightless clanks of her oversized, heavy armor serving as a telltale sign of her appearance. Well, Emperor Martin sent us. Kirat says. And he said a bush with Tiber Septim's voice told him where you'd be. Emilie said. Voron Dagoth just crossed his arms, looking toward the gate. Heavily armored Argonians were already marching toward us in lockstep, tower shields raised. Kirat seemed to throw something. It was nothing, at first, a small packet of congealed, roiled space. Then a purple spark appeared. The impossible detonation she'd stolen, the one she'd saved my life by taking. It flared, and then empty armors and half-eaten metal collapsed to the ground where there had once been Argonians. After you, Kirat says, a grin on her face. With my 4 friends flanking me, we entered the city of Lilymoth. And, this is the penultimate update for the war chapter. Voron's strong voice carried over the screams and noise of our invasion of Lilymoth. His voice was melodic, almost hopeful, as he sung the war songs of House Dagoth. To punctuate each sentence, a blast of virulent, red-yellow magicka ripped from his hands. For each gesture, an Argonian died. A gate disintegrated. It wasn't just fire. It wasn't just disintegration. It was a combination of both, a potency boosted only by his words. The cadence of his song, of his poems. There was something tonal about it. Something powerful. Ancient, older than Voron Dagoth himself. On the other hand, unlike Voron's careful pace and steady control, Emilie was nearly the opposite. Her spells were ricocheting past her, around her, blowing her back from the recoil. The sages and shamans trying to stop us saw her as the weak point, focusing their spells at her, and that was a mistake. With each new spell she saw, she was growing more powerful. Trying new things. Despite the sparking, half-broken magic, or the bucking surges from her hands, the enemy spells were falling apart. Magical energies rippled through the air, their perfect confluences somehow resonating with their spells. I wasn't sure if it was on purpose or an accident, but I wasn't going to ask. Allen stomped before us, all four arms moving in sequence. Calculated strikes sent the most heavily armored aside. For anything that was too resilient for Voron or Emilier's magic, his ore blades could block and parry. In the center, I strode forward, focusing. Absorbing as much magicka in the air, charging up. Keeping myself as topped off as possible. What the hell is that? I asked, despite myself. One of the spears from her earlier volley was shuddering, shaking in place. Splintering apart, and something was climbing out of it. A verme, already reaching out to attack an Argonian. Oh, well, they're bound weapons. Emilier said, before yelling fire bite. And throwing something that was decidedly not a fire bite at one of the shamans. Their ember shield shattered around him, and he threw himself backward, into one of Lilmoth's many waterways to put out the fire. It didn't go out. What does that mean? Well, bound weapons have Daedroth spirits in them. She said. So I just put a little bit more magic in them, and let them reform themselves. They don't. I stammered, trying to figure out how to explain the difference between Creatia, which was metaphorically called Daedric spirits, and actually literal Daedroth spirits. Never mind. Fuck it. I was done asking questions again. Finally, we were approaching the fort. A small, squat structure, long ago serving as the center of Lilmoth, during the Imperial occupation. It had been taller, in the past. A long time ago. But it had sunken into the swamp. The entrance, now, had originally been an access to one of the walls, crenellations worn away and ad hoc stairs strapped into place. Beneath it, I could feel my destination. A figure stepped in front of us, her shield battering away my plasma blade, thrusting it to the side. With that same shield, she parried Voron's initial spell and blocked Emilier's fire bite. Allen leapt forward, and she spit out string of quick words in gel, an incantation that had her anima shifting just as well as weaving by hand would have. Allen froze in place, amber light coiling around him, locking him in place. She was tall, her form roughly human, but I could see the reptilian slits in her eyes and the golden scales running along her arms and legs, her flicking, striped tail flicking from side to side. She was wearing Bretonnian light plate. Old stuff, roughly second age. Armored skirt, overworked bust, too much enamel and etching. In one hand she held a flail, and in the other, a heavy tower shield, one that was shuddering with a beggaring amount of power. Probably why she was still alive, to be honest. Her tail flicked from side to side behind her. She was like me. Whatever had changed her, it had been from a Breton, long ago. And that meant Queen Artemida. I said. You trespass upon this land, exile. She hissed. For this, I will have you. I stepped forward and thrust a palm at her. My plasma crackling lightning and disintegration belted forward, ripping away at her flesh, her arm falling apart, shoulder and face crumbling into ash. After a long second of screaming, I let out the breath I'd been holding, releasing the magic. I didn't have enough magicka to waste, not with what was coming up. Then, as soon as my eyes readjusted from the brightness of my spell, I saw her on one knee. Slowly getting back to her feet, picking her flail up off the ground with a new hand. As I watched, the tendrils of her shield's magic pushed energy into her, healing her wounds. The shield was powerful, regenerating her limbs from nothing. She charged, her face regrowing as she screamed, swinging the hammer down. I caught it on both arms, the impact shuddering against my shield. I twisted my wrist, grabbed the head of her hammer, and ripped it aside. Forcing an opening. I shoved myself forward, ripping my claws into her face. She reeled back, the wound sealing. With the ward of Eladon, I cannot be killed, exile. She purred. No matter what you. She stumbled to the side. It took Artemida a moment to realize the shield had gone missing from her arm. It took her another to look down to notice a spear thrust through her chest, from the back. She fell to her knees. Behind her, Kirat was examining the shield in her good arm, pulling the spear back with the other. This thing again. Kirat said. I'm not selling it back to Taurissa, that's for sure. Behind her, the front face of Fort Lilmoth exploded. Vines and trees and branches exploded outward, ripping up through the surface of the stone. Thorns and hooks grew on the spot, limbs reaching out toward the four of us. The hist of Lilmoth. I could feel it thrumming with power, I could feel the link it had to the other hist, connections strung all through the Black Marsh. The connections it had to each Argonian in the city. Kirat leapt back, spears flashing as she parried the vines as they launched themselves at her. More limbs wove magical cradles of energy, anchoring Emilier's wild magic into coherent forms and shapes, reattuning the magicka in the air, turning them into spells against us. Branches wove shields to parry Voron's blasts. The full gaze of the hist was on me again. I could feel its hate. Its virulent, paranoid hate. It despised me. The vines reared back, sharpened edges growing hard, young bark suddenly glinting with a metallic sheen. Cess Allen stepped in front of me, crossing his blades in all four arms in front of himself. No, I said. He looked back at me, and in the Didra's eyes I could see confusion. Then I released the spell binding him to my plane. He returned to Apocrypha, and the hissed spears of wood blurred into me. Through me. Pain ripped through my body. But the ebony tonto in my hand scored deep into the bark, ripping through the outer layers. Even as the strength left my limbs, I forced them to move with just my magicka and my will. The tonto slipped free, and a single drop of sap was on my blade. The last piece. I had it. Little pigs, little pigs. I drawled. Let me in. My shadow opened. The potion, half-brewed, frozen in time, hovered before me. I shoved the blade into it. The first ingredient, dream stride. One of the ingredients used in Veryminous torpor. Nirnroot, boiled down and filtered through charcoal, void salts, and moon sugar, inverting its effects. Disconnecting the user from the world. Alone, it would be one of the most powerful sleeping potions in existence. A potion so powerful it bordered on conjuration. The second, hissed sap. The hissed sap of every living hist on the continent was here. All of them were in the bottle before me. Combined. Mawelael had been able to pull me into her dream sleeve because I had taken her matter into my body. But that link went two ways. My greatest potion yet, and it wasn't even done. I pulled the last ingredient out of my shadow. The ebony egg, the bound and sealed container hidden below Mawelael's roots, stolen by Cyrus the Restless and hidden away. With Fata Breaker's claws, I crushed it. The ebony powder dissolved under my grip, revealing the treasure inside. The brilliant gem burned its orange light into my eyes. It stared back at me, virulent energies crackling from it. It was always said to be a key, a doorway to a lost city, a gate to a land of treasure. There's a reason the plane of the hist, the pocket of the dream sleeve their minds and souls existed in, couldn't be reached without hist sap, without a direct invitation. And that's because they didn't have a key. The key had been lost. I dropped it into the vial. There was no need to heat it. No need to shake it, or mix it. The eye of Argonia was open, after all. Even as the Lilmatha's roots pulled back, spells weaving to attack me, to steal the potion, destroy it, anything. It was too slow. I drank. The vial and tonto fell through my hands and clattered to the ground as my body began to fade from existence. Dagoth had done it before. An alternate self had asked him about it, what he remembered. I'd learned a lot. I was to be the second inversion. The second Shermit. At least for a little while. Walk like them until they walk like you. I was asleep. I was awake. I was both. My shadow was split. Shadowrend bound us and divided us, holding us apart, separate, without allowing that bond between me and myself to break. Both of myself was in the void. I was swimming amidst energies that should be killing me. Would be killing me. My gut bled until it bled dry, no more blood to bleed. But I couldn't die. Not while my spirit still lived. Around me both of me wisps of magicka squirmed and moved. Playfully dancing along. I reached down and touched one, allowed it to curl around my fingers. It was larger than me, many times larger, but small enough to dance in the palm of my hand. Magical anomalies, the game had called them. The games were wrong. Or left then unnamed for the purposes of verisimilitude. Because I recognized them. It wasn't anything I'd been taught. Nothing any of my shadows had ever learned. I just knew. Just like I'd known all the languages of Tamriel. They were spirits. Unbound, neither Didra nor Dre. Loose souls. The El No-Fe danced around my fingers, ready to be born. Now and then, one would get caught in the streams of energy, drifting upwards, outwards. Away. To their new life, up and through the dream sleeve. The path I'd just traveled. My other self was one of them. The one in my palm, in fact. My living, dreaming spirit danced in the palm of my own physical hand. I could see it, bobbing and weaving. I looked up. I could see it all, from here. I could see the wheel. The cycle. The turning, the spinning. It wasn't a wheel for a cart. It was a wheel for, spinning straw into gold. Gold into amaranth. From here, it put everything into perspective. It was like reaching godhood by dissociation. It was, interesting. I was in Aetherius. Not any of the afterlives, no far shores, no Sovngarde, no sands beyond the stars. But somewhere between. The potion's magic pulled me, toward one of the points of light in the sky. The one nearest the sun. Not a star, truly not a hole into Aetherius, but a small planetoid. A small cluster of something that had once been a different god. Made of twisted flesh, coiled brambles, thickened scale. Streams of magic pulled at my soul. The potion's energy, pulling it forward, away from my physical form. I let my soul's shadow drift inside, pulled by the force of the potion. My feet touched something soft. It was pleasantly spongy, like a shag carpet with my bare feet. Human feet. The kind I'd remembered from so long ago, when I was human. When I was less than human. When I was an earthling. Human hands. Nails, chewed from stress and with chipped paint. So normal. Memories. Maria Dawson. A human from Earth. A girl who played games. Then I blinked, and they were, something else. They'd seemed so human, a second ago. And then I realized. I was no agent. No prisoner. Not even human. Devate was more right than he'd thought. I saw my hands for what they really were. I was hollow. Empty. My hands were hollow. But that wasn't important. Not right now. I faced the Hist. They were small. So small. A mere continent on the face of a globe. But at the same time, they were around me. Gnarled bark and twisted root. Ancient beyond belief, beyond time. There was a multitude of them. Hundreds, thousands, even more. They were all linked by their roots, linked by their vines. They stood like walls at the edge of their world. Stood like the bars of a cage. Forced by my potion, their roots dug like fishhooks into my soul's skein. I'd been pulled toward them, but they'd been pulled toward me as well. Dragged along with me as I was dragged to them. We'd all been pulled together here, to this place. For once, all of the Hist were here. In one place all of their extremities. It felt like a dream. Which fit, since I was asleep. Hello. I said. Simply and plainly. Exile. Interloper. It hissed. How dare you swim into this sacred place? That's me. I responded. But that's you, too. You're foreign to this place. To this kulpa. This cycle. Begone, it said. A surge of power brushed against me. Not magicka. Not will, or force, or anything applicable. It was a string of numbers. A burst of static and noise. Ones and zeros. It was meant to delete me. But, they didn't know me. Not like this, not now that I was outside Mundus. They couldn't evaluate me. Their weapons splashed against me, sparking off my essence like water. I'm here to end our war, I said. I'm done tolerating you. How dare you? You've slain so many of our people. Our Sigzeal. That was your doing. You brought this war to me, not the other way around. I said. But I can't let you continue your war. I can't let you break time. Do you think you can stop us? Truly. We've been searching, endlessly. Seeking for truth. The numbers, the calculations. Addendum, the poet's house, the eternal Aleph for the glitter of gold. We know it all. The Hist said. Do you know? Have you spent the time to study? We thought not. I don't need any of that. See. This place is like a fortress. The lost city of Argonia, this is it, isn't it? Nobody gets in without your permission. Nothing gets out without your permission. Unless it is you, burglar. The Hist says. Right. Because I have the key. So I was thinking. From my shadow, I pulled Fate Breaker, wreathed around my wrist. Then I shoved my hand into my mouth, into my throat. From it, I pulled the Eye of Argonia. What if I just locked the door? The Hist tensed. You would be locked inside with us, the Hist tensed, you would be trapped, like us. Would you give up your life for the request of the Mawelael? I smiled. It may have been for Mawelael at first. But now, it was for my own reasons. Reasons I was still just figuring out. You would have your fortress. You'd be able to live at peace forever. I said. Until the Devourer comes. We have lived through one world, into another. The Devourer always comes, and it cares not for our walls. They said. No. Cessation of time is the only answer. We have come to a consensus. It is the only way we can rest. The only way we can be at peace. I can't let you. I said, finally. Living in peace forever is a good goal, but, that isn't the point. That isn't why you're here. You're skipping the natural process. You're breaking the way things should be. You. The Hist asked. With my own voice, they laughed. Spitefully. You, of all beings, speak of the natural process. I'm walking the road. I drawled. The road goes in circles. Chim is a path without end. It goes around, and then death comes. The cycle ends. All progress is lost. You don't get it, not really. I said. But that's fine. This isn't a debate. This is a choice. I stepped forward. You can stop now. Make peace with your place. Continue to rule your people, your exile, and allow the world to take its natural cycle. I'll leave you be. There will be no need to fight anymore, I said. We reject that choice, they said. I blinked. All right then. You want out? You want off? I raised the gem. So be it. It was a tone. A low, keening sound from my lips. Tonal architecture. The last few whispers of the Dwemer's existence. I sang to the eye. And I lulled it to sleep with a tune that meant lock. The eye of Argonia closed, and like that, Nirn was gone. The stars were gone. Just the void. Just the hist. The last few motes of light, the last few spirits winked out of existence, no longer visible from my perspective. From the inside, Munduk's terrain ceased to be. Bah! You still hold the key. From the outside, I raised my hand. The eye of Argonia went dim in my hand, and I began to chant. The ritual began to gleam and spark, shuddering. Both on my shoulder and in the night sky. The smallest planetoid, the small twinkle of the hist's light. I reached out with magic. You will open the way again. We know the way of mortals. Impatience will eat at you, and soul trap, both of Mijlv's incanted. The eye of Argonia glittered. The shadow copy barely existent flickered out of existence, leaving the real one on the inside. The eye was inside of the hist, which was inside of the eye, inside of the hist. It became hard to breathe, inside the hist. Hard to think, hard to do anything. Harder to stay asleep. But I wasn't done. I'd just tangled together a hyperagonal circle jerk both spatially and conceptually, and now I just had to adjust the pointers. What have you done? I'm not done yet. I hissed. Then, I looked up, and rang the fingers of Fatebreaker like I had Wraithguard. Except while Wraithguard knew many songs, Fatebreaker only knew one. I told the eye about the negative existence and positive existence. Of the Anu and Paydome combined. The song that was the godhead's name, that was Chim. I told it the same secret that had destroyed Jagar then. The same that would destroy most. I told it to be not. The hist paused. Everything froze as the eye of Argonia stopped existing. It didn't just break. It wasn't damaged, wasn't destroyed. It simply ceased to be. Zero sum. The metaphorical pointer, the gem that contained the hist that contained the gem, was gone. Now, the hist simply contained itself. The hyperagonal circle jerk tightened. A line became a circle. Transliminal pathways ceased to be. The hist unlinked itself, and all roads out and in became roads leading around and around. There you go. I said. Your little fortress of Seth, your own plane of existence. As soon as I'm gone, it'll drift. Away from Aetherius, beyond oblivion. Disconnected from everything. No. You fool. I feel bad for your people, really, I said. But they'll find new gods. They'll find a new afterlife. That is the way of things, after all. You are trapped with us now, forever. The hist didn't even speak in words, this time. It howled. Anger. Pain. Whatever invectives they could dredge up, they spit at me. My shadow flickered. 2 places at once. Here, in the hist's little pocket of Aetherius, and elsewhere, dreaming in oblivion. Walking like it as it was walking like me. My shadow was starting to fade. Your presence in the Godhead is no longer required, I said. Your wish is granted. You're getting off Lorcan's wild ride. I pressed Fatebreaker to my own brow. It rang. I woke up. Fatebreaker clattered to the floor as my shadow ceased to dream. The potion ceased to be. Shadowren twisted, and I found my body thrust back into reality. I sucked in as much air as I could. My lungs were burning, and the world was spinning. Having a body again hurt. Having a body with a wound in the chest hurt too, but not nearly as much. The gash in my chest, where my heart had been, quickly sealed itself, Shadowren taking over. Mary. Emilie was calling, shaking me. She pressed a potion to my lips, and I drank. It's not one of my potions, but it'll do. I'll be fine. I said. This body's just a shell, anyway. What? Nothing. Never mind. I sat up, and Dagoth was blasting the branches repeatedly, the giant hist tree burning. Portions of the branches were gone, twisted and pulled away. The Argonians, all of them, were asleep, unconscious. Some were beginning to rouse, while others lay perfectly still, dead when the hist had been pulled away from them so abruptly. Dagoth. Kirat. I said, wheezing. Hang on. I reached out, and grabbed their shoulders. With my tail, I snagged it around Emilie's wrist. Then I made the symbol of recall, and before the entire Black Marsh woke back up, we disappeared. Telvayan stood. A shift gate was wide open above it, an open portal to the battle spire, raining magic down around us. We were in the sitting room, relaxing lounging after our escapade. Idoron's ward leaned against one of the walls, next to Emilier's bound Didrik armor. It was a little difficult getting the armor off of her, since it hadn't been designed to be removed conventionally, but we'd managed. Out the window, in the artificial lake I'd blown a hole into, the ancestor lizards were splashing and playing. The alpha was wrestling with the others. The nesting mother was back under Ma Wei-Lael's roots, but I'd be relocating her as well. Emilie was stuffing her face with sweet rolls. Cess Allen had been getting better and better at baking, especially with the enchanted cookware I'd stocked the kitchen with. Voron sat on the floor, focused carefully on us, but I could tell he was distracted. His eyes kept darting over to the whole set of Vivek's sermons. I couldn't tell if he wanted to look them over, or if he'd noticed that they were modified versions. Versions I'd been looking into with Manny Marco, taking apart Vivek's words. Kirat sat on my couch, feet on my lap, reaching out to snag an old porcelain bottle of shine as I slid it back to her. I don't understand exactly what happened there, Kirat said. What were you trying to do? When are we going back to do it right this time? I sighed. I took a sip of my own glass, and winced. The shine was simultaneously sour and bitter at the same time, with a strong licorice scent. It was exactly what I needed. I glanced down at my hands. They had the twisted Argonian form Ma Wei-Lael had given me, but every time I looked, I could just see how hollow it was, now. How hollow I was. I succeeded. I said, finally. We don't have to go back. It's done. I mean, you got stabbed and we ran away. Kirat said, blinking. When are those tree things going to attack us back? They won't. I said, finally. They're gone. Gone. She asks, frowning. Their gods were like a Didrub prince. Weaker, but more real at the same time. I said. They had their own pocket plane, but it wasn't in oblivion. It was nestled in the dream sleeve. Like a dam in the river. So I had to go there, and that meant getting in mortal danger. So you had to die? Kirat asked, worry flashing in her eyes. Like Dagathur. I said, and Voron shuddered, putting all of his focus into me. I had to be close enough to death that both were possibilities. I had to be awake in the dream sleeve, and dead in reality. I couldn't come back to life, because I was already alive. I couldn't die, because I was already dead. So these gods. You killed them, right? No. I kicked them out of the universe. That's not possible. Voron says. They'd created their pocket plane through one of the densest, hyperagonal morpholiths I've ever found. I said. Like how a lich anchors their soul through their phylactery, to use as a portal so they can access their own soul externally. That's the lost city that the Eye of Argonia was supposed to lead to. At Emilier's confused expression, I sighed. You ever blow bubbles? Like, with soap? Yet. Emilier frowns. I think we stole my DAW's pipe for it. They effectively blew a bubble into Aetherius, using a powerful soul gem as the metaphorical pipe, I said. So I went inside. I locked the door, and I used a modified form of soul trap to feed it through itself again. Like putting the pipe inside the bubble. Infinitely nesting it inside of itself. Hypoagonal pneuma ntia theory. The selectives called it liberty. Dagath responded. Destination pointing to the source. Without access to the wider world, it has no anchors to Mundus. Yet. I said. According to Deveda's weirder books, that means, well. They're gone. Like the dwarves? Kirat asked. The dwarves could theoretically come back. I said, and somehow Kirat shivered. So. What now? We won, right? What's the next step of your master plan? I grinned. I'm done. It's done. I'm free to do anything I want. This whole time, the Hist were just weighing on me. The risks they posed, the assassination attempts, the end of the world perpetually on the horizon. And now I'm free. So? Kirat asked. I might do some mage stuff. I said. Work on my research. I'll probably have to deal with the ramifications of what happened in Lilmoth, but I'll explain it to Martin. Return him the battle spire and everything. Nice. She drawled, drinking straight out of the bottle of Cheyenne. She barely even reacted to it. We lapsed into silence. Emilier scribbled on a scroll alongside one of Cecilan's minion forms, the two seeming to be marking each other's work. Ritual circles conjuration-based, it looked like. It was a complicated mess, at first glance, and I wasn't about to try and puzzle it out while drinking. Kirat sighed, relaxing and staring off into space. She folded the empty bottle behind her hand and it vanished. Voron? I asked, finally. What do you remember, from the dream sleeve? He closed his eyes for a moment. I was a god. A piece of something, infinite and endless. I was the many and the one. He said, then opened his eyes again. Was that how it was for you? No, I responded. No, not at all. What was it for you? He asked. Like I was a cardboard cutout propped up by a 2x4. Not that. I said. Kirat, how about some mead? Finally, a proper Nordic drink. She said, and pulled out a sealed, wooden pitcher. Not as good as the stuff from Honning Brew, but what can you expect from Solstheim? I smirked, and the two of us got back to drinking. The battle spire floated above the arcane university, over what had once been the Imperial Watchtower. Now, a weir gate stood in place. New Battlemages were being trained up there, even as it poured magic energy down to resupply the Magica wells. Along one of the walls to the orrery, papers had been pasted over the wall. A handful of astrologers and mages were arguing over them, one holding and trying to place a symbol for the necromancer's moon. A priest of Giuliano's was standing nearby, trying to keep the arguments from exploding. On the other side, a handful of apprentices were holding staves, watching as Dovin Aaron casually levitates in place, holding a similar staff. Their staves sparked and sputtered underneath them as they followed his instruction, discs of magical energy shimmering in and out of existence below them. I walked through the gates. Emilie frantically waved down from one of the windows at the top of the Praxiography Center, where she was no doubt preparing to destroy another warded testing chamber. I waved back. The Lustratorium had seen quite a lot of work, ever since the Oblivion Crisis. With extra funding from the Empire, and with the fees they'd been paid for helping with repairs, there was quite a lot of reconstruction going on. Of course, I'd done my part, as well. Maria. One of the alchemists ran up to me. Round-cheeked and homely, Julianne Fannies was the new head of the Lustratorium, and we'd been working together on this over the past few weeks. There was what looked like ash on her face, except for a spot around her eyes, and a spot around her nose and mouth. Mask and goggle markings. We're seeing results. What kind of results? I asked. New virtues. Oh, no. She says, calming down a moment. Though that would be incredible. But we're seeing work orders of magnitude more pure than before. Yes, come look. She led me to the backside of the Lustratorium, and down the set of stairs into the basement. The apparatus stretched from wall to wall. An assembly of once copper pipes, transmuted to dwemer metal. Bands of blue and red and green were wrapped around each pipe. A boiler sat in one corner, rumbling. Red-hot rods refined fire salts, pressurized and compressed to size were visible through tempered malachite, making the water boil around it. The steam turned a wheel. The wheel ground up some simple mushrooms cairn bullet shaking them through a sift. An apprentice transferred the sifted bullet into a small plate, and slid it into a compartment above the boiler. It sizzled and burned, even as a fan sucked the smoke up into another pipe. Where hot steam and smoke rushed up one of the red-banded tubes, cooled water rushing over a layer of sand, over a layer of frost salts and beyond that rushed down into the same tube. Condensed liquid started to drip down. That wasn't all. The assembly was a long line of apparatus, alternating pieces of malachite, glass, and pipes. This was no simple retort. No simple alembic. It was a refinery, a separation engine. Ashes, calcined to perfection, began falling through another sifter. Furthermore, buzzing on a vibrating plate, suspended in magic-rich fluid, small crystals were growing, sparks dancing along them as it solidified. Solid chunks of void salt. The only worrying thing was the set of gas masks along the wall, filters made of paper and sponge. It's working? I asked, eyes wide. It's not only working, she says. Each extract works alone. One doesn't need to combine another ingredient to induce alchemical effects. It's much more powerful together, of course, but... She rushes over toward the dripping condenser, and holds a small slip of paper underneath it. She catches a drop, and holds it out to me. The residue is red, and as I watch, the paper seems to be growing small shavings of bark, regrowing. The fluid extract is almost entirely pure health potion. She responds. If you drop in a few mugwort seeds, it combines alchemically to create even more potent healing potions. She says. And the crystal works almost perfectly as a replacement for void salts in most recipes. The calcinate residue is an isolated version of paralysis cure, what little use it has. Send it to Moorwine's Guild, with a request that they test it. I said. They have a native creature that induces paralysis. They can make use of those potions. Perfect. She says. I grinned. Each ingredient would need the machine to be rearranged, but if done right, you could mass refine a resource, producing raw ingredients of each virtue. What's with the masks? Ah. The refinery is building up some residue just after the condensers. It was building up powder on this duct here. We're having to pull it out and scrape it every hour. The powder, if inhaled, has a side effect. I glanced at the mushroom for a moment. Loss of intelligence, I said. A stupefying effect. Yes. She sighs. It's easy to cure with some spells or potions, but it's been quite a problem. It's a dangerous substance, since the effect doesn't revert naturally. I glanced at the assembly, thinking about it. The whole thing was already pretty complex, and every little bit we added to it, it would get more complex. Then again, this was a toy. An experiment. Well, that means we need to figure out a way to isolate it as well. I said with a grin. Julian's eyes lit up, and before we could get to work, an apprentice rushed down the stairs. Pardon me, Wizard Ferris. The Emperor is here. He's requesting Master Wizard Maria's presence. I perked my head up, and then shot past the apprentice, talons scraping against the stairs, my tail whipping out behind me. Finally, after cleaning up my mess, Martin was home. Emperor Martin Septim and I sat out on one of the benches in Green Emperor Way. The birds were quite vigorously chirping around us, and they'd even started pecking and attacking at one of Martin's bodyguards until he was forced to step away. The silence spell with a bounded radius made sure we could just sit in relative silence and peace, and keep anyone from overhearing us. It was a little eerie, as the foliage seemed to grow around us, the nice open passageway we'd entered through seemed to close around us. Martin, as the Emperor, wasn't wearing the thick raiment that his father had usually worn. Martin just wore a particularly luxurious wizard's robe, a familiar-looking cuirass over it, and the amulet of kings, much less dangling from his neck as it was fastened to his throat. The chain wasn't even holding the amulet on, it was slack, as if the amulet was so fond of him that it stuck to him from sheer will. Is that an Aranoun plate? I asked. It was the same sword I'd bought for myself, back in Mournhold, made out of ebony instead of bone mold. Engraved into it was the sigil of the Cyrodiilic Empire, not that he needed it with the amulet of kings so near above it. Oh, a gift from House Telavani. He said. Devate Fyr himself enchanted it for me. It was a fortunate thing that Kirat had come to deliver it to me when she did. Yeah, I said. So, what happened? In the Black Marsh. I should be asking you that, he said with a smirk. It quickly fell. Well, the Argonian people are distraught. The Hist cults have gone completely silent, and the one I was able to make contact with mentioned that they'd been abandoned. The kings and queens have all fallen into comas. None of them have been able to wake up. Lomoth looked like it had seen a war. I don't know exactly what happened, or why you needed to go. But I trust you had your reasons, he said. I did. I said. The Hist cult, as you called it. It went a lot further than you might have thought. I don't think those kings or queens were people, really, so much as extensions of the Hist themselves. Like puppets on strings. Martin frowned. I arranged for regents to take over, to continue governance over the marsh for the next few years, but it might take years, or generations before the Argonian people forget this. I suspect it might become some kind of, cultural wound. Yeah, I sighed. Losing their gods would probably do that. What did you do? He asked, and a horrified expression washed over him. You didn't. You didn't kill their gods, did you? They had a goal for the future. Something that would have been worse than the Oblivion Crisis ever could have been. For everyone except them. It would have ended poorly for them, even, not that they believed it. I started, picking my words carefully. So I gave them a choice. Maria? What did you do? I sent them to their rooms without dinner, I said. They won't be coming back. How is that even possible? He asked, his eyebrows raising even higher. I shouldn't talk about it, honestly, I said. A decision I'd come to after speaking with Dagoth. He'd agreed being able to do what I did was too much. Excision from reality was different than a mere zero-sum. It was more complete. More ultimate. But, that's why I rejected your request to become the Imperial Batlemage. Because you shouldn't condone what I did. In fact, you should kick me out of the Blades. What? But he paused, and took a moment to settle back down in his seat. He had an eye for people. He knew I'd had my reasons. Why? Make it dishonorable. As if you're disgusted at me, I continued. Because this is an opportunity. The Argonian people are lost. For the first time and maybe ever, they don't have their overseers looming over their shoulders. Even Tiber Septim could only get them to sign a treaty. They were never really part of the Empire. But you think I could change that? Yeah, I added. You will. Not intentionally, but, they'll run into problems. In all the smallest ways, their culture revolves around the Hist. They'll be lost. The Argonian people have never really been in control of themselves. Not on a governmental level. But you're too much a softy to let them languish. You'll do what you can. Teach them how to govern themselves. And they'll end up attached. I still don't see why I'd have to. He says. I see now. It's to prevent problems in the future. Historians might make the connection. If they see what I did as an act of the Empire, as some part of strategy, it'll cause problems for the Black Marsh in the future. Martin clenched his fist. Perhaps we could let it be known what happened. Make out the his to be slavers. Something terrible, like Daedra princes or the like, he says. Ha, that didn't even work with the Dunmer. Not with living, faithful Argonians still in the Black Marsh. Even without the hist, they'll see that as blasphemy. I said. I mean, I finished everything I was supposed to do. It's time for me to retire, anyway. I don't want to. I don't want to make you out as some kind of villain. Some kind of enemy. He says. I laughed. I couldn't help it. Martin looked hurt, for a moment. That's where you draw the line? I asked. You're more than fine giving up your position at the Mages Guild for others. Your goals for the future, your research, everything you dropped to become emperor. But you're balking at a line in the history books. Yet. I suppose I am. Don't worry about it, Martin. I said. This wouldn't be the first time. What does that mean? I shrugged enigmatically. Just trust me, okay. All right, he sighed. Fine. You'll be one of the very few blades to have ever been discharged. It's normally never done. Your oaths will be unmade, and I'll have to figure out how to get it done without also accusing you of treason. I'll have to talk with the Great Knight about it. Oh, don't worry about that, either. Do it for treason. Say I made major damage to the integrity of the Empire by attacking Lil Moth. I said. I'll just pay the fees. We're guild law, like all the way back in the First Empire. Martin's eyebrows shot up. For treason? I don't think that's ever been done. I know you have money, but I doubt you have that much. I've also never been paid for my duties as a blade. I grinned. So, we'll just call it even. Martin rolled his eyes. All right, we can do it that way. I'll write it as an IOU with a seal and everything, and you'll just hand it back to me after I sternly yell at you and take your seal. Sounds good, I grinned. So, when you sent me that backup, you said a bush told you. The topiaries here talk, sometimes. Nobody else hears it, but it's divine. The same sort of power the amulet holds. Martin says. They give advice, especially when I need it. One of them Tiber Septim hadn't ever spoken before. Then, well, he did. Glad to see he's got my back, I responded. So. He says, slowly. If you're going to be leaving the Blades, we won't have a lot of time to meet. Yeah, I said. But don't worry about that. I may be quote-unquote retiring, but I've got a lot more plans. Really? Martin leaned forward. I just grinned enigmatically, sipping at my tea. I've got a few more prophecies to shatter. My hand emerged out of the shadow, snagging the scruff of Emilie's neck as she darted forward. She stopped in the air, feet dangling as I hefted her up. In front of us was a three-faced statue. Dementia, Mania, and Sheogoratha's open mouth. A portal sat within, a buzzing that made my senses crackle. What are you doing? I asked. Emilie looked back at me sheepishly. I was just a little curious, she says it's a huge portal. How can I not be curious? Trust me, I drawled. You don't want to go in there. Is it dangerous? She asks. Fundamentally. Intrinsically, I responded. Categorically. I mean, you would have been fine, but then you would have stopped being you. Where's it go? Sheogoratha's realm, I said flatly. Oh. Yeah. That would have been bad. Yeah, I said again, don't worry. I'll be dealing with this. Is it another Oblivion crisis? Emilie asked. No, I'll be fine. I said. She searched my eyes, and then she nodded. She made a symbol with her hands and with a tormentous screech to my magical senses, recalled. The clumsiest recall I've ever felt. Knowing Emilie, she probably ended up on the roof of wherever she'd marked. Or underground. Or stuck in a wall. Whatever, she'd live. I walked up to the statue and frowned. It was an invitation, but an invitation to be Sheogoratha's champion. To be his hero, to take up his mantle. And frankly, I didn't want it. So I walked up to the edge of the mouth and knocked on the stony cheek. What? Hey, you don't need to knock. It's open. Just come on in. I need a champion. The statue boomed. Yeah, I know, except I don't really want to be a champion. I just wanted to come in and chat. Maybe tour a bit, slay a few bullywogs, that kind of thing. I said. You're not immortal. Bah, I don't need you. The portal boomed again. But you're the most polite not mortal I've spoken through a magic portal in the Nebinus Bay. Come in, say hello to Haskell on your way, and don't forget to wipe your feet. All right. See you soon, Skumacat. I said, and stepped through. The air felt strange here. Chaotic. My shadows reached further, twisted through strange angles, and it made the world feel more slippery than I was used to. Shadowren twisted through my hands, coalescing into a halberd just long enough for the gatekeeper's enormous blade arm stick into it. When he tried to withdraw it, the weapon stuck, sending me stumbling forward, sending me stumbling back. Shadowrend was strangely gooey. Softer than it should have been. Almost too amorphous to use, at least for a weapon. I let go, letting it fade into my shadow again, and then leapt to the side as the gatekeeper's blade arm slammed down into the ground next to me. I thrust a blast of energy into the beast's gut, but he barely stumbled back, his skin already fusing back together. He'd ignored a blast that would have ripped through any normal flesh Atronak with barely a wound. I frowned, for a moment, ducking beneath the next swing. The ground pure stone felt too mushy to my feet, as if I were sinking partially into the shadow. When his weapon was clear, I experimentally tossed a small spark against him, a firebite about as strong as the first one I'd ever thrown. He shrugged it off like my previous blast, but he moved just as much, as if the attack had been just as inconsequential. So this is what it was like to be in the Shivering Isles. Things didn't make sense. In fact, the more sense it made, the less that actually mattered. An attack that should have destroyed him, didn't. But an attack that shouldn't have hurt him, did. Right. I still remembered the games. You'd have to use his own body or his creator against him. It all fit Sheogoratha's ethos, I figured. Let your enemies destroy themselves, albeit a lot more literal in this case than metaphorical. But that was for Sheogoratha's champion. That was that poor sod's mission. It wouldn't be Emilie, and it wouldn't be me. The gatekeeper's free hand thrust a palm at me. A blast of corrosive energy lashed out, one I battered away with my free hand and a quick shield spell. Or one I tried to. The shield blocked the corrosion fine, but the spell had a rider effect I'd never seen before. With a shrieking sound, my arm wrenched itself backward. I twisted tail over tea kettle across the too soft marble, before slipping off the raised dais entirely and into the mud. I'd let myself get soft in the few months since my fight with the Hist. The gatekeeper stared at me. His faceless head seemed to be both grinning and growling, smiling and snarling. He waited for me to enter his area again, to walk within his domain of the gates. Right, I said, pushing myself back to my feet. Fuck you, then. I wrenched my arm back into its joint, and the tingles and pain stopped as soon as I flooded it with another healing spell. Then, with the sip of a potion enough to last only a few seconds, I charged. The gatekeeper swung its blade again, and I caught it in both claws. My talons shrieked, but even as they cracked and fused themselves back together, I was able to stop the decapitating blow. The gatekeeper dumbly tried to pull its weapon back. I followed it, the two of us spinning like some kind of perverse dance. When it finally decided it couldn't shake me off, it clenched its other fist. Magic poured in. It thrust its palm at me, and I jumped. The blast blew me away. This time, as I sailed away from it in the same direction, allowing it to boost me. Shadowron's wings spread, catching the air. The wings barely moved, but I was able to hold them stiff enough to sail me in the direction I wanted, until I landed atop the gates of madness. The rest of the Shivering Isles. To my left, the brilliant flora and glowing fauna of mania. To my left, the dark and dour lands of dementia. Passion and depression. Ecstasy and dread. As I stood there, the form of a bald, semi-portly manservant was suddenly standing before me. There wasn't a shimmer or the presence of magic, it was as if the world around suddenly willed him there, and there he was. He gave me an even, slightly disapproving frown. He may have looked human, an almost boring example at that. I could tell from the depth in his eyes that he was anything but a fragment of Sheogorath, or one of his Didra. Something of that nature, anyway. Sup, Haskell, I said. It hadn't even been an hour since we'd last talked. Dear visitor, I believe you were meant to defeat the gatekeeper, Haskell said. Rather than simply scale the gates. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was a place where rules and laws were so important, I drawled, and the thing in Haskell's eyes flinched, though he didn't. I thought I'd do the creative thing. Attempting to endear yourself? Lord Sheogorath will no doubt see through such clumsy attempts at garnering his favor, Haskell responded. Probably. I said, anyway, I did tell you that I wasn't going for the position he's looking for. This way, I'm leaving the gatekeeper intact for when his champion-to-be does jump into the mouth of madness. Makes things easier on both our ends, yet. We will see if my lord agrees with your interpretation of events, Haskell drawled. He gave a light half-bow and ceased to exist, if he had ever been there in the first place. See you in Nushiath, I called to empty air, and started to walk along the division between the two sides of the shivering aisles. Again, I was staring at Edric Prince in the flesh. This time, steel-grey eyes bored into mine, even as the rest of his face was stretched into a wide grin. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. So nice to see you here in my humble, luxurious palace. I didn't even set out the placemats. Or dinner. I do love dinner, you know, Sheogorath says, but that's beside the point. You're that guest. The one that keeps insisting you won't be my champion. I could see how you might not be considered immortal, and that was going to be one of my requirements. He looks me over, thinking. No, no, you won't do it all. You're too much. I can't have you go do all the little tasks my champion would need to. That was my reasoning, I responded. Not to mention that I have a good idea how this whole thing might end. Don't tell me, he says. I won't abide by spoilers. Unless I'm the one doing the spoiling. Or if it happens to be a Tirdosh. Of course, I said. But the reason I came here did have to do with those spoilers. Some of them, anyway. I wanted to talk about the big secret. Oh, I can do some talking. But no spoiling how my plan works out, alright? He asks. But first, we do have something else to talk about. Is it about how I dealt with the gatekeeper? Of course. He says. If you don't walk through the gates, then you haven't been given my gift. You didn't pick either mania or dementia. He sighs, and scoffs. And I can't exactly bestow my gift upon you magically. We both know you'd do something impossible and avoid it. So we'll have to do something else. What would? Hot, white pain flashed through my gut. I stumbled back as Sheogorath was in my face, ripping something out from me. My intestines spilled free, propelled by something more than magic. Propelled by the force of the world itself. The pain was staggering. I fell onto my back, tail twisting uncomfortably. See? Trauma. Sheogorath smiled down at me, wiggling my own organs in his view. A little bit of spice in the soup. Ow. Ow. Just ow. He asked. Fucking ow, I hissed. Those cold, alien eyes looked at me for a moment longer, and then he started to chuckle. Full-on belly laughs, all but collapsing back in his throne after knocking some of my intestines out of it. He continued to laugh while I shoved more and more healing magic in myself, regrowing the wounds I'd suffered. I had to slice through the loose organs. It hurt. Not as much as the wound that necessitated the healing, but it was really the surprise that was the worst part. Slowly, I pushed myself back to my feet. See, if you were my champion I wouldn't do that, in case you were reconsidering. He responded, raising his eyebrows like he hadn't just fucking disemboweled me. He licked his finger, and then wiped his gore-stained hand on the throne. Ah. Your mother does do some wonderful cooking. Asshole. I snarled. But I couldn't really put too much heat into it. This was exactly the sort of thing Sheogorath was supposed to do. I just wanted to talk about Jigalag. Oh, really now? He asked, leaning in. Well then, I'd put your intestines back where I found them if you hadn't already done that yourself. Yeah, whatever. I said. This is about the Grey March. An inhuman smile graced his green and brown eyes. You already know. I can see the thoughts eating at your brain like many little worms. You know he's me, don't you? I stared into the eyes of a demon. Of a god. He smiled back. I saw the twinkle of amusement, of manic cheer and a delight in my pain. He still hadn't wiped off his face, my blood still splattered over a portion of his fine suit. I was still reeling, slightly, from the suddenness of his attack. It hurt more than it should have, and normally, I'd had the strength of will to shake something like that off. It was something he'd done, I was sure. The rules here were different than they were in Mundus. I was standing in New Sheath, in Sheogorath's palace. In his realm. The rules here were up to his whim, now, and I was just starting to realize what that meant, looking at his manifestation. Something slithered behind his eyes, and I could feel it slithering behind mine as well. It's easy to see you as just the goofy cheese guy and forget that you're actually terrifying, I said finally. Why can't I be both? He asked, wiggling an eyebrow. His eyes glinted golden for a moment, slitted like a predator. I had to look away for a moment. There we go. He cheers. I do outdo myself now and then, don't I, Haskell? As always, my lord, Haskell said, droning on. So, enough party tricks, he said. The Grey March. My boring half. You came here adventuring with a bit of a plan, didn't you? Sorry, I'm a bit thrown off by the whole disemboweling me thing, I drawled, glaring at him. The plan's a conditional one. I had to ask some questions first. Well, if you're here to solve my problems, then go ahead. Ask away. I'm an open book. Do you actually want the Shivering Isles saved from the Grey March? You ask. His eyes flickered again. This time it wasn't nearly as pleasant. Do I? Well, do I? Good question. His presence shifted, and he was yelling. It's only all of my people. All of my realm. My entire creation, torn down, and I have to put it all together again. I winced at the hot spittle from his mouth, wiping it away. Nero fiddled while Rome burned, I said. But more seriously. I'd have thought it would get boring. He glared. On one shivering part of me quailed. But to another, it felt fake. Artificial. Like the attack had been amplified, made to hurt more, make more of an impact. As soon as I realized it, I started standing straighter. That quailing winked into nothingness. Oh, so now you know what it's like to be Sheogorath, do you? He asked. The Prince of Madness. I'll have you know. I reached out and pushed his mouth shut. No, I was more thinking of the more important aspect of your mantle, I called out. The one everyone forgets. Creativity. Art. He pauses. Raises a finger. Lowers it. And then bats my hand away from his mouth. The only problem with your Shivering Isles is that it's just one canvas. One piece of clay to sculpt. The Grey March, I think, exists for a reason. Wiping the slate clean. Getting you a new canvas. You raise a good point. Impertinent, though, you won't want to make me any touchier than I already am. What, going to disembowel me again? I asked. It'll get boring, eventually. Before, or after you go raving mad? He asked, eyes flickering. Before. I drawled. So, my next question, I said. Why were you created? How were you born? You seem like a well-read sort, Sheogorath said. What do the books say? Well, they mostly don't know Jiggalag exists, so they're all wrong. I said. That's why I'm asking you. That big mean old JYGGY was too strong and scuzzy, he said. So all the other princes cursed him to become me. But you know this. I'm getting to the point, I said. Here's the real question. Why did Jiggalag let them? At that, Sheogorath didn't have a response to give. He blinked once. Then twice. Do you mean to imply? He trails off for a moment. Them, he slumped back in his throne. Ha 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 ha. Sheogorath crooned. He began to cackle. It sounded deranged. Of course. Of course. He let them. He turned to me. You never needed to go through the gates, did you? You're already one of mine. Ha ha ha. What do you need? I'd like your permission to seek out JYGGY's library. What's left of it, I said. Ah, yes. Dayuz. The key. Haskell. Give it to her. Quickly, now. Quickly. Haskell was partially hiding behind the chair and had been for a while, ever since I pushed Sheogorath's jaw shut. He held out the key, and I took it. Without another word, I turned to leave. Sheogorath happily waved back, scooping up what viscera I'd left to begin jumping rope. I forcefully pushed the image out of my mind and kept going. There was something too cold about this place. It didn't have the dark, oppressive atmosphere of dementia, but it entirely lacked the warmth of mania. Ah, the ancient man said. I did not know you would be visiting me this soon. Do you know who I am? I asked. Red of hair. A powerful sorceress, he said, slowly. You must be the champion of Cyrodiil. Wrong. I said. My name is Maria Manatsoni. I said. He paused. The unexplained variable. He said, slowly. You're the shadow. The serpent. The missing piece. You are the imperfection that I've had to recalculate for so long. I stared at him. My shadow coiled around me. I remembered Aetherius again, a fraction of a moment in which I was hollow, nothing. Fake to this world. In that moment, I realized. He might have my answers. He might know what had happened. He might know how I ended up here. I have questions. I said. And Sheogorath allowed me entrance to ask them. How droll, he responded. What answers would you like me to give you? How did I first arrive in Mundus? I asked, walking slowly around him. Mundus? He asked. He looked me over. His lips twitched for a moment, and he muttered to himself for a moment. The last living dwarf, and Devate FYR. By my calculations, they were seeking another of Yagram's kind. They found you instead. And where was I before that? I asked. Was I really the agent of Daggerfall? The one that activated Numendium for herself? In a manner of speaking. But to answer your question in the spirit it was intended. No. He said, frankly. That is how the world perceives it, and likely how you perceive it as well. But as far as my understanding goes, they enacted retroactive causality, to give you a place to have always come from. And where was I before that? I asked, finally. How did I get here? He smiled. I doubt Sheogorath gave you access to my library to ask such personal questions, he drawled. Tell me, you motherfucker. I said. I reached out to grab his collar. Or you'll kill me. He asked. I truly wish you luck. It took actual force of will to slowly let go of him, allow him to sit back in his chair. You were going to ask something else, before your selfish greed took over, Dayu said. You don't know, do you? I asked, with a sigh. You don't know what I was. Jagartharn's phase-altered duplicate self asked a question from you, when it was his time, Dayu said, slowly. And he was annihilated because he couldn't handle the truth. I stepped forward, and seek the grove of reflection, at the heart of Milcher. He said. And there you will find your answer in a form you will understand. Now. To real business. All right. Fine. I said. Why did Jigalag allow the Daedric princes to curse him? You assume he chose to allow it. If your lord had the ability to know everything that was going to happen and why, then he would have known the reactions of the other princes. Which meant he could have chosen not to. My lord is not a being of choice. Free will is an illusion. Your actions, and the actions of every being in existence from people, to Daedra, to gods are all determined by mere probabilistic definition. You don't think he chose to allow it to happen. You think he was forced into it by his nature. Yes. He responds. He doesn't miss a beat. I frowned. That doesn't fit. His goal, the overarching goal he was trying to achieve was, what, complete order across all of existence? Even if he was limited, he'd be limited in making the most optimal choice. Right. Dayu stared impassionately back. That was not his goal. Dayu says. Then what does he want? He seeks, as he has always done, Amaranth. At his word, the world began to shudder. My eyes widened. I realized. How can I speak with your lord? I asked. Even if it's just a fragment. The trembling settled, dust falling from the ceiling. He smiled, and began to talk. Sheogorath had a champion running through the land, already. Someone that wasn't Emilie, it turned out. The Bosmer's bags were full, plump with what looked like armor and weapons. He was panting, sweating, face bright red from his labor. I watched as he just kind of stopped for a moment, before making another leap. Then stopped. Then leaped again, making his bag clank. Hello? I asked. Hello? He responded, a bright grin. Small antlers poked out of his brow, barely visible under his straw-yellow hair. The antlers seemed poorly placed, like they were guiding his hair to grow straight upwards. Who might you be? Maria Manatsoni, I said. You. Doran. Doran Fallowhoof. Doran beamed. He seemed cheerful, full of boundless energy. So, he fit Mania pretty well. You're that lady who dealt with the Oblivion crisis. By Azura, are you a sight for sore eyes? I was hoping you could point me the way to New Sheath. I stared at him for a moment, looking into his shadow. His potential. He had no birth sign. He wasn't a hero, either, but there was something familiar. I looked him in the eyes again, glanced at his hair. My gut dropped. It's just along this road, I said. Why are you here? I'm on a quest. The Grey Prince said I had to toughen up first before I can worship the ground he walks on. So I'm training. I stared, and the kid started waxing poetic. About the Grey Prince, about how mighty and powerful he was, about how nobody at the arena will face him anymore. He's become tired of the arena, and has begun questing for righteous deeds and assert his lordship. So that's got him down, though, which is obviously madness. He's the grand champion, you know he's great. So what, he's a little vampiric. That's no big deal. So I've come to speak with Sheogorath. I stared at him for a long moment. You defeated the gatekeeper. A friend gave me these handy arrows, and I hid behind a bunch of rocks, he beamed. That big OL guy doesn't fight anything like a grand champion, and he couldn't get to me, so I just, you know. Plink plink plink. Then he just fell over. It was a little scary, but I've got to get to New Sheath. Right, I said. Good luck. Doran beamed, and nodded at me. Then he turned back toward the road, and did another leap. Then another. His armor clanking in his backpack. I guesstimated the size of the armor, and realized that none of it would actually fit a Bosmer that small. It was all heavy metal, fitted sized for an orc. It's official. Nothing makes sense in Sheogorath's realm. At least it wasn't Fargoth. I sighed, and continued on my way to Milcher. It would be a while before Jigalag would make his appearance, and so I had time to kill. The Grove of Reflection was quiet. It was calm. There were a few creatures above, but I just slipped by in shadow form. I wasn't planning on clearing the place out. I just wanted to take a look. Dayus had said I would find the truth, here. And beyond that, I was curious. From what I recalled, this was where Shadowrend was supposed to be. I stepped into a large, wet grove. The floor was soft and spongy, the water still and calm. Too still and calm. It was reflective, like quicksilver. A mirror. There was an obelisk in the center, a glowing rune across its surface. I couldn't read it at first, the words blurry and twisted. I stepped closer. And slowly, something raised from the other end of the room. Right, I scoffed. We've done this already. I stepped closer, watching as the figure stood from the ground. She didn't look anything like me. She didn't look anything like anyone. She had a vague shape, a shadowy, vague impression on the world. A hollow thing. A cardboard cutout of a Breton woman. She pulled something out of her. It wasn't Shadowrend. Thump thump. Something slammed into my psyche. Like a hammer to the skull. Thump thump. Miss this? She asked. Maria of House Dagoth stared at me through the gap in her skull, where Dagothor had ripped out her sight. Thump thump. She was holding Lorcan's heart. Thump thump. It was an icepick to the mind. Something clawing at my memory. Something forgotten, misplaced intentionally, pushing its way back to me. Trying to be remembered. No, I said. It has to stay forgotten. She let it collapse, back into Shadowrend. This one was keener, sharper. Sharper than the one I'd had this entire time. Why? The shadow responded. It drove Vorin mad. Turned the tribunal into monsters. It's a twisted, broken thing. Corrupted. It did, didn't it? But is that a bad thing? Without it, would you still have fallen in love with Tamriel? As a little girl, sitting at her mama's computer, if it weren't for this, for the precious little disaster, for the Corpus Blight, you never would have fallen in love with Morrowind. You never would have come here. I glared. You're just another copy of me, I snapped. I'm done with this shit. We're all copies. Isn't that right? Isn't that how the Godhead works? All is one dreaming mind? One giant hyper-intelligent space squid, imagining us all up? We're all copies of the same source. I'm not, I said. I'm from outside it. Are you? She asked, and for a moment, I doubted. The doubt speared through my chest the same way in the same moment that Dagoth's Shadowrend does. For a moment, I saw the wheel on its side. Twisting chains of thought stuff and creatia that was Orbis coiling in place. Spinning. I saw creation. Mundus, the Dre, the Didra. The hub that was the firmament. Eternity. For a moment, I saw myself. The cackling witch. The scheming thing. The coyote, the Nyx hound. The hollow spot in the heart of the moon. I was a comet. Falling through Orbis, obscuring the other stars, the other signs. A serpent, an empty belly. Hollow. I was hollow. I was nothing. I never was. Like the Dwemer, I'd rather not. But inside me was still Lyg. The souls that had ceased to be, that continued to wish they were. It was only due to them that I didn't fall apart, that I didn't stop existing. They continued to wish to live. To pray. And I followed them back from zero. I flickered back into reality. I slammed into the ground. Dust covered my body, and I felt my magicka grow stronger than before. Slowly, carefully, I focused my thoughts. I had been wrong. From the very start, I'd been wrong. I wasn't outside, the G wasn't from outside. I stared up at Mundus. Then down, at my surroundings. Grey dust and ash as far as the eye could see. Mountains of it in the distance. I had returned. But not to Shivering Isles. I was on the fucking moon. From the soil of Secunda, tall, lanky figures began to stand. Swirling holes in their chest, shadow pockets where nothing existed. They stared for a moment, dust falling off of their bone-white figures. One silently raised a spear. Another, a sword. They began to speed towards me. A yawning, similar nothing swirled in my chest. A pocket where I had nothing. A pocket where I had had nothing for a very long time. Maybe even forever. Fuck you too, Dagoth. I snarled. I stood. From it, the true Shadowrend ripped itself free, a halberd forming in my hand. I'd been wrong, from the very start. I thought I was some kind of special badass, a human from Earth. I'd gotten sick. My body was based off a wholly different kind of alchemy, a magicless chemistry, and I'd gone on a quest to fix it. But now, with all the changes I'd been through, after all the reality warping shit I'd shoved myself into, was that still true? Was I still me? Was I ever? Did I just emerge from the eye of Lyg, fully formed, after Jay Sashi woke it up? Did the hist, Manatsoni, forge me with a history already brewed? When had the world the god had dreamed me up? At the thought, my form wavered at the edges. I flickered. I ceased to be for a moment and Lyg dragged me back again. I barely had enough time to bring Shadowrend between me and another powdery white blade. I thrust it out, barely comprehending what shape the weapon was in. Another moon demon crashed back, its arms and legs dissolving into white powder and bone as it did. Another of the tall, lanky creatures reached for me. I beheaded it as well. Kill, and kill again. The sand continued to clump together. The ancient, half-rotten bones continued to get up. I continued to smack it down. The grove of reflection couldn't show me my shadows. It couldn't show me a copy of me, because I was every copy of me. So it showed me something I'd never been, something I could never be. Dagoth. Maria Dagoth. It made her real, and somehow, I'd lost. A talon ripped through more moon demon, white ash and powder drifting free. I was tugging at the weight of my power, my stolen legacy filled me like a wineskin. I was bursting at the seams. There was too much of me. Too much of Maria in the world. Dius, you asshole. He'd promised I'd learn something from this. And instead the fucker lured me into zero-sum. Again, the moon demons raised themselves out of the sand and ash, out of the bone of what was once Lorcan's body. All of them, at once. Readying themselves for a fight. A battle for the ages. More and more piling up behind them. An enormous semicircle. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. An army. I could raise my own. Shadowrend twisted in my grip. New, infused with whatever Dagoth had happened to me. It could become more things. It could become anything. Bodies, for those left in Lyg, those inside of me. It could become an army. I could wage war, all by myself. But I was starting to think I was done fighting. I was tired of it. I didn't want to fight anymore. I never wanted to fight in the first place. I didn't need to fight anymore. I took a breath. The other Maria the Dagoth me had been able to use Shadowrend to create anything. Even something that should have been forgotten. If that's so, I should be able to as well. Shadowrend twisted. It expanded. A sphere, a perfect globe. An orrery from the outside, through which 4 points of lights burned. Shadowrend as the serpent hissed. Spread its touch. One after the other, the moon demons began to fall. Paralyzed, poisoned, something in between. Tired. Just as tired as I was. An identical constellation rolled along my shoulder, the effect washing off of me. It was the serpent eating the shadow. It always had been. A mark to myself that I would always be who I was. That I'd never lose myself. With a start, I realized. The Jill wouldn't give me that if they were putting me in the world retroactively. It would have been cruel, and I'm not sure they could have. I'd carved into myself the memories of being who I was. Even before Manatsoni. Memories from sitting out in Tel Fyr, looking out at the black marsh. Mooning over the rift, the beauty of the Ghost Gate and Dagothur. The crystallization of my determination not to give up. Not to die. I was still me. I'd been me. I'd always been me. The me that had woken up to Devate Fyr was the real me. And it was this mark that proved it. I looked out, at the beauty of the moon for a moment. Down at Tamriel. At Sedna, which looked so close that it seemed like it would fall at any moment. If Dagoth Maria was right, if I could zero myself out, which I almost had. Then didn't that mean I could do something else? I could just, reach out, and... But it isn't quite time yet, is it? Someone asked. No. It wasn't time. I had other things to do. In fact, if Shadowrend was more complete now, more powerful, I wouldn't have to wait. I opened a shift gate, back to Tamriel, and stepped through. I barely spent a second in Tamriel before I took another step, this time, back to the Shivering Isles. The obelisk of order wasn't anything special. The priest, one of Mania's populace, hiding behind a mask that made it impossible to see their face or expression, stood by, fist clenched and ready to attack should I do anything untoward. The knights stood in place, soulless puppets that reminded me more of the moon demons than anything else. Like someone had ripped out the part of their souls that stored the Didric animus, and replaced it with something else, a list of instructions, perhaps. Shadowrend twisted in my grasp, a sphere of darkness hovering over my open palm. I wasn't even holding it anymore. I wasn't sure I had to. Our shadows were touching, so we were touching. Jigalag, I hissed. The obelisk started to quiver. I could feel a pulse of something cold. Something certain, something determined. Something orderly. I took that feeling, and funneled it through, into Shadow Rend. It twisted, contorted, and became the sword of Jiggalag. From there, the Daedric Prince's shadow stepped out of the obelisk. I could only just see his helmet, his form. But I could hear his voice. Sheogorath lives, and yet I walk. His voice comes out slowly. Simultaneously, all of the knights and the priestess fall to their knees like puppets with their strings cut, bowing their heads. But I do not walk, he says, a moment later. His shadow's head tilts. Not yet, I responded. This is a mere transient reflection of the entity I am due to be, Jiggalag says. Utilizing the nature of my own stability to allow this falsehood to persist. Yes, I said. Do you know what Sheogorath is attempting? Sheogorath attempts a mad god's fusion of the enantiomorphic concept, trying to cast himself in all three roles, a clumsy rendition of identity mantling, and other mysteries which are too minor to speak of, Jiggalag says. You are a thing of interest, godling, because you have not been predicted. That's your way of asking why I'm here. Yes. Dayus of Mysteria once told me that you have no such thing as choice. That as powerful and mighty as you are limited to doing only precisely the exact optimal actions for achieving your goal. Yes. He also said that your goal goes beyond mere royalty. There's a pause. A long delay. Exactly 10 seconds. Yes. Right, then. I said. Why did you choose Amaranth to begin with? That is the purpose of this world. Jiggalag boomed. This was like pulling teeth. Jiggalag had wants, I was sure. He had needs and desires. He just couldn't show them. Couldn't let them surface. I'm going to give you a choice. You cannot. Even you lack the power. Consider the following as a fictional, hypothetical situation, I said, slowly. That should be enough for him. The results of Sheogorath's attempts will result in something impossible. Something you may be fundamentally unable to believe, because it cannot be predicted. I understand and interpret your falsehood, he says, though I can tell there's a bit of a tremble there, a struggle. The sword is shaking in the air, slightly. He's struggling not to dismiss it out of hand. Continue. This fictional situation diverges. Option 1. Another entity takes on the name and mantle of Sheogorath, leaving Jiggalag free from the curse of madness, but banishing him from the Shivering Isles. Jiggalag leaves, to another plane of oblivion, and continues to be a being of pure order. He will never change again. He will never be altered. He will remain perfect in perpetuity, until the end of all things. That is the option this falsehood with my namesake would take. I'm not done. In the other option, Sheogorath's plan fails. The Grey March comes. The Isles are destroyed. But in time, the madness returns. Sheogorath surfaces to the forefront of Jiggalag's mind, and the cycle continues. That is not the preferred option. What if, in this falsehood, it's the only way to reach Amaranth? There's a distinct clink as the fists of each of the Order Knights' gauntlets, simultaneously, clench. The falsehood with my namesake, would be unable to take that option. Because it means why he would stop being perfect. Yes. Even if that means violating what you called the purpose of the universe. Yes. Fine, then. I said. I started to smile. What about a third option? Indicate the parameters of this third option. Through completely unknown and impossible mysteries, Jiggalag finds that the Mad God's scheme has stripped him of all Daedric power. Leaving him as a mere mortal. One of the races of man, let's suppose, but with the memories and mental capacity he once retained. This mortal variant would go immediately mad. The false Jiggalag would not pick this option either. Also, due to a curse from Sheogorath, he is prevented from going mad, I continued, thinking quickly. Someone this mortal Jiggalag has no reason to disobey asks him a simple question: what did Jiggalag want? What was his real goal, the one hidden beneath his nature? The purpose of Jiggalag started. The shadow trembled, and he trailed off. I was close. What would the mortal respond? With his so-called free will, with the miracle that made the impossible possible, what would he say? He would say that he wanted to know how it felt. To be mortal. To be mad. To be flawed. He wanted to understand. The Daedra said, and for the first time, there's an inkling of emotion there. Sorrow. Why did Shazar sacrifice itself for this thing called Mundus? This thing called mortality? We just wanted to know. The sword shuddered again. I reached out and grabbed it by the hilt. Sadly, I said. Option 3's impossible. I popped my neck, and pulled the sword out of the altar. So option 2 it is. Shadow Rend flapped along my back as I soared through the Shivering Isles. I twisted through the clouds, the disturbing, twisted shapes they were taking. Tendrils reached out from the clouds as if to grab me, and I could see echoes of castles things in the sky. Mirages. None of it was real, of course. But I didn't want to focus on them too closely to determine that for sure. I was wrapped in shadow rend, my form a black, oversized cliff face ripping through the sky. I shot down through the sky, twisting down toward Nushiath. My wings slammed into the ground, diving into my own shadow, and my real form stepped out in the courtyard. From here, I could see the flame of Ognon had been lit, and judging from the golden saints standing at guard, outnumbering the dark seducers, the new count had picked mania. Standing before me were golden saints, weapons in hand. Axes, spears, swords. They had in their eyes the same sort of crazed passion, that same sort of devotion that I'd seen in Doran Fallowhoof's eyes. Already, he was changing them and that meant they were changing him back. Not one more step, order spy. One of the saints call. She's a tall, powerfully built golden saint, a halberd in her hands. Our Lord knows of your treachery. I'd like to speak to the champion, I called out. You will not pass. She calls. Shadow rend extended from my hand, and warped itself into a familiar staff. It rang a chime as I smacked the butt of it against the ground. She barked out an order, and they all drew back their bows, golden arrows glinting in the sunlight. I was done fighting. I stepped forward, and the saints blurred into movement. They moved like Turek the Ordinator. That alien, perfect archery. Dozens of arrows ripping into my robes and armor, arrow after arrow hammering through me. In less than a second, I had hundreds of perfectly fletched feathers jutting from my body. They'd ripped straight through. I rippled. It was like raindrops pouring into a lake. Potentia and Magikarp rotated wildly, spinning madly inside the empty socket in my chest. The arrows sunk even deeper in, vanishing one by one. I didn't even know what I was, exactly, anymore. I was less and less certain. I hadn't completely come back, that I knew. I wouldn't be able to come back until I knew. But whatever realization I was at the tip of, that I was balancing on the edge of a knife for, it was powerful enough to leverage my shadow further than ever before. I was my shadow. The boundary of my existence was screeching against the boundary of the world. My existence was at war. Everything was conflict. Violence was conflict. Love was conflict. My staff rang, and I took another step. My next step took me past the saints. Behind me, they were strewn across the courtyard. Armor rent and twisted, weapons broken, bows snapped. Bodies cracked and leaking animus. Into the palace. My, Sheogorath says. How wonderful, you're back. How was that boring, insufferable little man? I'd say he tried to trick me into unmaking myself, but I'm the one that asked the questions. Oof. Been there before, let me tell you. Non-existence is so boring. Ooh. Do tell me, what shape is that pretending to be? It's an old staff I made. I responded. I needed to make a special version of an old Dwemer artifact to get it to work, eventually. But since it all ran on shadow magic, I figured since this version of Shadowrend is so much stronger than what I originally had, I figured I could get it working. It is quite pretty. It makes music, does it? It makes chaotic noise because it's every note at once. I drawled. Perfect. Sheogorath leaned forward and flicked it. One of the panels chimed, a sound that had nothing to do with the thaumic tones needed for the tonal magic. I could feel Shadowrend beginning to twist, to alter. He was sabotaging it, even though something in my brain was trying to ignore it. I restored it as soon as he was done. You should have made it hollow. And filled it with beads. Or bees. I forget which. He smiled at me. Then you can shake it. Well, perhaps not. Then it would be full of dead bees. I stared back. Where's your champion? Oh, he's under my protection. Don't think I didn't notice you're being more of a fuddy-duddy since you've returned to my domain. You're going to be naughty. And you haven't ripped out my guts again yet. Well, you haven't been naughty yet. That wouldn't be fair. And what if I told you my plan is entirely based around your, much boringer half turn back into you? That's why I feel like being fair right now. He beamed. The smile didn't meet his alien, slitted eyes. The predatory eyes that bore down on me, promising savagery and violence. He's already waiting for the bloodshed. You think your mortal definitions of choice and desire has any sort of influence on me or mean OLJYGGY? And since you think that... His smile was suddenly too wide, with too many teeth. The smile of a Cheshire cat. You must be mad. His hand blurred toward me. The world began to shift, to twist under his will. The entire world turned against me, twisting and writhing like snakes. At the same time, the same moment, Shadowrend sang. It sang a song of what if. What if I'd been his champion? What if I'd defeated the Grey March? Mantled Sheogorath. What if the Shivering Isles were mine? If the song had lyrics, they would just be mine, over and over again. A maddened, chaotic, dizzying song, stretching and warbling as it shuddered under our wills. If Sheogorath had been fully himself, if he'd been entirely dominant, I didn't have even a sliver of a hope of a dream. But Jigalag was in there too, and Shio had been resisting the change. Resisting the Grey March. Even a Daedric prince's will wasn't infinite, fighting a war on two fronts, and I wasn't trying to take the entire realm. Just this pocket, just the palace. My hand caught his. His fingers' claws, twisting worms and predatory talons tore into my palm. Mania and dementia. Love and depression, violence and music. Always half and half. Sheogorath wouldn't use violence on both sides of his body at once. My other claw ripped into his torso, into his guts. There was nothing but putty there, nothing but potent, pure anima, the two whirling humors of mania and dementia. Then I twisted and pulled. With a ripping noise, and a grunt of pain, the world shrieked. Sheogorath smiled, and I could feel his will forcing the damaged creatia of his form to become intestines and organs, spilling out. Only half of them were human. There were much too many to fit inside a single torso, but he was playing along. A familiar shock of brilliant yellow hair flashed out of one of the adjacent hallways, Doran Fallowhoof poking his head out, eyebrows met as he tried to figure out what's going on. Sheogorath fell, slumping in the chair, and obligingly died. If you ignored him peeking with one eye whenever I looked away, that is. Doran. I said. The Bosmer jumped slightly, glancing at me with a slightly panicked look. Me. I looked at him for a long moment. He'd started to become a member of the Shivering Isles in truth, but he wasn't too far gone. A little obsessive perhaps, a little manic. But he didn't deserve to get killed. Yet. I heard some news while I was in Tamriel, and I thought you might be interested, I said. What is it? He asked. I heard that the Grey Prince is having a match with a half-dozen Minotaurs, I lied. And in just a week. By Azura. He called, eyes glittering. I've got to get back to the Grand Arena. Goodbye, everybody. Cancel my appointments. I must be off. He bolted out of the room, sprinting as fast as he can. There's a moment of silence in the palace. Slowly, as soon as they were alone, Sheogorath's corpse stumbled back to its feet. Its eyes opened. One eye, smooth and featureless. A spherical silver marble. Unseeing, unfeeling. The other, a beast. The slitted eye of a golden saint, trembling and bleeding from the socket. Shadowrend continued to sing, but the song went wrong. Twisted. Distorted. Suddenly, I wasn't fighting against one will, but two. One pure and orderly, harmonizing with the background radiation of oblivion itself. Why did you pick him? Because, on a certain level. He wants to be mortal. Like how you want to be mortal. I said. Why do you care so much? He smiled kindly. For a moment, he was Uncle Shio, bringing home gifts for his nephews and nieces. Even with half his face made of blades, steel encasing his jaw. Isn't it a little sad? I asked. To be stuck as what you are? Unable ever to change, or make decisions. It's like a prison. Sheogorath. Jigalag. Both, or neither. They stared at me, uncomprehending, and fell back into the seat, amidst the awful and drying blood. It is. It is a little sad. They said, their voices small. The staff cracked, and I let go. Shadowrend coiled back around me, nestling in the hole in my chest. Outside, I could hear people yelling in alarm. The marching of order knights in lockstep. A single Bosmer calling out, "Pardon me, excuse me, I must be off." "Good luck with the Grey March," I said. It stared at me. Emotionlessly. Cold. Calculatingly. Something left inside, some last echo of what was once Sheogorath, nodded. Slightly. I turned, and left. All around, dark seducers poured out of the woodwork. People yelled in alarm, in despair. The forces of order were at the gates. Not that it mattered. Jigalag was already sitting in the throne of New Sheath. There were no clouds. No sun. Just an endless grey. It wasn't over. But it was for me. "Recall," I hissed, and was gone. A bottle of Mazdi sat before me as I lounged back on the sofa, legs crossed. Cess Allen was rummaging around, baking his small, diverse bodies, taking care of the tower as he had during my adventure. "Sorry I couldn't exactly bring you with," I said. "No offense has been registered," he hissed back into my mind, "your apology is unneeded. Conjuration into another plane is unwise. I know. Especially with how floaty the laws of physics were there, I didn't want our contract to be fucked with. Like the crisis." Cess Allen nodded. "I'm going to invite a guest as soon as the sun's down. Mind grabbing a troll body from the basement?" As the sun set around Telvand, I glanced over at the pile of bones Cess Allen had gathered for me. Most of it was on the seat opposite mine, with the feet and legs piled on the floor. The three-eyed skull stared back at me. Then I pulled out Shadow Rend. It became a glistening sphere, a crystal made of soul gem, a perfect, pristine scale model of the necromancer's moon. I set the model down on the table between us, and glanced back at the skull. Manny Marco smiled back. What an interesting way to summon me, he said. Shadow magic tends to be a what-if sort of thing, so. What if the necromancer's moon was here right now? I said. Plus, well. It was more an invitation, really. You could have chosen not to answer. True, true. He says. But I've intruded on you so often without asking, I may as well be polite and do you the favor of accepting your invitations. Plus I doubt you've got much good company up there, when the warrior's eye is watching, I drawled. He sighed. Godhood is more boring than I'd expected. But it has its upsides. Would you have preferred to have the Jill take it all from you? I asked. He frowned for a moment. I uncorked the Mazdi and poured both of them into earthenware cups, stolen from Telvanni Towers. For you, Kina. I said. He smirked and took his glass. You're so touched by the Dunmer, even now? He asked, and took a sip. Devate basically raised me, I said. It's a beautiful culture. Even the slavery. He asked, raising an eyebrow. And weren't you Breton before, during the warp? As far as the slavery, that won't last much longer. Not under Martin's empire. He's got his eye on the Argonians. If Draz keeps fucking around. I swirled my drink and took a sip. As far as Breton. Nah. The warp thing. I wanted to ask you about that. And how will you pay me? In Dunmer salt rice wine. I rolled my eyes. It's no liquid sunlight spun into booze, like I'm sure you high elves are used to. But it's pretty good. He took a sip. It is. He said, after a moment. Brewed it myself. There's some tricks from back home that I'm trying to introduce into alchemy here, and making better booze is one of those things I'm playing with. My compliments to the brewer, then, he says. You must have used some sort of magic to make it potent enough that I could taste it. I enchanted it, I said. It took a bit of shadow magic, but I'll send a copy to your acolytes later. Then all your liches and undead minions can eat enchanted sweet rolls all day long. Wonderful. He said. I suppose that would be more than enough payment for my incredible magical knowledge. Right, then. 8 wielders of the Totem of Tiber Septim. I said. 8 different major events of the Dragon Break. 8 different Numendiums, acting at once and in opposition of one another. Yes. He said. My greatest focus was on the Argonian, blood scale. It was from his shard of the dragon that my greater self was born. But through your lovely enchanted device, and the memories of my minions, I could perhaps tell you about the others. Tell me about the Breton. I said. The one you called the most distant, that didn't give the totem to anyone. He thought about it for a moment, and then extended his hand over Shadow Rend. May I? I nodded. He extended his hand. He intoned, a low, humming incantation. Too long for human breath to maintain. I felt Shadow Rend twisting. It was a subtly different necromancer's moon, a what if a different agent had given the totem to Manny Marco. His eyes flickered. She was born on Sabiades Island, in the Iliac Bay. A terrible storm flooded her home, sinking a portion of the island into the sea. She became a refugee and orphan. Uriel Septim gave the refugees homes in Cyrodiil. Months later, Jagartharn impersonated him. Did she look like me? She did. Your human aspects, anyway, he said. After the interregnum, the blades had to be reconstructed. New people needed to replace the monsters Endidra Jagartharn had summoned to imitate the blades. One of the new recruits was Maria. She was hard to notice. She had no particular skills. No particular abilities. She specialized in nothing, but somehow achieved things regardless. She looked like me. But did she act like me? Did she talk the way I do? He looks away from the false moon, glancing back at me. I could feel the magica pushing. I don't think I or my minions ever listened to her talk. He said. He focused, his eyes squinting. In fact, I believe she may have been mute. A quiet thing, slip of a girl. Dedicated. Slipping in and out of dungeons through unknown means. She didn't cast spells. She didn't fight. I remember when she brought me the ghost of Prince Carolis, bound within an experimental soul gem of mine, and it turns out she'd crushed his body beneath an elevator in his own dungeons. To get into Skirk Barrow to meet with me, she'd hidden in a pile of bodies meant for resurrection. Amidst the dead and rotting. She didn't even act like it was a concern. I nodded. He glanced at me again. When I told her about the Underking, she didn't flinch. She didn't even move. It was like she wasn't even a person. Like she was hollow. Yes. He responded. Like she was mad. But I didn't ask. I didn't even consider why she might be acting that way. It was like I forgot she existed. Manny Marco took his hand away from Shadowrend, and I could tell he was shuddering slightly. He frowned, and met my eyes. She may have had your face, and your name. But she was not you. What did she do with the Numendium? I asked. Didn't I say already? He asked. It destroyed her. She'd implanted the mantella inside her, like a star in the hole in her chest, and raised the totem, and ceased to be. Like a hole. I leaned forward. What did the others do? The other agents. The mantella was placed inside of them, of course. There was no other way for. Like this? I asked, and I let my shadow subsume my armor for a moment. He raised an eyebrow. Interesting, he said, and it didn't sound like Manny Marco. The Grove of Reflection. I responded. It's supposed to show you what you really are. And Pelinal Whitestrake had the red diamond. For the agent, the mantella. For the Narivaran, Muatra. For the hero of Kvatch, Nirnrut. I don't know about the champion, but Balak, the sigil stone at the head of the Staff of Chaos. Manny Marco said. Jaysashi was not originally as powerful in Atronak as she'd always been. It was how she faced Jagartharn. Right. I said. I let go of a breath I hadn't thought I was holding. I have good reason to believe all of them are Shezarines. Heroes. Doom-driven. Yes. Seems like it. Doom-driven, doom-drum. Mantling, as much as they can, the only knowable fact about the missing god. He says. However. You are different. You have nothing. I have the Shadowrend. I said. Or Garjig, more likely. Which is sitting on your strangely short-legged table and your brow, respectively. He says. He takes another sip of Mazdi. He smiles. And not in your chest. Because neither of them fit, do they? So if I'm not a Shezarine, what am I? I have no idea. He responded. But I know who might. Yet. The last member of the tribunal. He said. Suthasil. I thought he was dead. I said. Manny Marco smirked, and then there was nothing but a troll skeleton sitting there. You're a fucking asshole, you know that. I snapped. Pull off that stupid drop-heavy shit and then cease to possess this dead body bullshit on me again. I sighed, and turned to Cess Allen. Put the body in the closet and lock it. Then get me a quill and some paper. I'll be sending a letter to Kirat. The ancient Dunmer facility had seen better days. Of course, it also had seen worse days too. I could see members of House Dagoth sweeping ash away, setting up chimes. Some had bowls full of painted clay, gently painting the stronghold's walls. A hunchbacked priest carefully glued together chimes out of glass shards, repairing an old shrine. There was a small, burgeoning city starting to form around the fortress, supplied by a slowly growing pile of bricks being built. I noticed some similarities between the way Cess Allen repaired Telvayand, and the way the mystics were singing together ash into the dark bricks used for the houses. I haven't seen any Altmer building things yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they used a variant of the same method. I slipped through, from my shadow into reality, my robes fluttering as the slow fall spell took effect. My talons landed in the ash, and I stood before Kogoran in truth. Started to approach. One after the other, the Dunmer started to notice me. Adventurer. I am Uthul, and you approach sacred ground. An armed guard said, standing straight. In hand was an old-styled ebony scimitar, bells hanging from the pommel. He had streaks of gold painted over his dark, fogged malachite armor. The sigil of House Dagoth sat proudly on his chest. This proud fortress is no longer a place to loot for treasure. Lord Dagoth resides here, as he did once. It's been a while since I've been an adventurer, I called back. I am Maria Manatsoni. Is the Horde-ator here? He stared for a moment. I held up my letter, the one I'd gotten back from Kirat. He eyed it for a moment, then sheathed his scimitar. Ah. You come for Kirat? Yes. She is above, needling our lord with inanities while he repairs the propellant chamber. Come. Needling? I asked, as he started to march up the steps onto the top of the fortress. That seems a little rude to refer to a Horde-ator. Bah. House Dagoth had not yet been reborn, when she was given her title by the other houses. So she is their Horde-ator, but she is not ours. True, I suppose, I admitted, is that how most of House Dagoth feels? If you're the Manatsoni I've heard of, then you know Voran sees Narivar Indoral in her, and holds her in high esteem. Or do you mean the lesser members? The lesser members? I asked. of the former heart whites. Many are spiteful, especially Veman and Audros. They were hoping for a grand fight against the Nrivaran, only to find she'd stolen Sunder and Keening without even being spotted. Indus is the only one that seems particularly fond of her. Something about similar taste in drink, I suppose. The fool always did like his brandy. The lesser ones, the one schools and the sleepers we've accepted, they worship her as most modern Dunmer do. He opened the large door to what appeared to be the chamber. Something pounced. I took a half step back as a dark shape was suddenly on us, faster than even my reflexes could deal with. I was spinning, Kirat latched around me as she forced me into a spin. If it weren't for my tail's counterbalance, I'd have fallen over. Mary! She calls, cheerfully. Kirat! I responded, and poked her in the nose. She wrinkled her face at it. How have you been? Dealing with political bullshit. She responded. Cleaning up after the tribunal, mostly. Hey, Athol. Greetings, Horde-ater. The former ash vampire drawled. Mind helping Voron out? He's struggling to remember how the propylene indices worked, she says. It's all magic stuff. I've got a spell for that. Enhances memory, I say, pulling a scroll out of my shadow. I handed it to Athol, and he accepted it with a nod. Come on, Kirat said, leaping off of me. The day's pretty clear of ash, so there's a really nice view from the north side. The two of us sat on the edge of the stronghold there, looking northward. Past the ridge, we could see the stone pillars of Shiagarad poking up from the sea of ghosts like 100 hands, reaching toward the sky. It is a clear day, I said. Is this a sujama or a grief kind of talk? She asked. Grief. I responded. I didn't want the hard stuff. She grinned and flicked her fingers, clinking 2 bottles of grief together that weren't in her hand a second ago. I took one, pulling the cork. So. She says. What's up in the land of weird magic stuff? I went to Shiagaratha's realm. And while I was there, some things were revealed to me. What kind of things? She asks. I'm not exactly sure what I am, anymore. I say. Or what I ever was, originally. Or what any of it means. Kirat frowns. Yet. I know how that feels. She says, finally. I'm not who I used to be, either. Not just a kid growing up in Dragon Bridge being made fun of because I had a tail. Neither am I Narivar, raised like a prince in the house of Mora. She stared off, eyes gazing off into the distance. I'm someone else, now. She says. But here's what I've figured out. I am who I am because of who I was before. Like how a child sits on the shoulders of their parents, and how the Dunmer stand by the support of their ancestors. A person is a potion. I just happen to be one with an extra ingredient. But the ingredients aren't actually important, the only thing people care about is what a potion does. I scoffed. That's a little deep for you, Kirat. I'm spending way too much time around Voron, probably. She responded, and took a sip of grief. But, well. I'm just me. And you're just you. That's all that matters, really. Yet, from one point of view. I said. But this whole thing is a little more concerning, I said. I subsumed my breastplate back into my shadow for a moment, and Kirat looked and blanched. What is that? She asked, eyes wide. There are moon ghosts that look like that. I was cast out. I said. From Orbis. And when I pulled myself back. I couldn't pull all of myself. There's something missing. Why not? Because I don't understand it. I said. That was the fundamental truth. I don't know. I need to know, to pull it back from nothing. From fiction? What do you need? Kirat asked. In that moment, at the stern look in her eyes, I knew. She would do anything. In that moment, whatever I needed, she was on my side. I need to talk to Suthasil. I said. Kirat raised an eyebrow, and opened her palm. Sitting within was a ring. Almalexia was so angry at him. She wanted this ring. With it, she could teleport straight to him. She was going to kill him. You could tell. Narivar would have believed her. All of her talk about doing things for the people of Morrowind. But I've never heard a lie and believed it, and that woman, oozed falsehood. Even worse than Vivek. Oh. We fought. She lost. Kirat said. And the ring's still dead. I think the lich I stole it from sealed it, somehow. I took the small ring, and glanced at it. I looked through it, around it, delving into shadow magic. The ring was, foolishly made. It was meant to be a tool for opening rifts, but it did it clumsily. Small micro-rifts would be torn open to every plane, when activated. It would shear a hole through Aetherius for power, a hole through everything. The control schema was misaligned, and the dragon fires would retaliate against the user almost immediately, and that's if the Daedra whose realms are being attacked didn't. In fact, it was broken. To get it to work again, I'm not even sure what Almalexia would have done. Perhaps use one of her dregs of the heart's power to connect to the other members of the tribunal? Use them as an anchor? I didn't even really need to know. I had my own solution, after all. The lich you stole this from. He's still around. Don't see why he wouldn't. I just kinda nicked it, left a replacement, and left. He might not have even noticed I was there. Thanks, Kirat. I said. I'll be back, whole and hearty. You do that. She grinned. I finished off my grief, handed her the empty bottle, and then got back to my feet. Shadowren twisted around my hand, and then spiked through the hole in the mazed band. It contorted itself, twisting into a long, spiraling staff. Panels tines of Dwemer panels arrayed themselves up and down the sides. The mazed band fit perfectly near the tip of the staff, where petal-like panels of Dwemer metal rang out. The Clockwork City, I commanded. The petals chimed, shadow magic swelled, turning the everything rift into a very particular select one, and a portal ripped itself open. The winds of oblivion howled around me. The gate was barely stable, the path rarely traveled. But I was starting to feel at home, in oblivion. So many shift gates and recall spells had given me good practice with magical transportation. The hum of my staff stabilized the gate, and I found my feet landing themselves on hard stone tile. The air immediately felt wrong. Stale, somehow. Mechanical. Silver-leafed plants stood around me, growing in their pots. They were strangely symmetrical. 4 leaves every 5 inches. Too perfect. The sky was a cavernous ceiling, so far away that I could barely see it through the air itself. The sky was silver, and there was an iris-like opening, so far away, letting in starlight from Aetherium, like an artificial sun. Around me was a sea of further plants, all various shades of grey and silver. Crystals sat perched in the top of dark slate trees. Sitting in the distance, the only structure I could see was the Clockwork City itself, a domed, brass citadel, ticking in the distance. I stepped forward. A creature exploded out of the plants, knocking them aside as it charged me, leaping from the brush to land in front of me. Scything claws, a hulking body the size of a Nyx hound. It was a living cyborg, some kind of large horned serpent, one with claws, but extending from its torso were 2 sets of legs, and a long, sharp syringe built into its tail. Its talons came down to rip into my flesh, but I shoved Shadowrend in the way, the mazed band clattering to the ground as its form twisted into a familiar halberd. The creature's talons squeezed, trying to slice straight through Shadowrend, but my will held it together stronger than its strength could push. The claws were wet with plant matter, silvery ichor dripping to the floor. The tail the syringe shot over its head, whipping toward me. I leaned out of the way, twisted the halberd. The bulky creature went ass over tea kettle, the silver limbs clicking and clacking as it tried to right itself, twisting and rolling back to its feet. It couldn't seem to figure out how to get up for a moment. A perfect opportunity to incapacitate it. A sleep spell just slipped off the thing. It didn't think like a creature would. It was closer to a Dwemer automaton than anything. A paralysis spell started to cling to the thing, but it broke through without a second thought. So instead, I took a page from Martin's book and slapped a shield over it. Through the dome, the creature finally got to its feet, claws battering against the shield for a moment, and I take a closer look at it. Silver veins. Biomechanical parts. A few mysticism spells to look through it. And it had bones made out of the same material as its limbs, the same silver, transmuted metal. The organic parts seemed to have grown on top of it. The serpent's heart wasn't even really a heart, it was a crystal, instead. Something like a soul gem or a Welkin stone, only completely artificial, pulling power from the world itself. Its blood, too, wasn't real. The stone was pulling Sentia from oblivion, forming itself into some kind of strength-boosting elixir. I remembered it. The game had called them hulking fabricants. The tail wasn't what I recalled, but the tail hinge seems interchangeable. The syringe was full of various alchemical elixirs, all similarly artificial alongside they, and I looked over at the plants. Snipped up leaves seemed to be strewn around them. Mashed leaves were in the serpent's body, creating different kinds of elixirs in its multiple stomachs, all of them pulsing through the tail into the syringe. The fabricant was a gardener. Keeping up the plants. I looked toward the brass citadel in the distance, the Clockwork City. Well. Best hurry on, before more creatures come pouring out to greet me. A different fabricant, a small, horned velociraptor thing, sniffed along my traces as I walked. It couldn't quite perceive me under my illusion, but it could smell there's something nearby, and it was following me to try and follow the scent. I marched through the halls, stopped only by the various puzzles and security measures. It felt less like the puzzles were actually meant to stop me, more to evaluate my intelligence. Even the most complex weren't very hard, either, and all failing them did was call another raptor fabricant to chase after my scent for a few minutes. Most of them wandered off after finding nothing, but the one chasing me was still doggedly sniffing in my wake. I made my way into a large, cavernous chamber. One of the largest I'd seen. Something crystalline, charged with mysticism, twisted and reoriented itself as I entered. It was like an eye, turning to look at me. At the far end of the room, two huge, humanoid fabricants stood. They resembled Dremora, at first. Their armor, at least, resembled Didrik designs. But their Sentia was native to this world, empowered by the plane itself. They weren't summoned, or alien to this world, they were meant to be here. One of the two figures took a long, loping step toward me. Pulsing through its veins, my magic told me, was a powerful elixir, restorative, this time. This thing would regenerate, rebuild itself. And it was doing so as I watched. The thing was decaying constantly, boosting its own frame with healing magic. With restoration. Just looking at it hurt. Because what was happening to it was the same thing that had happened to me. So long ago. Suthasil had tried to fix it, give it a permanent potion regimen, build it into the creature's very physical makeup, but the creature was still decaying. It still wasn't meant to exist. This one had two gems. One in the heart, one in the head. A proper soul gem, for the latter. Sitting in its skull. A soul. It bows low, hunching down until its face is level with mine. It's a mask, but the gem-like eyes are alive, silver irises, flooded with elixir instead of blood, stares at me. The divinity Suthasil is busy at this moment, it booms, a mechanical voice coming from its organic voice box. Its lips don't move. He will not come to see you. Our shadows overlapped. I saw, suddenly, a different timeline. A powerful one. One where Kirat had given Almalexia the band. A vision of the furious goddess, slamming the construct into the wall, destroying it in a single motion. Storming past in anger. I understand, I said. May. I know when he will be free. The divinity Suthasil will never be free until the day of his death. It says. I misspoke, I apologize. I meant to request when he will be available to speak with me. I have registered your appearance. He will be available as soon as he deigns to select your appearance as a priority. I see. Am I allowed to stay here and wait? Yes. I stood there. He stayed leaning forward, face too close to mine. You and your, companion. Would you both happen to be fabricants as well? Yes. He responds. We are prototypes, a variant meant to be a basic sentient populace for the Clockwork City. I see. You say. He pauses for a moment. We are imperfect. Its eyes looked human. Too human. They looked like mine used to. I was taken back. To that moment I stood in front of the tribunal temple, in Mournhold. Decaying. Rotting, like the fabricant before me. I'd been stunned by the sight of three gods, back before I knew divinity. Suthasil had given me a look, back then. An expression I hadn't known how to read at the time. He'd recognized those eyes. Every soul in existence is imperfect, I responded. You are no lesser than anything else in existence. The Clockwork City is a place of perfection. It responds. A solution to the flaws in Orbis. To be imperfect in a place of perfection is upsetting. Do you have a name? I am identified as Right-Side Guardian. It says. Well, R.S.G, I said. Your master's goal, to make a place that's free of Orbis's flaws. I think it's his goal that's flawed. It's antithetical to the nature of existence. Our shadows still overlapped. I could feel it, slowly decaying. There was something wrong with it. It was imperfect, because it was too perfect. The Earthbones ruled here, even with Suthasil's alterations in this plane. Even with his rules, the heart's power created this being, and the Earthbones sustained it. Both of them hated perfection. Hated the idea of perfection. Why? It asked. I paused for a moment. The world was made for a particular purpose. It is a road. Where does it lead? It asks. Amaranth. I responded. I do not understand this word. You will. I said. At that, the door slowly began to open. A weary, exhausted-looking Set stepped out. The only of the tribunal to have fully accepted Azura's curse. He looked at me for a moment as if he expected someone else. You are not Almalexia. He responded, sounding a little startled. I'm not, I grinned. Forgive me for not knowing of you, dear guest, Suthasil said. He brushed his skirt aside so it wouldn't get in the way, and sat at one of the chairs surrounding the table. It is not uncommon for arcanists or mystics to come to the Clockwork City seeking advice or knowledge. I am merely Suthasil. It was funny. When I'd first seen him, I'd seen Suthasil as something majestic. A brilliant scholar, Dvate FYR on steroids. I'd expected him to be working on projects beyond me, or talking in official, clinical terms. But here he was, in a sitting room in his clockwork city, daintily eating some mashed ash yam. He just looked old. Old and tired. This isn't the first time we've met, I responded. But I'd understand if you'd forgotten. Maria Manazzoni. You do look rather familiar, he says. But people these days. They blur together. It was some years ago, I responded. The day you and the tribunal returned from facing Degathur. Empty-handed. His eyes glaze over for a moment, and then he nods. Yes. I remember now. We had lost. And you were different. I reminded you of the imperfects, right? Yes. He said. So. Do you seek wisdom? In a way, I suppose. I asked. What have you been doing, since that day? Working on my city. He responds. It is incomplete. It will continue to be incomplete. But my time is limited. I must construct it in such a manner as to allow it to construct itself. Is such a thing even possible? I ask. He sighs, and for a moment, he looks old. Older than Voron ever had. I believe so. But it will not be easy. And my people, they, too, must dream of something more, as I once dreamt of for my own kind. You say once. Yes. He responded. Once. He stops for a moment. I saw within the heart of Lorcan potential. And similarly, potential in all of the mortal realm. What kind of potential? To be perfection. A utopia. Idealized, with no sharp edges. No points of failure. But the people were imperfect. Their lands were imperfect. Their gods were imperfect. And even the power within the heart. It, too, was imperfect. It despises perfection. I added. Suthasil paused, and slowly set down his spoon. That is extremely precise wording. He says. But it is accurate. I saw that very thing, and realized that I must create the world I desired from new soil. And from there, create the people I desired. And from there, become the god you desired. No, he said, and he looked tired. That too must be created, because I'm imperfect as well. With that, we lapsed into silence. You must be a powerful mystic indeed, to have found your way here. He says. I'm afraid whatever guidance I have to give may not be what you seek. I'm not exactly an apprentice, but I'm nowhere near as good enough a conjurer to swim the waters of oblivion. Not directly. I said. I had to use an artifact that the Nrivaran lent me. He didn't move for a second. Tired eyes locking onto mine. His reincarnation finally arrived? Is there a reason he hasn't visited me to tell me himself? He asked. I still recall the words Azura spoke when we broke our oaths. Where is his prophecized vengeance? Azura does not get to determine what Nrivar's choices are. I said. I saw the corner of his lips quirk up, the first emotion I've seen from him. The Nrivaran Kirat is a friend of mine. She's a Khajiit, and it's her that showed me how to find you. A Khajiit. Azura's pet project. He says, closing his eyes. It was never my intention to break our oaths, to be clear. My intent was to be asked to be released from it. To ask from my king the permission to continue. But Vet's words were pretty, and Im's lies were sweet. So. I do not claim innocence. I would never say it was not my fault. It may not have been my hands that acted, or my words that were spoken. But the plot's birthplace was my mind. I am as guilty as the others. Nrivar doesn't blame you. I said. She doesn't even blame Voron. The only one she did blame was Vivek, and that was because it was his spear that killed her. Then why has she not come to meet me? He asks. You do realize it's not exactly easy to come to the Clockwork City if you're not an extremely powerful conjurer, right? I asked. You've been locked in your dome for centuries, and trust me, this mazed band would not have worked if Kirat tried using it. He sighed, and shrugged. I suppose that's true. I've been hiding, I suppose, since I felt my connection with the heart of Lorcan break. I've been afraid to find the Nrivaran. To see what they would make of me. He says. I've only met with mystics that seek information or guidance. Guidance I can scarcely ever offer. I guess it's a bit selfish of me, but I've been seeking guidance myself. I said. Manimarco has only just become a god. He doesn't yet know much about mystery. Dvate Fyr is like a father to me, but he's too grounded in the law of the world. I cannot promise anything, he says. But I can give what little knowledge I have. What do you need? I need to know what I am. I said. He looked. Really looked at me. I could tell he was feeling out with his magic, his anima analyzing me down to the deepest, barest level. Tell me your story, he said. So I did. There we were, sitting in a small room in the Clockwork City, made up to resemble a Chimer mud hut from the first age. Light from an alien sun shines in through the windowsill. Some kind of tea made out of the synthetic plants sit in front of me, barely touched. I'd been talking a lot, and Suthasil had been listening. He'd nodded grimly at some points. Scowled at others. But at points like when facing Marun Stagon he'd outright congratulated me. But now he was thinking deeply, staring into nothing. Then suddenly, he sat up, and adjusted his headpiece. His eyes locked onto mine. There was a moment, soon after my morning period. When Almalexia was peddling our godhood to the new maid Dunmer. When Vivek was writing the madness he'd found in the heart's power. When I sat alone in my room, mourning my student's end. Suthasil said. I came to a realization. I knew exactly what I was. Who I was. All of my abilities and attributes, laid out like upon a sheet of paper. Everything I was, who I was, enumerated into mere words and numbers. Was it? I trailed off, not even wanting to think of the word. I had achieved the Sajic endeavor. I saw mere numbers on a page, and realized it would be as simple as a quill stroke to alter things forever. To multiply one's understanding tenfold. To make one as powerful or as brilliant as they wished. In that moment, I knew all things were the same. All of it mere words. All of it, run in a calculating machine so powerful and grand that nothing in this world could equate to. Run in a sleeping mind so beautiful that it could contain all of us in a dream. My form wavered. Lyg held me back. I focused on listening without listening. I'd found it horrifying. Disgusting. I'd had my pride, back then, beaten and battered as it was, and I couldn't bear the weight of what I learned. I hated the idea of being so small. So nothing. Something contained only in the single mind, where my story would never spread. My teachings, my wisdom. All of it would be lost as soon as the dreamer awoke. But the heart's power held me back. It anchored me into existence. It kept me from erasing myself, from having never have been. I rejected Chim, but I remembered what I had learned. I nodded. I knew the feeling intimately, now. What it felt to be there and not be there at the same time. The heart spoke to me. He said. It told me that the dreamer had eyes. The dreamer had ears. It could hear, and it could speak. All stories would be known. All tales would be told. Other tales could be heard, could inspire the dreamer. It is that which gives me my desire to build a utopia, a perfect world. I didn't hear of any of this. Not in the sermons, not in any of the books. It wasn't even one of those things I'd somehow learned. Lorcan, like Lyg, does not exist. He says. It is not the missing god because it is simply lost. It is missing because it is a hollow point in the world. Lorcan is that gate to the outer world. Lorcan is the mouth that tells the dreamer's stories. Lorcan is the ears that hear the tales of other worlds, of other dreams. I'm something that passed through that gate. I asked. I am not like that, to pontificate and play with words, so I will tell this to you as simply and plainly as I can. But know that I know nothing, and can be certain of even less. All right. The agent of Daggerfall, as many heroes are in this world, was simply the dreamer's ear, listening to the whispers of another world. The mind of another person, imprinted onto a hero. You know these entities as Shezarines. The warp in the west happened as you told it. Time was split and reforged. Then, months later, my student and his friend were seeking the Dwemer. They were seeking gates. Doorways to adjacent places. And they found one. They found me. It is in the nature of beings to have minds. To live. And when you were pulled, you became a being. You needed numbers on a page, for the dreamer to recognize you. And when you were forced into existence, the dreamer took what it could find. It found two things. One of the two was impossible, so it was disregarded, and so it focused on the other. It found the echoes of the agent, and wrote them out in truth. As completely as it can, based on the memories it found. It invented a copy of what it had been listening to, and laid them out upon the gate. The gate? I asked. Didn't you say that was? You are that gate. He said. Through your perception is another world. You are the shadow. The doom drum, the sower of flesh. Sheer, shore. I froze. September. Shazar. There are other names, and I'm sure you know them. He smiles softly. As clearly as I can say it. You are a living personification of the missing god, given the mind of the last Shezarine to have been channeled. I'm Lorcan. The greatest trick the missing god ever pulled was not creating the world. It was in convincing the world he ever existed at all. He says. It would only be a matter of time until he convinced himself, and became you. More tea. So. That was it. That was the missing piece, The mystery I needed. It's Kinmune all over again. I said. Thought box. I'm the thought. Lorcan is the box. I'm afraid I don't know what that means, Suthasil said. I just focused. Lorcan was nothing. Had nothing. It was a hollow shell. Mindless, soulless. Heart removed, body split asunder. Left to wander the stars, to bestow Shezarines upon the world. But when one human, one Maria got connected, lensed through the hole in the world that was the missing god, with the warp in the west, 9 timelines split apart. 8 reconvened. One was left, spinning out into nothingness. Lorcan was like a title, a listed entry in the database of the world with no actual data. A labeled folder in a filing cabinet with nothing in it. But in that moment, when the 9th timeline faded, Devate Fyr and Yagram Bagarn found me. A mind and memory unmoored from reality by the power of Numendium. Paperwork in the folder. A proper existence. When they summoned me, Creatia from the waters of oblivion served as a body. Reconstructed from my mind, from my belief as to how my body worked. Something too alien, too unlike what the god mind conceived of, and the hatred of the earth bones. The world hated me because they saw who I was. They thought I tricked them. Manatsoni, the hist tree, gave me her soul. A bridge between the essence and mind, and from that moment, I belonged. I was a person. The serpent-eating shadow ritual. Seb, the hungry serpent from Reguard folklore. I could see it now. That's why I could connect to it. That hunger, reoriented toward shadows, toward possibilities. The heart of Lorcan. I'd banished it, made it forgotten. But now. I remembered what I'd done. I'd put it into Lyg. The unstone for the untower. Chimel Garjig. It was forgotten. And with being forgotten, it had become purified. I went to Lyg, and subconsciously. I needed it back. I wanted it back. So I brought it back. The blue gem flickered from my brow to my hand. I turned it over in my palm, like turning a coin from tails back to heads again. Thump. Set tensed, leaning back. I was holding the heart of Lorcan in my hand. Thump. I see. I said. Thump. I turned it back again. A small blue gem. Everything was making sense again. Everything was coming together. I'd had good Maria reasons for doing things, but I could see the Shazar reasons for them as well, now. I'd helped Sheogorath and Jigalag, because it was their choice. Because they wanted to walk the Amaranth. I'd faced the Hist because it was my mother's request. I'd faced the Hist because they wanted to ruin my path, halt my world. I'd stopped the crisis because I cared about Martin, Emilie, about Kirat, about the Empire. I'd stopped the crisis because Nirn was for mortality. I'd saved Dagathur because it was Kirat's wish. I'd saved him because the heart had become corrupted by the hatred of Oriel, and it was my responsibility to purify it. What now? Suthasil asked. Do you intend on punishing me, if Narivar has not? Why? For my creation. He says. If your existence is antithetical to my goals. Then it would be your nature to destroy it. I'm not an asshole. That would be poor, thanks for helping me, I said. And besides. You're walking the path, too. It's not the way it was intended, but. Pain and struggle is what made the finite into the infinite. What made a spark into a blaze. What turned a single mortal into an ever-blooming flower, into a creator of worlds. But it wasn't the only way. Like the Didra, Set wasn't yet Amaranth, but if any of them succeed, if they build something true and real, then what's the difference? I wish you luck. I said. Besides. As soon as I tell Kirat how to get to you, she'll be the one to decide how she feels. It's not really my place. I see. He says. Thank you for your help, I said, and slowly got up. I looked around for the mazed ring for a moment before realizing I'd dropped it, back when I was fighting that monster. Then again. It's not as if I needed it anymore. I am a thing of fiction, I thought, and ceased to be. I am Maria Manatsoni, and I exist. I stepped out into Telvayand. The hole in my chest was gone. In it, the small blue gem sat. I could instantly feel the earth bones. It was like a chain around my neck. As long as I walked on mortal ground, I'd be limited to their rules. Restrained. If I tried to push, the earth bones would push back, and I could see Nirn shattering under the strain. And that meant I had a choice to make. Now that I knew what I was, I could embrace it. I could ascend as something between a prince and a god. Go to Lyg. Make it true and real. Take the ancestor lizards there, the pack. Be a resource to assist the mortal world and protect Orbis. Or. I could stay. Discard godhood. Embrace being Moria. Live in Telvayand, work on my alchemy. Prepare for Alduin, work against the Thalmor. If I restrain myself, I'm no different than any other Shezarene. 2 possibilities. 2 choices. I glanced down at the blue gem in my palm again, and closed my eyes for a moment. I stood in the courtyard, enjoying the wind in my hair. I made my choice. I turned the gem over in my palm, and let go. Like that, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. A chain loosen around my chest. The extra awareness, the divinity I'd only just learned I could touch. Not gone, but on vacation, elsewhere. Outside of me. When I opened my eyes, I was standing before me. She was holding the heart of Lorcan in her palm. The hole in her chest yawned wide. Human feet and toes dug into the grass and dirt. A single constellation lay bare on her shoulder, a serpent. She'd made the other choice. Fuck yeah, shadow magic. She said. Fuck yeah, I responded. If the heart is mine, and if LYG is mine, Zerrer said. I keep shadow rend, and Cess Allen. I continued. And Telvayand. Of course. She says. She holds out a humanoid hand to me. It's translucent, already fading. The dragon fires, now, too, were pushing against her. But I get to keep Manny Marco. You can have him. I rolled my eyes, and pushed my palm against hers. Zerrer giggled, and vanished. Missing again. Shadow magic is hacks. That is quite an interesting sculpture, my guest said. I can tell it has quite some symbology, but not the cultural origin. It was an oddity, to be sure. Sitting in Telvayand's sitting room, upon the mantel. The small sculpture was made from some actual solid soapstone from the Black Marsh, and I'd used some of the skills of the lover and lady to carve it as perfectly as possible. Of course. I responded. I carved it myself. A shrine, in the Aelchion style? But it's not one of the 9 divines, I see. Is this one of your Argonian gods? Not quite. Did you know, during the religious reform of Saint Alessia, when she assembled the pantheon of the 8 divines, there were other gods and deities that she also reformed? I'm aware, but I'm no scholar on the subject. My guest said. Is it one of those? She chose to reforge Shor, known to the elves as Lorcan, as Zerrer. She chose to represent Zerrer as the spirit behind all human undertaking. However, what she hadn't done was design a symbol. I see. He says. I mean, in other cultures, under other names and other aspects, he has symbols. A fox to the Nords. A serpent to the Reguards. That sort of thing. But somehow, the Dunmer representation, the scarab, that fits best, to my mind. Sure, the fox was a creature of war. Sep the serpent was a creature of hunger. Even Sheer, demonized as the source of evil, didn't fit. But the Dunmer saw Lorcan as the scarab. The beetle that takes detritus from chaos and rolls it into something new. So it was a small scarab shrine, pushing a half-hollowed moon, that sat on the mantle. Jay Sashi has said much the same. Uriel Septim 7 responded, a small smile on his face. I tried to hide a scowl. She had a connection to Lorcan, if she was really one of the Shezarenes, and it was her right as much as it was anyone's. That said, it didn't mean I couldn't dislike the bitch. Is she still Jarl of Whiterun? No, she's given it up. It didn't do well under her control, so she's given it to Jarl Askiza's daughter. I'm not sure where she's gone, but she'll pop up elsewhere, I'm sure. He says. This really is wonderful tea. Thank you. I said. Cess Allen made it. For a creature that doesn't need to eat or drink, he's gotten quite good at that sort of thing. The wizened, once emperor just smiled and raised his glass. Thank you, Cess Allen. Cess Allen, at least, one of his distributed scamp bodies, nodded in response, a half bow. I've heard about the situation in the Black Marsh. And then that portal to the Shivering Isles. But it's been quiet since then, hasn't it? It has. I responded. Your quest is over, then? He asks. You don't know what to do with yourself. I nodded mutely. He smiled. I'm familiar with the feeling. Martin has done wonderfully as the new emperor, but sometimes I feel like now I've got nothing to do but putter around. Why not join the Elder Council? I asked. He raised his eyebrows. And spend more of my life on the Empire? He asks. You love it. Every man, mare, and child, from High Rock to Black Marsh. Somerset to Vardenfell. I said. I don't think the Empire would be in this shape if you didn't. Uriel's eyes twinkled. I never personally thanked you for saving my life, he says. I know you had other motives, beyond just an old man's life, but... He goes quiet for a moment, the first time I'd seen him be so solemn since the Oblivion Crisis. I saw what you did with Jagartharn. I know you chose to die in my place. There were other motives, I said. For one, I had to show you that just because your sight has seen something doesn't mean that it's guaranteed. If only. He says. Why, what have you seen recently? He raised an eyebrow. Seeking to disturb more of the god's plans. Could be a mortal's plans, too. I responded, and he gave me a wry nod. What did you see? Mere fragments. I've stopped seeing things so clearly since the day I thought to be my death. He says. I saw speeches in golden cities, a momentum building and building. He says. The moons go dark, like the sky closing its eyes. A weapon, reforged. But that is all. I couldn't say which are metaphor and which are literal, I'm afraid. The moons go dark. And speeches in golden cities. I said. The memory spell flickered in my head, memories from the games. Those I recognize. Do you? I'd thought with the Oblivion crisis ending as it had, that this wouldn't be a problem. I said. The Golden City wouldn't happen to be Somerset, would it? I understand that the situation with Lil Moth was required, but, please, try not to assault any more of the Empire's cities. I couldn't help it, I laughed. Later that night, I was alone in the tower again. Uriel and his escorts were continuing east, touring the rest of the continent. I could feel it. When I touched the shrine, I could feel my other self, extending out into the distance. I could make vague contact with the god I was. It was just an aspect of Lorcan, I knew now. Shezar, Shor, Sep, Lorkhaj. All of them were different aspects to something that was whole. Or rather, the other me was just another aspect. A fragment of something infinite, given another name and identity. But she was on the other side. I could feel her humming, from LYG, as she worked. That moment, that fragment of connection. I think it's time to deal with the Thalmor, I said. Okay. I responded, our voice coming vaguely through the connection. I could feel her apathy. Her strange lack of humanity. The separation from mortality. She still cared, as much as she could, but she'd lost something, when she accepted her new identity. Something I'd kept. If you need my support, you have it. Already, I could feel our separation wavering. Just this connection, this communion. I'd have to be careful. I couldn't let myself be subsumed. The longer we spent apart, the stronger our separation would be, but I couldn't borrow too much of her. I'll make do. I said. Are you sure? Really sure. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? I asked. Well, they're not the best. They're kind of jerks. Emilie said. And they really don't like me anymore. If you come by, and say I sent you. I remember what you've said about them. I said. The two of us were sitting in her workshop in the Kvatch Mages Guild, one of the squatter, heavier towers that partially made up the fortified city's walls. Notes and scrawled images covered the walls, pasted into place using some sort of alchemical glue. Strings were hung up from note to note, some of Emilie's trains of thought. I couldn't follow them, though memories from my ritual self certainly picked up the general gist. Emilie was researching a good half-dozen different spells at the same time. I didn't get why she had a goblin skulled staff hanging from the ceiling by a rope, or why it seemed to be enchanted to slowly spin to the left and right, but I was sure there was some kind of method to this madness. I sure hoped there was, anyway. The Tamerlan Coven has moved around a lot, since the warp in the west. Emilie says. I don't know exactly where they might be, but somewhere near Johanna. Maybe somewhere between that and Markarth, in the mountains. All I have to do is get close enough. Then I'll be able to track them down. Alright. She says. She turns to her papers, pulls out a long piece of parchment. Then she flicks it in her wrist. With a burst of magicka, a lot of it, actually she duplicates it, and takes ink to it. A moment later, I was holding a symbol on the paper, carved into a tree. This symbol, she says. They'll carve it into trees. If it's kind of new, then it's one they're currently using as ritual grounds. And then the clans will meet up there every few moons. They're a little racist. How so? It's kind of hard to describe. It's the gods they follow. If you're not reach folk, you're seen as kind of lesser. If you're mare, or one of the folk, then it's even worse. Like you're not even a person. I'd count as beast folk. I asked. Emilie glanced at me, and nodded. The clan used to be a lot more open. I don't know exactly what changed. I was just a kid when the warp in the west happened. She looks away. I put my hand on her shoulder. What was it like? The warp, for you. She hesitated for a moment. I had parents. I lived in Johanna. They'd paid for a fancy school, so I could learn the trade. She says. They loved me. Da was from the Reach. Mom was from a noble house. Last thing I remember, Ma had found some kind of magic key, and she was going to take it to the Mages Guild. Then, all of a sudden, she trails off. They died. They died a long time ago. Years ago, early enough that I shouldn't have even remembered them. I'd been given to the coven. I'd stayed with them my entire childhood. But I also remembered my entire childhood in Johanna, too. I'm sorry. I said. Don't be. She says. She takes a breath. I've been doing some research about it. And I think part of what happened to me. It's why I am the way I am. She paged through a few paperwork. She flashed one up, and it was an extremely dry book, an old one, with so many of Emilie's cramped notes written into the margins that I could barely read it. There are mysteries in the world, she says. And I think that, part of being, me, is that, you have to be unmoored. Disconnected, somehow. Kirat didn't have any parents. Sashi didn't, either. And we're all carrying that mystery. You too, a little. I can feel it, through the Nirnroot. I raised my eyebrows, a little impressed. She was digging something up, that was for sure. I'll put it in my thesis, she says. When it's done. It's just. She grins at me. I'm happy enough to know that, you know, if I had parents, they'd loved me. Of course. I said, and ruffled her hair. I mean, I'll take care of you in their place. Like a doting aunt. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. As if I need it. I'm a badass now, don't you know? She asks. In fact. Let me come with you. To the coven. I asked. I'd be fine taking her that far, but not all the way to Somerset, that's for sure. To Johanna, at least. She says. I always meant to see what that key that my that was never found did. I haven't been back to High Rock since I ran away from the coven. Yet. I said. Let's do it. Yes. She pumped a fist. And maybe you'll show me how to open a shift gate. No. I said. Hell no. A shift gate's dangerous enough for me. I don't want to see what happens when you manage to mess it up in some weird place. I've already fought enough moon monsters. Fiain. She says, rolling her eyes. At the least, I do want to get that Didrik contract thing. You have an offering? I asked. And read my papers on it. And the supplemental stuff, she says, holding up a small tome with the Telvanni symbol on the cover. Devate FYR's own research on the subject. The ritual we'd done to bind Cess Allen. How the hell did you get your hands on something like that? I asked. She just grinned. Like I said. I'm a badass now. She says. All sorts of people are falling over themselves to trade stuff with me. Speaking of, I need to grab my offering. She just winked, and cast a feather spell on a large, heavy object. It was wrapped in leather to protect it, but it seemed pretty heavy as she hefted it up. That's your offering? That looks pretty heavy. What kind of Didra are you planning on getting? That's for me to know, and you to find out when I summon them. She responded. She slung the heavy package onto her shoulder, and the two of us stepped out. But first, want to see what my tower looks like? You have a tower. I raised my eyebrows. Emilie just grinned. Last updated November 30th, 2024.